Prologue, a glimpse. It was raining, yet there was not a cloud in the sky. It was coming from a far distance, the raindrops carried by the wind. Naruto was normally not an appreciator of nature, yet he found himself strangely alert to his surroundings. This was probably the brain's method to prevent him from dying. I read about this. He thought the brain tries to stay conscious, so it goes into overkill and all the senses temporarily become hypersensitive. This was a prime example. He could sense everything. He could see the cool raindrops, taste them, he can smell the moist air, he could hear the sound of trickling water, and he could feel the pain of having a huge hole through his chest. It was a big hole, bigger than a fist, and it went right through his heart. Naruto could not help but feel his knees buckle and knelt down as if pushed forward, his knees making a sickening thud on the dull stone earth. How Naruto thought. He would have spoken, but all that came out was a gurgle. Blood was already filling up his lungs. He saw a figure appear before him. His eyes were growing dim, but his hearing was still there. There was no other way, the figure said. It was obviously glaring at Naruto. Your sacrifice will not been in vain, Uzumaki Naruto. I promise. You got any ideas? Naruto indicated his question not to the figure but rather to himself. Well, to be more precise, Naruto's darker half. The darkness? Naruto's closest companion, and considering his situation, probably his only companion, was strangely silent. It loved to throw in its 2 cents, ridicule Naruto for being weak, wanting to kill people and eat them. It became more of a nuisance rather than an ally, but still it was always there in a pinch. Now Naruto, it is time we depart. The figure closed in on Naruto, its hand raised to grab him. Why, you son of a... This is not going to go the way you think. The hand froze and withdrew back into the grim-looking shadow. Naruto's mouth was slowly spewing forth blood like a demonic fountain, groaning. I am not going out like this. A surge of anger festered within him. He could feel the darkness using it twisting, and he could feel some strength return. Not much, but enough to get up. Naruto could feel the legs burn, and he could feel the open chest wound bleed that much more. The figure stepped back in surprise and caution. Damn it, I thought I would be able to see better. As a shadow grew in his mind, the ambient noise dwindled away. Don't slap a helping hand away, you useless twat. Naruto breathed in a sigh of relief, but felt an undeniable pain in his lungs. It hurt enough to draw out sweat and tears. I have presented you an opportunity, an opening. Do not waste it. The shadow vanished before it would explain itself. Cryptic as ever. Impossible. How could you be standing? The figure took a step back, then another. Don't you see? The odds are against you, Naruto said. A grin spread across bloody lips and his eyes gazed beyond the figure into the sky, where a stormy cloud was slowly approaching, slowly blotting out the sun. The figure, the shadow, looked behind him and gasped in horror. The figure got into a fighting stance. If Naruto was to be defeated, it had to be now, or the figure was a goner. You are without hope, Naruto mumbled. He could feel himself getting stronger still. The figure was unnerved and angry, but its legs gave away the real desire to regroup and retreat. But it knew it was foolhardy and had no choice but to go forward. The figure lunged with all its might. Don't underestimate me. Chapter 1. A Dwindling Rebirth. October 10th. Many years ago. The nights of Konoha are average, as one might expect. There are good nights and there are bad nights. They could be either for whatever reason. Maybe one shinobi returned from a particularly hard mission and wanted to celebrate. Perhaps one of their comrades did not make it from the field and a soon-to-be grieving partner needs to be informed. It all depends on your point of view. However, ever so often there are special nights. Nights that have relevant significance that affects everyone regardless their point of view. This night is a special day for 2 reasons. The first is that a child is about to be born into the world, a joyous occasion that warrants celebration, yet that celebration will have to be postponed for a more appropriate time. There must be a postponement because of the second reason. The second reason is because this night, Konoha is under attack. Hold it off until the Hokage can make it to the front, a young jonin commanded to his subordinates. He expertly dodged one of his comrades' dead bodies being flung back at the defenders like a rag doll. Don't let it get any further to the city, cried another, and charged with all their might. They were brave to be sure but could not stop their opponent. He was too powerful and too big. Giant claws the size of a house slammed on the ground with all their might. 9 tails that when swung could topple mountains and create tidal waves. Teeth so sharp you could shave with them, and fur as red as the blood of its victims. The QB has come to Konoha. A jounin wearing the attire of the ANBU with a heavy black overcoat gazed at the monster that towered over them like a skyscraper. God help us all. God Ibiki? Came a gruff voice behind him. Never took you for a religious man. Ibiki turned to see a man walk out from the woods. He wore a long white robe and a hat in a triangular shape with red lining. Ibiki immediately stood upright and bowed. Hokage, you have arrived. Of course, step back. The surrounding party complied, and after a few brief hand seals the Hokage cried, summoning jutsu. A rush of black smoke and a creature rivaling QB in size appeared. Let's finish this, the Hokage cried. The QB, noticing a prospective challenge, snarled with a combination of rage and amusement. The rest, as you know, is history. Far away from the front lines, word reached the Konoha hospital that the QB was down for the count. That was convenient as the hospital was at full capacity. Although there were a lot of people that were critical, it could have been much worse and the doctors knew it. Excellent. Now we can work without fear of more injured. A doctor gasped in relief. The triage floor was practically at full capacity. Yes, now shall W. What the hell was that? The doctor looked at his assistant with curious eyes. Hear what? However he heard it too, everyone on the triage floor could hear it. It was a scream. Though that was not unnatural considering the circumstances of the attack. The fact that it sounded like someone was strangling a cat, scratching nails on chalkboard, pick your metaphor. Bottom line, it did not sound human. Truth be told, it was quite unsettling. There it goes again, said the assistant, worry etched across her face. She glanced around, but could see that it was starting to make the injured very nervous. Some were glancing up at the ceiling, others closed their eyes and tried to block it out. The doctor could not do his work without some sense of peace. Find out where that is and get them to shut up, the doctor demanded, indicating to his assistant. Sedate them if you must. Yes, sir. The assistant ran off with a sense of purpose. It was not on the triage level on the bottom floor, so it was higher. She started to ascend the stairs too at the time, the screams getting louder and louder, yet worse and worse. First level, nothing, neither did second and third. This is impossible, the assistant thought, who the hell is screaming? She reached the final floor, the materiality ward, and while the floors below them were desolate, this was busy. It looked like the whole maternity team was up in arms over something. There were 5 doctors and 16 nurses all over the floor, running backwards and forwards gathering medicinal herbs and other items. They were all running into one room on the floor. What is going on? The assistant, annoyance and curiosity were in her voice. A doctor of very old age did not even look at her. He was pushing a cart filled with blood capsules into the room. Don't even get me started in turn. I had to evacuate all the other mothers on this floor and the one below us. It was starting to scare them. What is happening? The assistant seemed nervous. The screams were louder than ever, almost deadening. The old man paused. After a brief moment, he continued to haul in the cart. I don't know, either help us or get out of here. The assistant paused. His supervisor would not be pleased, but she could not sit by. Besides, the staff could use all the help they could get. She took a deep breath and sidestepped besides 3 nurses. Both looked like they were about to throw up. The assistant stepped inside the maternity room. What the hell? There was blood everywhere. All 5 doctors, including the old one hauling the cart, were gathered around a bed. This is the source of the screaming. 2 doctors were huddled around a biorhythm readout, looking at the readouts desperately to find something. Yet failing, the old doctor was hanging the blood capsules up on the rack next to the bed. The remaining 2 were huddled at the foot of the bed. At the very center of this fiasco, on the bed, was a woman who used to be strikingly beautiful, emphasis of used to be, who was obviously pregnant, giving birth at that moment. She was also dying. The woman who the assistant guessed was in her early 20s was bleeding from every orifice and otherwise. Her nose, her mouth, even her eyes and ears, her flaming red hair was caked with blood. Hang on, Kushina. We're almost there. One of the doctors over was yelling over her. He might as well have been talking to a brick wall. The woman, Kushina, was in obvious pain. Worse than what is to be expected from a pregnancy. The assistant whispered to a passing nurse. What is going on? We don't know. Everything was normal. She was in pre-labor, but then, the nurse wavered. This all happened. We can't stop the bleeding. It seems like the baby is killing her. What about the baby? That's the problem. It is perfectly normal. Pulse's good heart rate is better. There is no sign of fetal trauma. We can't explain it. Before the assistant could inquire further, the nurse ran off. The head. I can see the head, Kushina. Give us another push and it is over. A doctor cried. The woman cried out in agony and with her final ounce of her strength pushed. A new child was born into the world, screaming from the cold. It's a boy, one of the nurse observed, and for the briefest moment everyone seemed relieved, even the mother. However, all that was short-lived. All the readouts of the mother crashed at the same time. What? A doctor cried. The old doctor snatched the baby away and wrapped a blanket around him. He then quickly placed it in the arms of the assistant. She resisted, but to no avail. What is your name? The old doctor glared. Mimiki, answered the assistant. Mimiki. Hold him, drop him, and I will beat you all the way to the infirmary. It's a baby. The old doctor returned to hanging the blood tablets and trying to replace the blood of the mother. Oh God, it hurts. Kushina cried weakly, her tears bloody. Naruto? I don't understand. Her voice gagged as if choking. Come on, one of the doctors said, reaching for a handful of adrenaline pens. He picked one and slammed it into her heart. The readout responded by flickering back on. Try and stop the bleeding, we don't have much blood left. Okay. Nurse, get me some bandages. I will start repairs. Okay, what the hell? Everyone from the bed jumped away in shock. The mother was changing, her body seemingly aging at a rapid rate. Her body was slowly drying up. Skin cracking and her skin turned slightly translucent, her wavy red hair starting to shrivel up. I feel hollow. I feel, oh God. Her eyes gazed into the bundle in the assistant's hands. Naruto? Why? I don't. Ugh. With that, Kushina's eyes closed. She slumped into the bed. The machines finally flatlined. Her body dried up, leaving an empty husk that was once a human being. Her voice faded. Her eyes sunk in and her skin peeled and cracked. She was still, a statue contorted in utter pain. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone in the room. Silence was golden. Even the baby was quiet. What the fuck? Said one of the nurses. Even the doctors were terrified, doctors who were battle medics, doctors who have seen some horrible injuries and deaths. The old doctor took a white sheet and draped it over the dead girl. In a way, seemed to lessen the tension in the room, not having to look at her. One of the doctors whispered in nervous tones. Have you ever seen something like that before? The doctor, a young man, directed the question at the old doctor, obviously the most experienced man in the room, but in actuality was directing the question to anyone who would answer. The old doctor shook his head slowly, wiping away the sweat on his forehead, his hands shaking. What do we do? Asked a nurse. We write up a report. We inform the Hokage. We try and figure out what actually happened. That will not be necessary. Everyone turned and saw a man in the hallway. The absence of light created an ominous shadow. Everyone was curious as to who it was except the old doctor, who obviously was familiar with the specter. What do you mean, Lord Danzo? The old man asked with an even tone. The specter slowly hobbled forwards into the brightly lit operating room. The man known as Danzo looked almost crippled. He had a cane in his left hand and his right eye was heavily bandaged. He also had a huge frown. It seemed that smiling would shatter his face. The village does not need the stress. Bury her. He nodded to the draped corpse. And bury this incident. There is no need to inform the Hokage. What do you mean? Why not? The old doctor inquired. He seemed flustered with this turn of events. The fourth Hokage is gone, Danzo whispered. Everyone in the room tensed. Mimiki mulled it over. Danzo can't mean. What do you mean gone? One of the nurses pushed forward. He is gone, Danzo repeated. The old man understood and nodded sadly. What do we do with the child? Danzo shrugged at the question. Let the third decide. When he develops, I will see what he is capable of. What is his name? Naruto. Everyone turned to the source. It was Mimiki. Naruto? Odd name. Danzo made a mental note of the name and simply left. The assistant would have further inquired as to what is to be done. But Danzo simply vanished into thin air. Mimiki blinked in surprise. Despite being an old man, he is rather spry. Mimiki gazed down into her arms and looked at the baby in the bundle. He stared up at her, his eyes groggy, making a cooing noise. Hello Naruto, welcome to the big world. Chapter 2. The baby to a child. 11 years, 11 months, 3 weeks and 5 days later, 2 days before October 10th. A near 12-year-old Naruto walked out of the bathroom fully clothed, a pair of orange pants and his eyes groggy with sleep or lack of it. In an attempt to wake up, he leaned backward and rolled his arms in huge circles. He could feel his stomach growling, demanding to be fed. He slowly moved towards the kitchen, still groggy, and felt for the fridge. He opened and pulled out the milk, or what he thought it was. He poured it down an old glass lying next to the sink and, without even opening his eyes to check, downed it. Ooh, gross. The milk was sour, old. He could already feel his stomach heave in response. Naruto could not fight it. The only thing he could do was get his head into the sink. He could feel himself hurl and the blood rushing to his head so fast that he felt dizzy. Naruto felt a little queasy and sat down on the floor back to the bench. At least he was more than awake, as well as was no longer hungry. Eyes open, he looked at the carton of milk still in his hand and looked it over. You gotta be kidding me? This thing expired a week ago. How did I not notice till now? Naruto slowly got back up and slowly paced around the house. If there was any benefit, it was a lot bigger than his apartment in town. The house was located on the outskirts, within the city walls but very far away from the town. It was a compromise, Naruto thought. His birth, which resulted in the death of his mother, created some grisly rumors. These rumors caused an uncomfortable near isolation, especially from the mothers, some of whom were actually present when Naruto was born. However, inevitably, things got worse when word hit the streets of Naruto's condition, as well as the animals' reaction of Naruto. Whether they are insects, fish, mammals, or birds, they all avoided him like the plague, and if Naruto ever got too close, they would react violently. The growing intolerance of Naruto soon spanned into a sense of fear. These, combined with the growing distrust of Naruto, required him to move for his own safety. The villagers actually wanted to banish him from the city, but the Hokage stood firm. Naruto must admit that although he really did not hold any love for the village or the people in it, few exceptions permitted, he could understand their point of view. The villagers said that his mother died horribly because of him. The third, who was almost like a surrogate father, told Naruto that was not true, and although it was nice to be accepted by one, the rest of the village seemed to belittle him. Naruto found it extremely difficult to live an ordinary life in a village where the people were shinobi. It was hard to live in a village and watch people jump 20 meters into the air and move so fast that the normal untrained eye could not track them. It was hard being weak in village populated by the strong. It was difficult for Naruto to hold back the tears when he thought about it. Not long now, Naruto. Naruto turned around in shock and glanced around his house, but could not find the source of the voice. It was old and scratchy, almost like it was spoken by something rotting. Great, now I am imagining things. Naruto would have been more concerned, but he noticed the time on the wall. Damn, I'm late. Oh, Mimiki is going to kill me. Naruto was out the door with his bright orange t-shirt, blue shorts, and brown shoes. Naruto was always fond of his bright orange t-shirt. It contained a symbol of a whirlpool on it. It was given to him by the third, hopefully to remind Naruto that he is just like everyone else and not some freak of nature. The problem with living so far out of the village was that it was a pain in the ass to get to it. It was a 30-minute walk, longer if he had to carry groceries or something like that. It would have been easy as pie to get to back and forth if I was a ninja. Naruto shook the thought out of his mind. He had to focus on getting to the hospital for his yearly checkup. He had been postponing it for months, and Mimiki, his doctor, was growing impatient. Mimiki was the assistant who was there at his birth, and although did maintain a professional distance, she was always there if Naruto needed someone to talk to, almost like a surrogate sister. As Naruto reached the city, he could see the famers and their family doing their daily chores, tending to crops, gardening, and so forth. Naruto tried to get a job at these farms, but there was few people who were willing to hire him, They did not trust him or thought he might curse the crops. However, at the third's insistence, Naruto managed to get work cutting wood and delivering weekly produce. It was tedious, but hey, it felt like a job if nothing else. As Naruto entered the city, he had a sneaking suspicion that people are on the lookout for him. It seemed that everyone knew where he was and where he was going. The streets were busy, but everyone gave him a wide berth, especially the mothers, probably afraid a similar fate as Kushima awaits them if they get too close. Naruto was unfazed. He would normally be pissed being treated like a plague, but would rather get the hospital in short order. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out chopping wood? Naruto glanced around whilst running and saw the source, a kid around Naruto's age, with red fang marks around his cheeks and a small little white dog sitting on top of his head. The dog seemed to cringe when he smelt Naruto. Kiba, if I had shinobi abilities, I would bury him. Naruto could not forget the last time he got into a fight with him. The scratch and bite marks took 2 solid months to heal. Naruto was no match for Kiba or any other kid his age. Even the younger kids could kick his ass, and that was infuriating. Kiba was part of the Inuzuka clan, a family that uses ninja dogs. Each member is partnered up with 1 or more dogs and they fight together. Naruto thought ninja dogs were just family pets. How wrong was he? All animals were uncomfortable around Naruto, but ninja dogs were the most intolerant. They were nervous, alert, and jumpy, and Naruto got too close they would start to snarl, grin their teeth in a menacing manner, and even attack. Nonetheless, he did not earn any points with the Inuzuka clan, nor with the Aburame clan. Kiba, along with the rest of the kids who were ninja, were not all that accommodating of Naruto. He was just too slow, and having no techniques made him a poor training partner. It does not help that their parents were adamant about their children not to socialize with Naruto, although the reason was never really shared. Before Naruto knew it, he was at the hospital. He walked up past the reception and up to the 2nd floor of the hospital. He saw the relevant door and slowly knocked on it twice. Komein. Naruto heard from the other side. It did not sound amused. Oh boy, here we go. Naruto walked in to stare at Mimiki. She stood there, arms crossed, her eyebrows furrowed. You're late. By 20 minutes. Yeah. Sorry, I dash. Naruto stood there sheepishly. Whatever are we going to do with you? Mimiki sighed. Sit down and take your shirt off. Naruto sat on the bench and complied. Mimiki then went to work and did the checkup. She reached for her stethoscope. It is unusual to have so frequent a checkup. However, Naruto's unique condition made it difficult to tell if he was unhealthy, as his body does not react to chakra scans. Naruto grew into a child and was healthy despite his unusual circumstances. He had no ability as a ninja, whether it be ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu. That means actually no ability. He did not have the speed, the strength, nor the hand-eye coordination skills naturally blessed upon a potential ninja. For all intensive purposes, he was an ordinary kid. In fact, he did not have any chakra. Literally. When he was given a checkup by the doctors, they found 0 chakra flow in his system. This worried the doctors so much they asked a member of the Hyuga clan to have a look with his Byakugan. This proved their conclusion. Chakra is traditionally blue in nature, although there have been different colors. Naruto, on the other hand, there was nothing. The Hyuga could not see any chakra flow. He could not even see the chakra pathway system, much less the tenketsu. As far as could be seen, Naruto was just an empty, dark shell, and for that reason the animals are very unaccommodating around Naruto. Even though it was forbidden by the third, it became known to the villagers that Naruto had a complete absence of chakra in his system, which is impossible, as all living things, ordinary people, animals, and even plants have chakra. The only things that do not have chakra are things that are dead. Yet here was child who had a pulse, a heartbeat, who could walk, talk, laugh, and cry, and alive in every single way, defying this concept. In order to combat this, Mimiki resorted to rather older and cruder methods, drawing blood, measuring heart rate, weight, height, and so on. It was also done to understand his condition, maybe even find a cure. However, Mimiki was no closer to finding out Naruto's problem than when she first met him in the maternity ward. Heart rate is good. So is height and weight. Now we need blood. Naruto winced when he heard this. He just hated needles. The frown did not go unnoticed by Mimiki. Quit your frowning and suck it up. She gave firm tone, yet Naruto felt comfortable because of it. She wrapped a strap tightly around Naruto's arm. Once she found the vein, he gently slid the needle it. It stung, but Naruto just thought about his fantasy of being able to be a ninja, strong enough to become Hokage even like the third. Awa wand. Done. Naruto felt the strap loosen, the needle withdraw and a cotton bud touch his arm. He instinctively grabbed it and pressed. Naruto turned to see Mimiki putting a drop of blood and sliding it under a microscope. Mimiki was a good 2 feet taller than Naruto, and even though Naruto has seen her outside of the hospital, she never takes off her doctor's coat. She had brown hair and blue eyes. She was pretty. Very pretty. Naruto blushed to himself and quickly put on his shirt. Mimiki stood up and turned with a relieved smile on her face. You're in perfect health, red and white blood cell count is good. You're all always in good health, come to think of it. Mimiki was right too. As far as Naruto and Mimiki can remember, Naruto has never been sick, not even a cold or a stomach cramp. Yeah. Too bad you can't actually find out what is wrong, Naruto said, although he immediately regretted saying. Hey, Mimiki said, not in anger but in a hurt tone. I am trying, you know. Look, it is unusual, but there have been rare cases for children of ninja to have insufficient chakra for performing techniques. It is nothing to be ashamed of. This is not insufficient chakra. This is absolutely no chakra. Big difference, Naruto said. Stop pouting, Mimiki said. Look, we will find a way, but even if we don't, you can't let your condition affect your life. Mimiki was right and Naruto knew it, and these talks always gave Naruto a moral boost. Mimiki walked up to Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. Look, just because you can't do what everyone else can does not mean you are not special nor relevant. You have done dramatically well for yourself. You are not going to end up as some bum on the street with not a single yen to his name. Yeah. Naruto, his cheerful face appeared once again. It is not the end of the world. Chapter 3. The last day of the empty vessel. 11 years, 11 months, 3 weeks and 6 days. 1 day before October 10th. Naruto woke up earlier than usual. It was still night out. He couldn't get to sleep, nor could he dream. It has been happening more frequently since it came in the past 2 months. Just a black spot in his mind. An ever-shapeless void. The dawn was just approaching, and due to the location Naruto slept in his house, it had a blinding effect. I have to change where I sleep. Naruto really just wanted to go back to sleep, but no such luck. The sun was up and his employers will harp on more than usual. Just get it done. Naruto quickly got dressed into his work clothes, a greenish shirt, blue work pants, a pair of black boots, and mostly importantly, a pair of gloves. Naruto looked in the mirror and saw himself, nearly 12 years old, and this is his future. Although Naruto could be depressed and was certain that things would not work out, but his conversation with Mimiki kept him inspired. What else can he do? He left the house and with a quiet stroll set off to work at Konoha's logging outlet shop. For a few years now, at the third's request, he has gotten employment with the logging firm. Not that Naruto needed the money, he was given an allowance that allowed him to survive for a very long time. It was a method to try and integrate Naruto into society. Truthfully, Naruto would rather not do such labor and just pull pranks and eat ramen. But the third asked it as a favor, and how the hell can Naruto refuse after all that has been done for him? As Naruto entered the logging shop, a bitter old man, Naruto's employer, stared with irritation. You're early. It was not a question. Yeah, I dash. What are you planning? Naruto rolled his eyes. This was not an odd conversation. His employer, he could not even bother to know what his name is, was a paranoid old git, always thinking something was up, and blamed Naruto. Planning to burn down the shop, huh? Yeah, whatever, old man. Just let me chop the wood. Naruto huffed. The old man smirked and waved him off. Naruto went out back and did not stop chopping wood till midday. Although Naruto did deplore such menial manual labor, he had come to appreciate it. It was exercise in the outdoors, and it was a great way to reflect and think in peace, akin to meditating. Before he knew it, the 12 o'clock bell from the center of town rang. Whoa, noon already. Naruto glared into the horizon. That would explain why my arms hurt. His arms were pulsating, his muscles raw and itchy. Oi! Naruto turned to the source, his old employer peering out the window like some cranky crow. Naruto, get your ass back in here. It's time for your deliveries. People have to sleep warm tonight. The old man's head withdrew back into the house, so he did not see a thrilled Naruto. Deliveries were the best part of the day for him. He ran inside and out front to see as usual a rather large cart with stacks of wood wrapped in dull gray string, each stack containing a name and an address. His employer would normally do the deliveries, but he isn't as spry as he used to be, so he begrudgingly gave the task to Naruto. Without a word nor prompting, Naruto lifted the arms of the cart and trudged into town. The old man huffed and trudged back into the lodge with a small smirk on his face, although his employer would never admit it. Even on his deathbed, Naruto was, if nothing else, a very dedicated worker. Noon was one of calmer times in the village. Students were at school, parents were out working, and the shinobi were out doing their missions or whatever they did. Naruto was trudging a rather oversized cart, which admittedly looked rather comical as it was about 3 times the size of the child using it. Due to the way the cart was designed, Naruto had to use little effort in order to move it. No time to lose. If I am late, the old man will get shitty at me. He grabbed a list from the top of the pile and saw the name and address. That is on the other side of town. Screw that, I'll do it later. He put it back in the pile and pulled the next address. It was closer. As Naruto directed the bulky cart to the address, which was a few blocks away. He reached the front of the house, he dropped the cart and stretched his arms, and although he could not see anyone, he had a distinct feeling he was being watched. Great, just what I need. Naruto grabbed the stack of wood and walked quickly to the door and rapped on it. There was no answer. Naruto knocked again, slowly and loudly this time. The house might as well have been derelict. Now Naruto was annoyed. Log delivery. Come on, I know you're there. Come and collect. If there was no one there to pick it up, Naruto could not deliver. He was not allowed to leave it lying around, and he would cop nothing but flack from his employer and inevitably from the third Hokage, which is not what he needed. Just leave it and go away. Naruto tuned to the voice. It was behind the door. Someone was home, all right. The voice belonged to a female, relatively young. Teenager, most likely. Naruto sighed to himself, it's gonna be one of those deliveries. Most of the time, someone would actually come out to collect, but every now and then, more often than Naruto would like, he was told to leave it out front, which was okay, except for the fact he was treated like some kind of contagious parasite. Naruto would be more inclined to actually give it to someone, but he had no time. Naruto, in an uncharismatic fashion, dumped the wood on the porch. A loud clunk was heard. Without another word, Naruto returned to his cart and moved on. The wood was not collected until he was well beyond 100 yards from the house. As Naruto guessed, it was not an isolated incident. Everyone was very rude and paranoid. Most of the time he was told to leave it and go away, although every now and then someone came out and snatched the wood out of his hand like some vulture protecting their food. These deliveries were collected by very big males and were obviously ninja, judging by their Chunin vests. One of them even called him a freak of nature. And the Hokage wonders why I don't like the villagers. Naruto grumbled under his breath. He seemed gloomy, but that went away almost immediately when he saw his last delivery. A regular, and these people were actually nice. Well, sort of. The Akimichi clan was jolly if nothing else, and even gave Naruto food when he was tired. Yet there was a distance kept between them. However, this was not the reason he was excited. The reason was because Naruto had to walk by the ninja academy, where all the students his age were training. About now it would be lunchtime, so he would be able to see the students play. A rejuvenated Naruto rushed with the cart to the academy as fast as his legs could carry them. In a matter of minutes he was outside the front gate of the academy. He could see all of them talking and laughing. He could see Nara Shikimaru, droopy-eyed and walking next to Akimichi Chuji, who has actually picked up his deliveries himself. Naruto could see a small group of girls gathered closely around one person. Although he could not see him, he could guess who it was, Uchiha Sasuke. For some reason beyond Naruto's comprehension, all the girls were attracted to him, even the older ones. In the hurdle, he could see Yamanaka Ino, and then there was Haruno Sakura. Naruto smiled when he saw the pink-haired girl. For a while now he has a crush on her and was actually tempted to ask her out. He glanced up at the sun and realized that it was well past 1 o'clock. All right, Naruto, he thought, enough daydreaming and get back to work. Tomorrow you will ask her out. Kiba was hiding in one of the trees relatively close to the gate. Akamaru started to really freak out and climbed into his jacket. There were only a few circumstances when Akamaru was scared as he was. Either there was someone really powerful nearby or Kiba's mother was very angry at him. As neither could be felt, it could only be one other person. Naruto. Sure enough, a few minutes later Naruto appeared behind a corner and peered inside curiously. Well, Akamaru, Kiba said in an attempt to reassure Akamaru. Now we know why Shino walked inside a few minutes ago. The only people that reacted as badly if not worse to Naruto was the Aburame clan. They seemed compelled to leave or go around him almost on a subconscious level. Naruto smiled for a brief moment when he saw the small group of people gathered around Sasuke. He then quickly shook his head and picked up the cart filled with only one stack of wood left. Such a smarmy chump. Thinks he can go around daydreaming, Kiba said in a rather annoyed tone. Don't worry, Akamaru will show him. Akamaru pined almost like a yelp, still shivering under his coat. He's terrified. What the hell is Naruto? Kiba took out a small kunai from his back pouch, took steady aim and threw it with all his might. Naruto was walking casually when he heard a loud thunk from the cart. Then very slowly the cart started to tilt. Nu, nu, nu. The cart fell over, the arms pushing Naruto aside. A loud crash and the stack of wood got loose and the logs scattered all over the place. Everyone on the playground stopped and stared at the source of the noise. Most of them just laughed at what occurred, although others such as Sasuke just stared blankly. Some of the students started to whisper, although they might as well have been speaking aloud. Naruto? What is he doing here? I don't know. I heard he is always causing trouble. Naruto could not be bothered with that. He looked at the wheel under the barrow. The wheel was scratched and jammed with something. Naruto reached with his hand and pulled it out. Naruto's eyes grew wide. It was a kunai. Someone threw a kunai at the wheel? Naruto thought in disgust and turned into the courtyard searching for the culprit. No one owned up or showed indication, but then he saw a very familiar person jump down from the tree. Kiba, I should have guessed. Why am I not surprised? Kiba had a relatively big grin on his face. You asshole, Kiba. My boss is going to kill me, Naruto said at the top of his lungs. Kiba shrugged, his smile remaining. Hey Naruto, I thought I would celebrate. The exam was on today and I passed with flying colors. Naruto started at him in rage but with a sense of curiosity. Exams were today. God damn it, this is just what I need. Kiba being a genin, as if he was bad enough when he was just a student. I'll take my kunai back, thanks. Naruto tuned back in to see Kiba holding his hand out, indicating to the kunai. Naruto wanted to hurt him, with such relish, to cut his throat and to grind his annoying mutt into the dust. Apparently the dog could sense Naruto's thoughts as a small object was wriggling under Kiba's coat. Kiba noticed this and got into a ready stance. His body crouched low, his teeth bare and sharp. Naruto gripped the kunai tightly. This has got to stop. The whole playground stopped and focused on what was about to happen. Even Sasuke stopped to look and Shino looked out from one of the school's windows. Stop, you too. Everyone directed their attention to a tall Jounin teacher heading towards them. Naruto did not know him personally but knew he was a teacher at the academy. Something Irika. Naruto, give me the kunai. Naruto did not have the chance to respond. The kunai was quickly taken from him before he even noticed. Thanks, Irika Senii, Kiba said with a smile. Don't thank me yet, Kiba. I saw what you did. A huge frown printed across Irika's face. I expect you to apologize to Naruto. What? Kiba had a perturbed look on his face. Why should I apologize to him? Irika's eyes had a rather angry expression which made Naruto glad that he was not Kiba. Because I said so. Kiba was taken aback by the tone his sensei's voice and determined it would be better to just apologize.
I'm sorry.
Kiba mumbled under his breath, although it was obvious he was anything but. Kiba then strolled away without a care in the world. Irika made a look of embarrassment like Kiba's behavior was his fault. Sorry, Naruto, Irika said. He felt really uncomfortable with what he was about to say. Naruto guessed this is the bad news. I know you come around here almost every day, and every day you are picked on. I know this is difficult, but... The look in his eyes indicated sadness. Maybe you should not come around here anymore. You know what Kiba is like. Naruto was shocked. Hold on. You were saying because Kiba started it, it is my fault? No, Naruto. Irika gave a firm look. I am just saying that every time you come over you always get in trouble. I can't help you forever. But dash. No buts, Naruto. Irika looked at him with a sad look in his eye. Every time you come here you provoke someone. Naruto was about to speak in protest. I know it is not your fault. Believe me, but for some reason the animal clans have not taken a shine to you, though I can't understand why. Irika patted Naruto on the head. Naruto smiled, if not a little. Iruka continued. I know you really want to be a ninja. The look in your eyes say it all. I don't want to be the one to tell you this, but bottom line. Some people are not meant to be ninja. Naruto's eyes widened, yet he maintained enough control to hold back the tears. Iruka's hand still on Naruto's head. You do not have the ability to defend yourself, and coming here is just going to cause you more grief and dash. Iruka is not a bad guy by nature. Naruto knew this deep down, but what was being said was a little too much to take. Iruka noticed Naruto starting to lose his composure and thought it was inappropriate for that to happen in front of all the students, though in a way it might be helpful to show the children that Naruto is indeed human. Iruka bent down so he was at even height with the cringing boy. How about this? We'll go out tomorrow night. I'll treat you to some ramen. We'll talk then. Naruto smiled a little, the tears almost beyond his control. I like ramen, Naruto said between sniffles. Iruka smiled and removed his hand from the child's head. Now you better head on out. Your final customer might be getting anxious. Naruto regained his composure and picked up the scattered wood around him and placed it in the cart. The rope was damaged and could not repaired, so it would have to be handed as it was. See you later, Iruka. Iruka smiled in response and waved. After staying there for a minute, he turned around and headed back into the academy. Poor kid, Iruka thought, it's not fair how he's treated no matter what he is. Naruto was on his way to his last delivery. He felt rejuvenated. It was nice to be treated to ramen. It was even more so to be treated by decently as a human being. He reached the final delivery spot. The Akimichi clan. The houses were huge, and the symbol of their clan, the kanji symbol for food no less, was on every door of the clan houses. He knocked on the door, and almost instantly a rather heavy-set woman stepped out. She had a smile from ear to ear. Hello, my dear. Hey, sorry I am late. There was a small accident and I tripped. The string snapped. Naruto held out the individual small logs in his hands and gesturing to the remains in his cart. That's okay. That string is a pain to untie anyway. She smiled sweetly and Naruto was put at ease. She quickly gathered the wood in one go, which surprised Naruto. The Akimichi clan is strong, Naruto thought, would not want to piss one of them off. Honey, you look thin. Naruto returned from his thoughts and gazed at the heavy-set woman in front of them. She had a look of concern on her face. She looked along Naruto's shoulders and body. She seemed to disapprove of Naruto's eating habits. You aren't eating enough. You look like a twig. Come in, I will cook you something. She strolled inside. The tone in her voice did not indicate Naruto had a choice in the matter. Naruto blushed as he looked at his clothes. I know I am thin, he thought, but a twig. Come on. Still, it would be rude to refuse an invitation, and the Akimichi clan was well known for making excellent ramen if nothing else. As he stepped inside and took his work boots off, he could not help but be amazed with the interior. The whole house was practically one large kitchen, putting most other restaurants to shame. There were pots on the stoves boiling some sort of soup, there was pieces of chicken along being cooked over an open fire, and there were huge containers that obviously contained rice. I am just cooking some dinner for Choza and my son Chuji. Naruto wondered in amazement. This is dinner? Naruto thought. Naruto met her husband and son once. Classic Akimichi, heavy, jolly, and strong as all hell. They seemed to have similar personality quirks, namely turning into violent bastards the moment someone drops a word even remotely close to fatty. Naruto watched as the female head of the clan scooped some food into a huge bowl and placed it onto the main table. Come on, the food is good. She gestured. Naruto walked to the table and saw the bowl's contents. Ramen with everything. Thank you so much, Naruto said and immediately went for a set of chopsticks. It easily one of the best ramen he has ever tasted. Definitely in the top 10, and there was so much. By the time Naruto finished, he could almost feel his stomach trying to crawl out of his chest. What a great meal. Thank you very much, but I have to get back, otherwise the old man will get sore. Naruto waved goodbye. Welcome. Don't forget to eat more food. It's not healthy. As Naruto got back to the cart, he realized that he would have to take his pace as the food weighed him down. He chuckled to himself and realized he was probably in the mood for a scolding. Oh well, despite the shit, it ended on a semi-decent note. It took a while to get back, and he saw the old man on the porch smoking a rather large pipe. His beady little eyes glared at Naruto. Late as usual, he grumbled. Actually, I don't want to hear it, you're always late. Follow me. He put out his pipe and strolled back into the office. Naruto held his breath and followed his employer from hell. So much for the day ending on a semi-decent note. As he entered, he saw a small object head towards him at incredible speed. Naruto sidestepped at the last minute. The object passed him and landed behind him with a metallic smack. He focused on what it was. It was Naruto's pouch, his daily pay. Don't bother coming in tomorrow. Naruto turned in shock. The old man stood there in the room, his eyes glaring behind the smoke from his pipe. What, I am fired? Not yet, just no work tomorrow. Why? Naruto stared in disgust. This is bullshit. Watch you language, boy. The old man glared, his tone picking up. Everyone gets to have their birthday off. Naruto stopped himself from saying a whole bunch of curses that would make a monk pale in horror. He stared at the old man in a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. How did you know? Why now? I am your employer, dipshit. I know a lot about you. Besides, you always sulk for about a week when you have to work on your birthday. I figured this would be a good way to get you back to work without bitching. Naruto's eyes gleamed and could not resist having a big smile on his face. Thanks, old man. Go away. Happy birthday. The old man sounded very bored and annoyed. Best not provoke him any longer. Naruto picked up his pay and bolstered out the door, jumping over the steps on the porch. This day may not end that badly after all, Naruto said with a grim smile. Chapter 4. The Gift Awakens. 20 minutes before midnight, October 10th. Mizuki was walking through the streets with a hurried pace. He was relatively impatient to leave the city gates. They were going to be closed soon. He wore standard Chunin attire with a rather bulky object on his back, though one could only guess what it was as it was covered by a dark green tarp wrapped tightly around it. The white-haired shinobi was no longer happy at the village. Truth be told, he grew tired of the village years ago. Frankly, if he left, they would not shed many tears for him and would be on the ANBU assassination list for his troubles. Mizuki frowned on that outcome. He gave 27 years of his life to the village and was not about to leave the village empty-handed. Therein lies the reason for the object on his back. Konoha's scroll of seals created by the first Hokage. For a highly important and sacred object, Mizuki thought it was relatively easy to get. It was not even guarded that well. Mizuki smirked to himself. By the time the patrols have found the incapacitated guards, he will have been long gone by then. Mizuki was aware that he was not out of the woods yet, but could not help think of what he is going to do with the scroll. Learn the techniques? Absolutely, but after that, what then? Sell them? Possibly. Blackmail Konoha? Tempting. Make a country for myself and become a Kage? One step at a time. Mizuki could already taste the thrill of it. The prospect of getting what is finally owed after so long, after being cheated by everyone. Glory, here I come. He whispered to himself. He could see the gates. 400 meters away and counting. Soon I'll be Fr. Close the gates. Close the gates now. Mizuki spun around. A group of shinobi was heading in his direction. Mizuki could not fathom how they found out so quickly. Worry about that later. He had to fight his way out. Mizuki slowly readied his kunai under his sleeve. To his shock, the ninja did not engage, but ran past him. 17 minutes before midnight, October 10th. Naruto walked out of the bathroom in his pajamas and wearing an orange floppy hat with a childish drawing of a bear at its base. Naruto's mouth opened and gave a huge yawn and stretched his whole body. Normally he would have gone to bed hours ago, but his lack of obligations tomorrow left Naruto free to do whatever he want. I might sleep in late tomorrow, then go to pick up something for myself like a cake, then I'll dash. Naruto's train of thought was broken when he realized that he had no one to celebrate with. He did not know the Akimichi clan nor Irika well enough to just forcibly enter their life, and the third is so busy that he has very little time for anybody, much less Naruto. Ah! Come on, Naruto mumbled. Did his mind really have to remind him of this now? Naruto trudged over to his bed like a tortoise. His good mood vaporized. He trundled past his kitchen and living room towards bed. However, the lights above him temporarily flickered out. Naruto looked up at the lights and saw the bulbs flickering. Not just the one above him, but the entire house, even the toilet and bathroom. 16 minutes before midnight, October 10th. What the hell is going on? He said aloud. The ninja did not even slow down. Someone has stolen the scroll of seals. We are in lockdown. Come on, Mizuki, we need to find the thief. The ninja sped to the gates and told the guards to lock up immediately. Mizuki could see his exit point close up drastically, but he could not panic. They have not discovered him yet, though it will be a matter of time. Got to find another exit. He jumped up to a nearby house and looked around for another exit. One by one, the gates slowly shut. Crap, where do I go? Where do I go? Mizuki knew that he could not go through the walls, that was just suicide, and he cannot just quietly leave it nearby to be found, otherwise it will be locked up forever. Besides, there was still no guarantee he would not be suspected, and Mizuki knew he would not last 3 minutes before Ibiki. There is always an exit, Mizuki thought, just got to find. Mizuki's eyes focused on a small hill at the edge of the village near the walls. There, it was not very well maintained or guarded, and it was only inhabited by the freak of nature Naruto. The perfect exit, Mizuki thought, and some people will not go anywhere near that place. I am going to check with the Hokage. You guys take the northern gates. Mizuki ordered the small group of ninja. Yes, sir, they said in unison and vanished into thin air. Mizuki smiled to himself and bolted over the rooftops to the abandoned hill. By the time they know it was Mizuki, he will be gone, and Naruto should offer no resistance, though it would be better not to leave any potential witnesses. Better to just kill him. What do you know? Mizuki mused. It seems I will be doing one last service to the people of Konoha. Mizuki could not help but chuckle. 5 minutes before midnight, October 10th. What the hell is going on? Naruto gasped. The metallic clicking of the lights going on and off at various speeds was all that filled the grisly silence. For some strange reason as well, although he could not explain it, the room temperature suddenly dropped. He gazed at his thermometer mounted on the wall. There was no change, yet Naruto felt cold. His limbs were numb and a chill ran up his spine. Then, as quickly as it started, it stopped, the lights immediately stopped flickering, and the room temperature returned to normal. Naruto slowly walked towards his bedroom, his eyes still fixed to the ceiling. He has never got a power fluctuation before, nor have there been any power outages. That is nothing to say about the sudden freezing temperatures. What the he-ow? Naruto's train of thought was derailed when his head made contact with the door frame of his bedroom. Shit, that hurts. Naruto angrily slammed the door frame with his fist. It was an object and could not feel any pain, yet it still made Naruto feel a little better. Naruto clutched his head. The pain was already subsiding. Naruto slowly trudged towards the bed and sat on it. The mattress sagged under his weight. Guess I might as well replace the mattress tomorrow while I'm at it. Naruto sighed and looked at the clock next to his bed, methodically ticking to midnight. Naruto really did not want to look at the clock anymore. He no longer felt the thrill of turning 12. He was stuck the way he was. 1 minute from midnight, October 10th. Mizuki landed on one of the main branches of a tree 100 yards from Naruto's house. Despite his dislike for the village, Mizuki could understand the creepy vibe from the house. The house was moderately big, it was not very well built, it looked more like a shack, but still it did its job. The entire area was peaceful and serene. The absence of human influence, however, it had an aura of absence of life itself. This freak has been nothing but a nuisance. Mizuki could see Naruto through a window. He was in his bedroom, looking quietly at a clock. Mizuki reflected back to when he first encountered Naruto, a small child with messy blonde hair and an obviously dislike for people in general. He was a freak, useless and weak, yet the third demanded that thing be treated like a civilized human. How the hell people put up with you, Naruto, I will never know. Mizuki mused to himself. He landed quietly at the base of the tree and pulled out a rather large shuriken from his small arsenal hidden under the coat, right beneath the scroll of seals. He froze when something crawled up his spine. His instincts went haywire. He turned to look into the forest and village. Something was coming. Something's not right, Mizuki murmured. Then he heard it. 30 seconds from midnight, October 10th. Why do I get the feeling this is fate? Naruto mumbled to himself, not really half expecting an answer. It was relatively quiet in the house. Nothing stirred except the mechanical clock and its rather loud ticking. Is it loud because it has always been loud, though, Naruto, or is everything just so quiet? But then Naruto felt something which broke his train of thought, like a cool breeze in his lungs and crawling up to his head like a snake up a branch. This isn't good, Naruto prayed it was just feeling. Something that would pass in time. Am I apprehensive? 5 seconds from midnight, October 10th. Mizuki paled, he could feel the presence of shinobi, at least 10. 2 of them are high-level jounin, the rest chunin, 1 of them was paired with a dog. They were heading to his direction. They must be the elite trackers from the Inzuka clan, Mizuki thought. Shit, they are on to me already. Mizuki was starting to panic. He had to bail now while he had the chance. They would reach him in a matter of minutes. Mizuki gazed at Naruto sitting quietly on his bed. Going to have to kill you another time, Naruto, Mizuki whispered. 4 seconds before midnight, October 10th. I have never felt like this before. Naruto was occasionally depressed, sure, but never to the extent that he started to hallucinate. Maybe I should have another talk with Mimiki again. Naruto continued to feel colder, like he was being soaked in an ice bath. Yet he knew it was just in his head. There was not fog from his breath, and the thermometer in the kitchen had no change. What is going on? Naruto said, his voice no longer filled with annoyance but fear. 3 seconds before midnight, October 10th. Mizuki jumped back up to the branch he left like a frog. He looked at the wall. It was almost deserted, something out of an old ghost town. What a breach of security, Mizuki mused to himself. The third is going to have an aneurysm when he finds out this is where I escape. Before he set off on what he thought would have been a life for freedom and power, something caught his eye, well, the peripheral vision of his eye. Something dark was moving toward Naruto's house. 2 seconds before midnight, October 10th. The cold descended into freezing. Am I sick? Naruto whispered to himself, his legs were shivering. A voice from the silence answered his question. Its tone was slippery, like something akin to a snake, and malicious to boot. Hardly, Naruto. 1 second before midnight, October 10th. Mizuki stared in a mixture of confusion and awe. He gazed at the shadows of the trees in the middle of the night drawing towards the house, almost like the shadows were drawn to it in like water in a whirlpool. What the hell is going on? Midnight, October 10th. Naruto heard the voice again, echoing loudly like it was coming for a cave. A voice that sounded so old and rotten it sounded like it came from the Shinigami itself. It had a coyness in its tone, like something a cat would say while taunting a mouse. Happy birthday, Naruto. Welcome to the rest of your life. Chapter 5. Goodbye weakness, hello darkness. The lights around the house all went out, as if the fuses shorted at the same time. A crackle of electricity, which sounded sickeningly like broken bone, echoed around the house. Oh sure dash. Naruto's lungs stopped breathing. He reached for his throat but was stopped by black tendrils that grew from the very ground itself. They wrapped firmly around his wrist, so tight were they severed the blood flow to his hands. The tendrils themselves were hard and sharp, felt less like soft flesh and more like coral or some form of shellfish. Happy birthday, Naruto. The voice was gentle yet at the same time malicious. It sounded like it was trying to calm Naruto yet at the same time trying to rip something out, like a hunter soothing the worries of a dying prey. Naruto felt something grow in the very pit of his stomach, like ragged weeds that shot upward into his throat. Naruto tried to scream, wanted to get help but was unable to. He felt paralyzed. He tried to get up but was resisted by the tendrils still wrapped around his wrist. Naruto tried to run outside, hoping to buy himself some time to find an explanation. He just fell to the floor in an undignified heap. Oh God! Somebody help me! Naruto tried to say the words, scream the words with all he could muster. All that came out was a black slime oozing out of his mouth almost like it was alive. The slime tasted foul, like rotting meat or spoiled eggs. Stop whining. The voice in his head sounded genuinely annoyed, as if he was expecting a warmer welcome. It is embarrassing. The pain was incredible. He felt a burning sensation so strong it was as if his very flesh and blood were on fire. The lungs themselves felt like they were melting away into nothing. Naruto's bones were freezing, his legs and arms still shivering. Naruto reflexively struggled against the pain but to no avail. He could feel the growing vine in his throat spread not out of his mouth but further down into his stomach.
I'm dying.
I can't breathe. Help me please. How rude. Naruto. The grave voice rattled around in Naruto's head, giving Naruto a mild headache. You are a lucky boy, Naruto. The coyness in its voice was so potent you could taste it. Naruto cried. He just wanted the pain to end. He did not want to die alone in his house, but it was better than living as he currently was. Foggy tears clouded his vision and dropped to the ground. But they were not normal tears. They were black and viscous, like black paint. You have been given a gift? Naruto's head was pounding, the pain growing worse, and although he thought it could not get any worse, he was pretty sure he lost control over his bowels, the ultimate gift in fact. As Naruto's vision was slowly starting to fade, he could see the slime and tears slowly flow into the air of his darkened house and swarm like a vortex around him. A pool of blackening liquid suspended in the air as if by magic. The vortex swirled ever so quickly, expanding the entire size of the room. As Naruto gazed in wonder and horror, the center of the vortex collapsed in on itself, creating, for lack of any comprehension, a portal to a silent dark abyss. Naruto stopped struggling and stared as if mesmerized, tears still flowing down his face. The abyss was ever still, and so quiet it was as if it sucked all the sound in the world down the dark well. A pair of eyes winked out of the darkness, emerald green and full of malicious intent, potent enough to make an already pained Naruto very nauseated, spewing forth more black slime from his mouth. The green eyes slowly got bigger as whomever or whatever the owner was got closer. The dimly lit moonlight, being the only source of illumination, revealed a small 3-foot-tall gremlin. It has skin the color of black ash. Its ears were bat-like and its head was shaped like a beach volleyball. Its body was skeletal and its arms and legs were long and stick-like. Its tongue was like a contorted worm and its teeth were like butcher knives. Its mouth widened into a sickening smile, but it looked more as if it was wincing in agony. A gift that keeps on giving. Its voice was small and light-hearted, as if he was trying to talk whilst laughing. It took a rather showy bow as if it was before royalty. The gremlin's eyes softened and stared with a sense of curiosity and amusement. Boss, you don't look so good. It skipped up and crouched in front of Naruto, tapping him on the forehead. His bony appendage was like chisel to his skull. Naruto, released from his trance by the pain, returned to his struggling, but his strength had left him. I don't want to die here. Can't breathe. He could feel his heart bearing a mile a minute. The oxygen in his lungs slowly burning away. Must get out somehow. You want to get outside? The gremlin's smile returned, bigger than before. Please, let us indulge you. With that, the gremlin snapped his skeletal fingers and 1,000 eyes behind him in the portal opened in unison. Naruto had no chance to react before he was swarmed by the shadows. Mizuki stared at the house in fixture of amazement. The lights went out and then he heard a screaming from something that could not be human. It was like a humongous groan of pain from hundreds of people to form one voice. Mizuki could see the whole interior of the house swarming with black liquid, moving at incredible speeds, as if the house contained a powerful storm. He also noticed that the shadows were growing and being drawn around the house like black smoke. What the fuck is this? Mizuki had completely forgotten about the pursing ninjas, and was at the stage that he thought regretted going anywhere near this accursed hill. The window to Naruto's bedroom was shattered open and the whole section of the house exploded from sheer brute force. The walls, which were made of solid, would split and cracked and burst forth in every direction like a kunai trap, scattering off dust and dirt into the sky. Mizuki maintained enough composure to duck behind the tree he stood on. He could feel the impact of high velocity wood hitting the tree, vibrating down his spine. If that was me, I would be dead by now. Mizuki took in a deep breath and peered around the tree. The roof itself was lifted by 3 gigantic tendrils, easily 10 meters in length, and with a great howl like a storm, hurled the broken house into the air in the direction of the village. A roar thundered throughout the hills. Mizuki watched with a sense of caution and fear as the tentacles withered up high and slowly began to seep back into the smoking remains. He could hear the writhing and slithering of something big, like a snake coiling itself to attack. What's coming? Mizuki readied his large shuriken in his left hand and a standard kunai in his right. Beneath the smoke he could see the outline of a bulbous shape almost like a gigantic rock. It began to contort and Mizuki could swear he heard the sound of breathing. With a rather comical tui, launched something into the air and land with a dull thump onto a patch of grass. Mizuki focused on the thing that landed. It was hard to identify as it was covered in black slime. He almost thought it was dead until it started to cough. "What the hell?" said the blob. Mizuki widened his eyes as the slime stared to remove itself and reveal the thing inside. Naruto. Ugh. Naruto groaned. His face was a darker shade of red. He could see the dimly lit night sky. Well, wasn't that a slice of awesome? Ha ha ha. The little green-eyed gremlin loomed over his shoulder. His seizure-like grin spread so far across his face as went around the side and the back of his head. Ugh. Naruto felt his lungs tighten, his head spinning. "Oh, blow it out your ass, you sissy. You can breathe now." The gremlin delivered a rather audible slap to the back, causing Naruto to exhale with force. Black slime was spraying out of his mouth. Naruto could hold on and took in breath. "I can breathe. Holy crap, I'm alive." Naruto cried out in joy. "Yes, yes, yes." Naruto immediately sat up and began to stretch. However, he felt something squishy underneath him. He looked at his pajamas and groaned. "I actually crapped my pants. Damn it." Naruto was more embarrassed than angry. It was his favorite pair of pajamas. "This is never going to wash out. Look at this." Naruto with his index and forefinger lifted up parts of this clothes and looked at the black goo covering him from head to toe. "This new guy. Not bright, is he?" Nope. Naruto looked up and saw a whole legion of demonic gremlins, in all shapes and sizes. Some were bigger than a man, others were the size of hamsters. Some looked human, others looked like nothing in existence. Most of their eyes were yellow or gold or even blue. There was only one in the very middle of the group with green. "Gaga Erhar." Naruto cried. He tried to make a run for it, but he felt a clawed hand grab his shoulder and smack him hard to the ground. "Listen, boss." The green-eyed gremlin was doing his absolute best to cater to the new master, but still he was annoying. "If we wanted to kill you, we would have done it already and then used your organs as either food or contraceptives." One of the little gremlins, a smaller one with blue eyes, separated from the group, only it did not walk away so much as slithered. Its upper body was similar to the rest, but its lower body was that of a snake which stretched back 2 meters. "Listen, boss, we dash." "Why do you keep calling me boss?" Naruto was freaked out, and a gigantic demonic snake gremlin does not help one's mood in this case. The gremlins looked at each other, frowns along their hideous faces. The snake gremlin scratched his head. "Because you, are the boss." The gremlins delved into their own conversations, ignoring a rather confused Naruto. Their incessant chattering evolved into one conversation. "This blows. Whatever happened to our original owner? Why do I get the feeling that this guy is the butt monkey of the village? I vote for a strike. Could someone please eviscerate whoever said that? Oh, again, you guys suck. Wait, why? I like penguins? Hey, is there a titty bar around here? The boss is 12 douchebag. Oh, how about we kill a hobo? Did you just stab me with a spoon? Hey, pull my finger. I need a drink? The night is lovely." The voices slowly built up over intensity, creating an unpleasant buzzing sound, like an angry beehive. Naruto could not help it. "Enough!" The gremlins stopped talking and stared at Naruto. Their facial expression was, or what Naruto thought was, a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Naruto got up from the ground, his clothes in tatters. "Look, you little gremlin bastards. I am going inside and then I dash." "Hey, we are not gremlins, all right?" The green-eyed gremlin took charge again. It quickly scurried onto the top of a very annoyed creature the size of Naruto. "We are called Darklings. With a capital D." All the now Darklings cheered in agreement. One quickly constructed a sign out of nearby wood that said "Gremlins suck" in badly scrawled yellow writing. Darklings," Naruto said in confusion. "Yes," the green-eyed Darkling said with a snap of his fingers. "And I am Frutz." Frutz took another bow similar to when he first crawled out of the portal. "We are here." Frutz gestured to the Darklings around them. All of them put on their best smile for their new master. "To serve you." A long index finger pointed squarely at Naruto's chest. "How did you get here?" Naruto was still terrified yet at the same time curious. The Darklings chuckled amongst themselves. "You brought us here, Naruto." "Me?" Naruto mumbled. The blue-eyed Darkling with the snake-like body wrapped itself around a tree behind the other demonic creatures spoke up. No, the guy behind you who is also called Naruto. Naruto may be in shock, but he was no stranger to sarcasm. Before Naruto could say anything, Frutz interjected. Hey, shut up, Galbrick. The blue-eyed darkling called Galbrick huffed in protest. Frutz turned, his super-wide grin plastered across his face. Yes, you did bring us out, and sorry for the mess we made. Normally the hosts of the darkness have a messy time adapting to their new gift. The darkness. Naruto's gaze shifted from Galbrick back to Frutz. What the hell is the darkness? A few of the darklings chuckled to themselves, Frutz included. The darklings started to gather around Naruto. In fact, he could almost swear there were more of them. But they were moving and slithering amongst themselves in such a fashion it was hard to track them individually. We could spend months pondering that, Frutz mused. It is that voice in your head that we know you can hear. It is the source of your power and our existence. We are part of it, just as much a part of it as you are. Naruto heard the words and they registered with his mind, but this still didn't make sense. Something was missing. His gut was sure of it. What does that make me? A monster. I knew it. Naruto spun quickly around to see a tall man with white hair. He was young and very familiar. Mizuki. Naruto remembered the man who despised him the most. Mizuki ticked all the boxes and gave the impression of a very good teacher. But the look that Mizuki gave him when he went to the store for groceries or when he stopped at the academy said it all. Naruto's gaze could not help but look towards the rather large shuriken in his hand, which was gripped so firmly Mizuki's knuckles turned white. Don't worry about him, Naruto, Frutz replied. His smile grew to a grin. Razor-sharp teeth gleamed in the moonlight. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. You got us for that. Ha 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 ha. The darklings were starting to shift around Naruto and his partially demolished house. If Naruto had any doubts about there being more darklings, those were completely obliterated. There were easily more than 100, a lot more than the small handful of darklings he first encountered. Where the hell are they coming from? Naruto thought, I can't see a portal. Although the notable increase in amount of darklings was apparent to Naruto, Mizuki seemed totally unaware. That or he was just being ignorant. I was going to leave this village, but now that you have seen me, you have to die here. You know you could have just slipped away when you had the chance, you retard. One of the darklings cried. It looked like a gigantic crab the size of a rather large child. The darklings started to laugh and mutter amongst themselves. Obviously, Naruto thought, shaking his head with worry. This was some sort of big joke to them. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Inferiority complex for the win. Look at his forehead protector. Where is this place? This is Konoha. Konoha? That place sucks. Bunch of hippies. Hippies are people too. I want my mommy. I want to eat your mommy. Bao chi ka bow wow. Ooh, ting tang, walla walla, bing bang. Naruto was about to tell them to shut up, but Mizuki beat him to the punch. You demons! Silence! You shall go back to hell when your master dies. Wait! Naruto jumped. What? Mizuki hurled his shuriken with a cry of triumph. It was so fast, he could not even see until it was within a centimeter of his face. Oh God! Yet the blow did not come. The shuriken just hung there suspended dead in its tracks. What? Naruto gibbered. A centimeter away from death would shake anybody up, especially if they were having a day like Naruto's. Naruto stared at the immobile shuriken, trying to unearth its secret. His eyes gazed to the very tip of the shuriken and saw what halted the flying chunk of metal. A small clawed hand held the tip of the shuriken between its thumb and forefinger. The hand's owner was the green-eyed Frutz. I told you, Naruto. Frutz removed the shuriken away from Naruto's face and looked at it as if inspecting its creation. He was not impressed. In fact, he looked and sounded rather bored. You have nothing to worry about anymore. He took a tip of the shuriken and, with careful administration, used it a toothpick for his teeth. What the hell? Mizuki just stood at the branch of the tree in horror. Frutz seemed to snap out of his trance and gazed at the shocked Chunin with a sort mild neglect. Want to Frutz? Galbrick said, his tail twitching with anticipation. Frutz shrugged. Meh, you guys go ahead. Frutz returned to picking his teeth. The darklings all cheered and rushed towards the rather screwed traitorous Chunin. One of the darklings yelled with a sense of nostalgia. It has been a long time since I had Konoha ninja for dinner. Mizuki tried to throw the kunai in his left hand, but he never had the chance to throw it. He never had the chance to react or to scream or to dream. Never got the chance to learn the techniques in the scrolls of seals, never got a chance to become a well-recognized ninja, which he genuinely could have been. He never got the chance to achieve his ambitions. Mizuki did get the chance to know how he was going to end. Between the jaws of countless mouths with teeth so sharp you could shave with them and tongues as long as his arm. He got the chance to feel them upon his throat and every square inch on his body. The chance to feel a rather large cut across his abdomen and feel his lower intestines pulled out from the bleeding wound. Mizuki got the chance to feel teeth gnaw on his skull. Like being stabbed by multiple ice picks, and he most certainly got to feel the stomach wrenching. Metaphorically, of course, as his stomach was ripped out too along with one of his kidneys. Feeling of regret. Then, nothing. But after that, Chapter 6, What to Do, Part 1. October 10th, 2:16 am. Konoha Hospital Morgue. Requests for classified meetings are rare and interesting. Such meetings called by Inuzuka Tsume and several other high-ranking ninja would perk anyone's interest. And considering that the members who called the meetings are professional veterans, they know that calling such a meeting can only be requested at the most critical of times. The locations of the meeting usually take place in a room with so many anti-infiltration jutsus that not even a fly can enter without someone knowing about it. This one took place in the morgue, which was just downright creepy and got even a rather cranky Hokage interested in the contents of the meeting. The morgue was well lit and vast. The somber thought of so many dead shinobi lying in morgue vaults was not lost to anyone. In fact, some of the jounin actually take their students here in the attempt to force them to come to terms with reality. That acting sloppy will lead to one's doom. It is a sad truth, but truth nonetheless. The meeting consisted of the third himself and his two advisors and former comrades Mito Kato Hamura and Yudatane Koharu, Inuzuka Tsume, Shiranui Ganma, and the rather quiet Yumino Irika. They were all quietly crowded around a morgue table looking at the contents that lay on it. Is this all that remained? The third Hokage had seen it all, but looking at a severed hand, a bloody pancreas, a set of kunai and one overly large shuriken just made no sense. Yes, Tsume said, her voice somber, her face slightly pale. Even the most veteran of the jounin were shaken. The third was hesitant. This was obviously something bad. We located Mizuki and pursued him. And when we got there, it looked like something right out of a war zone. Sandium-sama, Ganma said, his sunban needle no longer in his mouth. I have been in the field for over a decade and I have never seen anything like that in my entire life. Those things. He trailed off as if in a distant memory. The third nodded. The preliminary reports from the ANBU were vague at best, but statements like a powerful ninjutsu was required to decimate the surrounding the area, as well as the remains of Mizuki were minimal, engagement determined to have been a matter of seconds, tend to stick out. The third has been around for a while, and he knew that when ANBU used the word engagement, that did not mean conflict or fight, but rather one-sided no-holds-barred massacre. And if the third had been correct in what he heard, this had all been done by Uzumaki Naruto. Mizuki may have been a traitor, but he was still a chunin, perhaps even low to mid-level jounin judging from his preliminary reports. One cannot just swat him like a fly without breaking a sweat unless you were a high-level jounin or a Kage-level ninja. And you are positive that Naruto did this? The third likes to keep an open mind. He has nothing against the boy. Truth be told, he actually considered adopting him. Despite the deal that had been dealt to the boy, he always knew how to get by somehow. The third had a hard time believing that the boy he knew for so long would much less could pull something as big as taking down a chunin by himself. This is ridiculous. Why are we even focusing on this? Everyone turned to the objector. It was Hamura. The third grunted at his advisor's apathy. What is important is the scroll of seals. Is it safe? Ganma nodded in compliance. The scroll is completely safe. It lay on the ground untouched and was returned back to the guards. I don't need to tell you it was a bit of a challenge to get it to safety. Ganma lifted his arm to show the bloody injuries that had been inflicted. Everyone seemed to stare at it like it was a strange creature at some exhibit. Large gaping wounds were around the wrist and elbow. They looked suspiciously like bite marks. Something tried to bite his arm off, the third curious as ever. What could have done that to a jounin? While the third thought about it, he noticed that Irika and Tsume were all injured as well. Ganma seemed to get away the most unscathed. Tsume's chunin vest was hanging quite literally by threads, most of it torn to pieces. Her pants were tattered and stained with her own blood. Her hair was messed up and there were 3 small parallel scratches along her face that could barely be seen due to the red clan markings along her face, inherent to the Inuzuka clan. Although she maintained or tried to maintain a cavalier attitude, the fact she was shaking like a rookie on her first mission was indicative that she got away by a fluke, and she knew it. Irika took the biggest brunt of the injuries. His forehead protector was scratched to the point where the Konoha symbol was non-existent. The old scar across his face was recently reopened and a few more added as well, blood slowly dripping from the open wounds along his face. His uniform was practically torn away by talons. Chunin vest and all, and there were shallow bite marks across his entire body. Remind me again why you 3 are not in the infirmary right now? The third mused. We'll be fine. This is important. Gunma smiled and sighed, wrapping the wounds with remnants of his sleeve. The third looked at the other 2 who both nodded in approval and the third grudgingly allowed them to finish. The third stared at the hand of the obviously dead traitor, Mizuki. It was serene and pasty white and looked relatively intact, minus bite marks. Although the third Hokage should not feel any sense of remorse, one cannot help but think what kind of pain he went through before he died. So can anyone care to explain what the hell happened? Sum, Gunma and Irika looked at each other, deciding on what to say. Sum slumped and tried her best to make her report loud and clear. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. There were 10 of us. She began. Chapter 7. The cavalry is too late. As usual. October 10th, 12:15 am. 500 meters from the Uzumaki residence and closing. It was still in the night, while 10 people and 1 dog slipped through the trees heading quickly towards the abandoned hill. Zigzagging along the branches, they were tracking the scent of the scroll of seals and the thief that took it. I told you we would find it. Inuzuka Tsum, the clan's head said, her pride on full blast. This is that happens when you enlist the Inuzuka clan. Of course. Her long-time fighting companion Koromaru said. The black wolf kept with her pace easily, his nose sticking out like a compass. This thief is a smart man, taking the scroll through the least guarded area in the village. Behind them there was the jaded Jounin, Shiranui Gunma, with a toothpick hanging from his mouth. This must be a mistake. Mizuki would never do this. Yumino Irika was pleading to his comrades for some understanding. A fellow academy teacher, the heavy-set Mibu Shinobu, concurred. We have known him for a long time, he said in a disappointed tone. It can't be him. Then there will be no problem when we find him. Hagane Kotetsu and his partner Kamizuki Izumo trailed the group's flank, weary of any traps there might be. We can't tolerate any kind of insubordination, much less this. Yajirobe was the hothead of the group. Catch him now, ask question later. Yajirobe wore his trademark helmet and glasses, which made him look more like a turtle than a ninja, though no one would tell him that. Mizuki was considered a risk in Konoha intelligence. The bandaged Tobitake Tanbo said his piece in the dullest tone imaginable, more like an accountant quoting numbers than a man on a mission. Otherwise he would have been promoted a long while ago. He and his partner Hijiri Shimon from the Konoha Intelligence and Interrogation Unit trailed loosely behind the group. Initially they were searching down the southern gates, but once they heard the thief was an insider, they were immediately assigned by their superiors to a member of the Inuzuka clan and stop him. But Irika trailed off. Deep down, no matter how much he denied it, it made sense. Mizuki, what are you? Look out, Yajirobe cried, and on instinct everyone scattered except Irika, who looked up to see a gigantic object heading straight on top of him. The darkness and speed made it difficult to see what it was. Irika leapt to the side and the object crashed in and broke into countless pieces. The sound was loud and sudden and faded away as quickly as it came. After the dust settled, the pursuing ninjas slowly crawled out of their hiding places. From the trees, under the ground, and in the bushes, they all carefully looked at the remnants of whatever it was. Is that a? Shinobu could not help but feel shaken. A roof? It took a while for the rest of the squad to comprehend what was being said. It was indeed the roof. The way the tiles were laid and the flat structure indicated it could not be anything else. The edges were torn and jagged as if it was ripped from the seams. Needless to say, they were all surprised, not because something landed on them, that was an occupational hazard, but that something so random landed on them. Ninjas could handle boulders, stones, tidal waves, and bombs. But a roof, that was a first. The only house near here is that freak Naruto's. It's the only explanation, Yarajobi muttered. Irika flinched when he heard the snide comment. He was inclined to give Yarajobi a rather harsh lesson in manners, however. He decided that was best held for another time. Yes, that explains everything. Kotetsu's sarcastic conclusion, combined with an obvious rolling of the eyes, was enough to send Yarajobi over the deep end. Why, you little dash? Enough! Everyone turned to the maker of the outburst. Tsum. Her eyes flared with irritation and commanded a sense of fear and retribution. At that moment, everyone realized why her husband left her. Being around someone that scary was very bad for your health. Irika could swear he heard the sound of half the men gulping nervously. Now, Tsum was explain things like a mother would to a child. We are going to follow this by the book. Yarajobi, Kotetsu, and Izumo will head east. Tombo, Shinobu, and Shimon will head west to make sure Mizuki is not setting up an escape exit. Irika, Genma, and myself will continue moving to the target. Got it. Everyone nodded in stunned silence. No one was willing to argue with a pissed of Inuzuka clan member, especially a female Inuzuka clan member. Now go. No one needed to be told twice. Everyone bolted. The only remnants were leaves of the surrounding trees. October 10th, 12:17 am, 300 meters from the Uzumaki residence and closing. Tsum looked at her two teammates with a rather overdone frown on her face. An overly casual jounin who carries a freaking senbon needle in his mouth like a toothpick, and idealistic, rather methodical chunin from the Ninja Academy. Good times, she mused. Let's go. The three shinobi and the ninja hounds silently dashed towards Naruto's house on the top of the heavily forested hill. October 10th, 12:19 am, 200 meters from the Uzumaki residence and closing. As they got closer, they started to hear sounds. Tsum quickly stopped and crouched cautiously on a tree branch. His teammates soon followed. What's going on? Irika inquired. You can't hear them? Tsum said. Something is making noises up there. Irika looked towards the mound in anticipation. Naruto could be in trouble, Irika pleaded. We have to get up there now. Oh no, you don't. It does not sound like screaming. It sounds like... Tsum titled her head quizzically to try and hear better, but Genma obviously had better ears. Laughing, and lots of it. Mizuki must have reinforcements. Tsum came to the same conclusion. They had to hurry or the scroll of seals was lost. They bolted forward, yet something felt wrong to Tsum. Something's not right. Tsum pondered. Is it this situation? I am missing something? At that moment it dawned on her. Koromaru. She stopped dead in her tracks and looked desperately for her old ally. She found him where they just left. He just stood there on the branch, shaking feverishly. He could not even look up. Koromaru, what are you doing? Tsum ran back towards the black wolf with sense of motherly concern. What's wrong? The dog was still shaking, his voice ragged as if he was starting to lose his ability to speak. You can't sense it, Tsum? The wolf stammered helplessly. I can't go. It's too dangerous. Tsum stared in shock. Koromaru, afraid of danger?
Impossible.
The black wolf continued solemnly. Where you go, I will not follow. It occurred to Tsum that the only thing that could cause such fear in such an experienced wolf could only be two words. Uzumaki fucking Naruto. Are you freaked because of the creepy kid? Tsum laughed nervously and patted Koromaru roughly on the head. Come on, Koromaru. You have walked up to that kid and remained unaffected. Heck, you threatened to bite his arm off. You dash. The musty smell of dog urine made her halt the rest of her pep talk. Tsum felt the racing heart of a terrified ninja hound under her hands. Koromaru the wolf lost all sense of control. All that years of training and discipline and growing went out the window.
I'm sorry, Tsume.
I must turn back. Without another word, Koromaru bent its legs and jumped backwards, span in midair and ran faster than Tsum had ever seen. Back to the village. Koromaru, she whispered with worry. She just wanted to run after him. Tsum, the familiar voice of Gunma brought her back to her senses. We have to go. Like right now. Tsum shook her head and sighed. Genma was right, of course, the mission came first. She got herself up and before gazing at the distant shadow of the long-gone Koromaru. Let's move on. Double time. They rushed forward. Not a word was said to each other. October 10th, 12:24 am. 30 meters from the Uzumaki residence and closing. As they quickly surged forward, all three group members were as apprehensive as ever and could not help but silently wonder. What lied ahead that would make Koromaru, a well-established ninja hound, run off like a scared puppy? They started to see the edge of the forest creating a clearing at the top of the mound. Tsum signaled them to stop with her hands. They immediately crouched together behind a tree, their voice barely a whisper. Now here is what we are going to do. We are going to take a quick peek. If Mizuki is there, we arrest him immediately, kill him if necessary. However, there could be more than just Mizuki. We need to be prepared. Tsum pointed at Irika. I know you specialize in explosive tags, so use everything you got as a distraction. Make sure to encompass them, not make them scatter. If you sense even the most minute amount of trouble, run back for reinforcements. Don't be a hero. Understand? Irika nodded in compliance, his hand already searching for the tags in his pack. Tsum quickly moved her finger to Ganma. You use one of your senbon and fire jutsu. Make sure it causes as much damage as possible, but I want specific, precise damage, not reducing the hill to ash. Genma smirked as his only response. Tsum continued, I, on the other hand, will take out any stragglers. Are we good? What if it is just Naruto? Irika inquired. Tsum did not even blink. We detain him and have someone question him. However, if they are congregating, it would be wise to assume that he could be dead. But Irika protested. He was getting fed up with the apathy at the prospect of Naruto being killed. No buts. It's now or never. One life pales in comparison to losing the scroll of seals. Got it. Yes, Irika conceded. But of course, Genma was nonplussed. Let's move. October 10th, 12:27 am. Uzumaki residence. What the hell happened here? Genma said incredulously. The place was absolutely totaled. Like someone quite literally detonated a bomb. Upturned trees everywhere. The house was practically demolished and the ground itself was upturned and torn to pieces. This is serious overkill. This can't be Mizuki. Could this have scared off Koromaru? Irika inquired, trying to keep his tone as respectful as possible. It was common knowledge that you could insult an Inuzuka clan member, but their dogs were well off limits. No. Something else was here. Perhaps still is. Tsum reached into her pack and pulled out several kunai dangling around her fingertips. She felt her feet step on something. It was not earth or wood. It was softer. She glanced down to look at it. Oh God! Both teammates looked at her with worry. What is it? Genma asked, his senbon needles at the ready. She saw Tsum bend down to pick up something. Tsum, what is… Oh shit. Genma looked at the thing being held roughly by Tsum's fingertips. A human hand severed at the wrist. Blood was slowly dripping from the limb. Its fingertips were stripped to the bone as if bitten into. Tsum wasted no time. Irika, report back to headquarters now. Something is dash. Well, look at this. A voice echoed around the camp. The ninjas on instinct got together and formed a triangular stance ready for anything. Something about the voice was chilling. Made Irika's hands shake a little. Genma gripped the senbon needle that much tighter in between his teeth. Tsum just bared her teeth and growled. Their eyes danced everywhere until they saw a pair of glowing eyes within the shattered forest right next to the house. It was at about waist height. They were bright yellow. The three ninjas turned to face it, ready for the worst. Too bad they did not have such a vivid imagination. Boys, Konoha was nice enough to send us dessert. Get them. Chapter 8. What to do. October 10th, 2:20 am. Konoha Hospital Morgue. Silence rang throughout the morgue, and even though the room was cold, as Tsum told their tale, it almost seemed to get cooler. How did you get away? Hamura asked. He obviously was drawn to the recount. By the sounds of it and by the looks of you. He gestured at the three heavily scarred ninjas before him. You were at death's door. They backed off. At the bequest of Naruto. Irika jumped in. He looked more somber than the rest. Quieter, as if in shock. After we assured Naruto that we were not going to hurt him, they vanished into thin air. Genma looked very tired, much older than he was, as if the years of his life were sucked out of him. Genma still had a hard time picturing it. Those walking nightmares surrounding, circling, protecting a small blonde-haired boy covered in black ooze made him look like something from the darkest depths of creation. It brought a shiver to Genma's spine. They? The third inquired. Everyone in the morgue was hooked onto the story that was told. I thought you told me this was Naruto. Whatever it was working with Naruto. Sum's voice grew louder with each passing word. He breathing quickened, hyperventilation They killed Mizuki. They nearly killed us. They tried to. Sum, calm down. The third soothing tone was enough to bring down the mightiest of Kage candidates. Forget Jounin. Sum fell silent and took in a deep breath that resonated around the room. Now what do we do with this dash? A man clad in white walked through the doorway. His eyes were wide and his skin pale, and it was obvious he had something to say. Great, the third thought, what now? I just ran through some tests with Naruto. The medic said. His eyes were still as wide as dinner plates. Obviously whatever Tsum, Genma and Irika saw, the poor medic saw as well. The occupants waited in silence, yet the medic just stood there, staring off into space. May I? The third did not have all night for dramatics, no matter how much shock a person was in. The medic jumped. Blood was slowly returning towards his cheeks. He chuckled nervously and pulled out a set of documents from his pocket and handed them to the third. The third glanced through the numbers, his eyes darting all over the page. Basic things are normal: heart rate, pulse, lung capacity. The third's eyes focused on the final results and noticed the medic shifting uncomfortably. Obviously the results were something than what was expected. This can't be right. What? Koharu was anxious, but the third just stood there looking at the results, bamboozled at what he was reading. May I? She reached out and the third, as if waking up from a daydream, handed it over. Koharu read it quickly, her eyes darting all over the page like she was tracking a fly. Hamaru reading over her shoulder. Her eyes steadied on the results and her eyes grew wide as saucer plates. She obviously did not believe it. Hamura looked more unconvinced than shocked. Akage and two advisors are looking at the results as if they were from another planet. Tsum wondered. What do the results say? Tsum was anxious, and the stunned silence of the two advisors and the third quietly mulling it over was not helping. Koharu glared at Tsum's, obviously disgusted with her presumption, but nonetheless yielded the stapled documents to her. Tsum focused completely on what was in her hands, so much so that she could barely hear what Hamura was whispering to Koharu. That couldn't be right, could it? Tsum read the results. As the third said, all the basic vitals looked normal, but as she scrolled down all the numbers and the data, it slowly started to get more and more out of sync with Naruto's original results from his last physical. Then she read the bottom four results, relating to strength, speed, stamina, and intelligence. Tsum realized instantly what all the fuss was about, yet could not believe that everyone was freaked out over this and could not see it for what it is. Incompetence. Tsum huffed and shoved the results into the chest of the rather poor medic. Your tests are wrong. Do it again. She was about ready to turn around, but the medic remained where he was. He looked foolish, like child who has done something wrong. Well? Tsum's eyes were steady, and the third knew he would have to step in soon. The Inuzuka clan had a pretty short temper and had not time for pleasantries. A good quality to be sure, but a lousy trait when dealing with a medic. He was only doing his job. The medic struggled to respond. Being the subject of Koharu's scorn was ill-advised. Spit it out. Tsum was getting to that stage where she was about to hit someone or something. The medic seemed to know that, so he just spat it out in surrender. We did the test 5 times. It was no mistake. Never in the third's lifetime has he ever heard the metaphorical pin drop, but if it was not now, it never will be. Irika's eyes pricked up at what he heard. What does it day? A voice answered the rather naive Irika's question. Strength, speed, intelligence, stamina, and intelligence are at record levels for a child his age. High-tier genin, low-tier chunin. Everyone turned to the source of the voice. It was old yet smooth. The source stood tall in the doorway of the morgue. It was heavily bandaged on its right side and held a cane on its left. His left eye was closed. Hello, Danzo. The third tried to relax, but to no avail. Danzo was a longtime ally for over 50 years, but still, the founder of Root is not a good thing to have no matter what the issue. It means that it is either a very important asset or a critical threat to Konoha. What are you doing here? Koharu glared at the famed darkness of the shinobi, with not contempt or fear but rather mild neglect, as if his presence was something that was anticipated. Although his presence made everyone in the room pause, only the third seemed to be aware that Danzo seemed to know what the results were before they were disclosed. The third gave specific orders to the department head of the hospital to bring those results immediately to him. How the hell did Danzo find out before I did? Guess that rumor for having eyes and ears everywhere is true. Danzo continued, furthermore, it appears that Naruto now has a chakra network, but it is not filled with chakra and dash. What does that mean? Irika was the first to jump in, but everyone guessed it was not wise to interrupt Danzo. Danzo tilted his head slightly, his revealed eye still closed. Exactly what I said. You want more information, talk to the medic. Everyone seemed to take up that offer and stare. The medic felt like he was stuck between a very big rock and hard place. Why me? We did a thorough checkup on him, and as far as we can tell, there is no source as to the cause of these sudden changes. Bullshit. Sum walked forward and grabbed the medic around the arms. He nearly killed us, and you are going to tell me that there is no source of how he became so powerful? A chuckle was heard in response. Sum looked at the person who dared laugh at her. It was Danzo. What is so funny, you old fart? Danzo actually smiled in response. Even the hot-headed Sum knew that was not a good sign, but she was not going to back down. Danzo stopped chuckling, but the smile remained. I heard that your dog, Kuramaru was it, ran away like a whipped puppy. Danzo knew how to push all the buttons, and furthermore Sum was becoming enraged with every statement. And furthermore he fled from Naruto's very aura, rather than his presence. Maybe the Inuzuka are slipping in quality. You son of a bitch! She cast the small medic aside and ran directly at Danzo, everyone in the room ready for what was about to come. Sum was less than 3 meters away from Danzo when a pair of hands landed on her shoulders, stopped her dead in her tracks. One from Hamura, the other was the third. That's enough, Danzo, the third yelled. Danzo's smile remained, impassive and amused. Sum ceased struggling and slumped. She was slowly let go, and she slowly walked back to her original position, her face filled with shame. Now, the third continued. Could this be some kind of experiment or hidden strength that was awakened under severe stress? That's impossible. He has no talent or ability whatsoever now. He develops a strange ability out of the blue and the strength to match? Hamura looked reluctant. This has to be some kind of bloodline limit kicking in. The third all of a sudden had an epiphany and glared at Danzo. So that's it. I should have guessed, Danzo, it makes perfect sense now, the third shouted. Everyone in the room turned to the third with a mixture of surprise. It was different from the usual behavior of the Hokage. Normally the third is a very nice old man who, like anyone, can get angry or upset. The third was neither. He was more like someone who just eagerly caught an opponent in a lie. That explains everything. A bloodline limit. It almost looked like the third had lost it. Koharu looked disappointed. That is what we just said. Not that. The third quipped. The fact why Danzo brought Uzumaki Kushima here. Everyone in room was shocked. Even Danzo dropped his calm demeanor and opened his eye and stared at him, an incredulous look on his face. I have my own sources, Danzo. The third mused. What matters is now I know why you always had a small detachment watching Naruto. You were waiting for something like this to happen. I know that you insisted you keep Naruto when he was born, but when he displayed no abilities you disregarded him. You betrayed our allies to death over some bloodline limit. Yuzushiogakure is destroyed, Danzo. What happened? Danzo was quiet as a mouse. He waited a full minute before he spoke. I had no influence over the destruction of Yuzushiogakure. I will not lie that I had plans to, but I did not have the chance to carry them out. Danzo said. The third was about to explode, but something held him back. Danzo's eyes did not shimmer. He always had a lousy poker face, as his eyes gave him away when he lied. There was a reason why his eyes were always closed, but now that they were open and Danzo's were bare, the third could see that he was telling the truth. Danzo was indeed not responsible for Yuzushogakure's destruction. Konoha longtime ally. Still something seemed off. But you know who did though and why? The third pressed. Danzo sighed but continued to make eye contact. No, Danzo said. The problem is not that there are no suspects, but rather there are too many for a variety of reasons. The third knew Danzo long enough to know when he was being conned by him. Twisting the truth. Danzo was not lying, but he had no intention of helping. Why did you bring Kushima here? How did you know she was carrying a child like Naruto? Everyone in the room focused on what Danzo was going to say. His eye slowly moved like a hawk scanning everyone before him. He gripped his cane a little tighter. The only thing I can and will say is that what I do, what I have done, has always been and always will be in Konoha's interests. Danzo closed his eyes and his shoulders slumped a little. The third scowled a little under his Kage hat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to do a little house cleaning. The third grumbled, so he is not content in having some spies of my own. Danzo, the third said, his tone gruff and dangerous. Danzo noticed and stopped in his tracks. I know that you were hoping to steal Naruto under my nose the moment he displayed something like what happened tonight. You did not anticipate that I would find out as well. Now that I know what you are up to, you are not to lay a hand on Naruto. He is not going to join Root, nor will he end up as one of your mindless drones. Understand? The third's eyes bore through the back of Danzo's head, and the third was certain that he could feel it. Danzo resumed his pace. Slowly walked down the hallway. The quiet tapping of his cane echoed down the hall. Genma, Sum and Irika just blanched, obviously suffering from a case of too much information. Obviously they stumbled upon something that was bigger than all of them. Something that Danzo wants hidden. Don't worry, the third piped up. Just keep this quiet and don't tell anyone. Not your friends, lovers, or family. Do that and you'll be fine. The three ninjas nodded. You're dismissed. Get some medical attention now. Then get some sleep, or get a drink at the bar. The third regarded them sympathetically. You look like you need it. Irika and Gunma smiled. Sum, after a brief moment of silence, just laughed. October 10th, 3:46 am. Hokage office. So what are we going to do? Koharu asked. The third tossed his hat onto his desk and leaned back into his chair. It was not comfy, but it helped him relax. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. What a trying night. He reopened his eyes to stare at his two advisors. What to do? What to do? The third mumbled. Both Hamura and Koharu stared back with blank eyes. Say what you want to say. People, you're going to say it anyway. The third sighed. Koharu immediately started to hammer out the suggestions. We should study him some more. We have no idea what we are dealing with. The third laughed. I had a little chat with the head medic in charge of his tests. The advisors listened intently. Whatever attacked Sum's team actually threatened to kill him and his family. The third pulled out a piece of paper in his pocket and stared at the results. I have been around for many years, and in my entire lifetime, I have never heard of a bloodline limit that can talk. Have you? The advisors looked at each other in total silence. That's what I thought, the third said. But you said that is what it was, Hamura said, his eyes narrowing. The third nodded. True, but that is not what I meant. The third took at his favorite pipe and started to light it up. What I meant was, that is what Danzo thought he was getting. Some kind of bloodline limit. He made a mistake. What has been bugging the third ever since this mess occurred was Danzo. He knew this would happen, and he knew that Naruto was special, or at least had potential. But how, and more importantly, why? The third also could not help but mull over what Danzo said about having plans to destroy Yuzushogaku, but did not have the chance to carry them out. Does that mean someone beat him to it? Why would Danzo plan to destroy our allies? Was he being his old paranoid self? Did he find out betrayal? The third would have to do his own digging to find out. What are we going to do, Hiruzen? Koharu shook the third from his train of thought. Danzo can wait. Naruto was the issue. Well, the third has been considering a radical idea for a while, ever since he heard about what happened to Mizuki. He does have the requirement to be a ninja. What do you think the village's reaction will be to Dash?
No.
A single blunt opinion made up from two voices, Koharu and Hamura. Koharu had eyes as big as saucers, while Hamura just scowled in annoyance. He obviously saw this coming. The third rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why do they always disagree with me? Okay then, what you have in mind? Quarantine him immediately. Koharu shot back. He is too dangerous and obviously cannot control it. I beg to differ, the third countered. Say that to Mizuki. Koharu smugly rubbed in that point. Say that to Tsum, Genma and Irika. The third silently cheered in triumph. Koharu was stumped on that one. If Naruto could not control whatever he has, they would have been torn to pieces along with Mizuki. And you know it. Hamura stayed very silent, and that bothered the third significantly. Hamura, you're quiet. That's not good. The third stared at his advisor calmly through the smoke emitting from his pipe. Lay it on me. Get rid of him. Hamura's eyes were blank and his voice cold. Put him out further? Banish him. The third was surprised. Come on, Hamura. Ignoring the problem won't solve dash. I never meant it that way. Hamura glared. Kill him. The third did not move an inch. His face was almost impassive save for the fact his eyes were as wide as dinner plates. The third did not even have to say something as stupid as what? He's too dangerous. Normally I would agree with Koharu on this. But something is not right. Danzo is playing this too close to the chest for me to be comfortable with this. Hamaru emphasized this point again. Kill him, now. The third sat there in his chair thinking about how many curses and swear words he can rattle off in 1 minute. Truthfully, he was pretty sure that if he swore loud enough he could make the ears of his two advisors bleed. The third sucked in the tobacco from his pipe for a full 30 seconds, allowing the tobacco to enter his lungs. His eyes did not waver from his two advisors who just stood there as if what was said was perfectly reasonable. A huge ball of smoke escaped the third's mouth as he exhaled. Like what happened with the Uchiha? The third was pretty sure that Hamura actually winced when he said that. Now, the third said slowly. The advisors paid close attention. You listen, and you listen carefully. I have known you for several decades. You are my closest friends. So you can imagine how ashamed I am to know you now. The advisors did not move. The third continued. Here is what we are going to do. We are going to treat Naruto with respect and decency as we would with any other human being. We are going to treat this as any other situation in which someone develops abilities. The third's eyes narrowed, and he could feel the two advisors starting to squirm under his gaze. We will not secretly plot the demise of a young boy, and we are most certainly not going to view his existence as a crime. Is that clear? Both advisors would have run if they could have. As they could not, they simply yielded to the third's wishes. They did not answer, they simply bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Naruto is going to be put into the group of children that have just graduated. He will be assigned to one of the teams. He will be monitored by the Jounin in charge and report directly to us on his progress. Koharu piped up. Hamura did the smart thing and just shut up. Why don't we just put him in the academy and let him work from there? You mean besides the reason, because I said so? The third lifted an eyebrow to the brashness of Koharu, who quickly followed Hamura's example and became as quiet as a church mouse. The third slowly chewed on the end of his pipe. Naruto needs to be with children his age. Besides, you saw the results. Naruto has the physical equivalent to a Chunin. I am telling you, this will happen. For the sake of the Naruto's growth, I am going to forget those rather poor suggestions you made. Hamura, Koharu, dismissed. Both advisors bowed again and left. Their rather quickened pace was not lost to the third, and he silently cheered. Oh, by the way, both advisors halted mid-step. If something horrible were to happen to Naruto, I am going to come looking for both yourselves and Danzo. Got it. The third was pretty sure that both of them were sweating right then and there. You can go now. They did not need to be told twice. I've still got it, he mused. Well, he thought, now that the hard stuff is out of the way, the next thing to do is inform Naruto of the good news. Chapter 9. The End of the Beginning. October 10th, 4:01 a.m. Konoha Hospital. Naruto sat on a bed with a new set of clothes. Extra shirt and pants from the medical wardrobe, his old pajamas stained and damaged beyond repair. His hair wet and his finger pruned from the exceptionally long shower, though considering how he looked and how he smelled, no one blamed him. It has been an exceptionally long time since he has seen anyone. Several people tried to run tests on him. They were normal tests that Naruto had been going through since he was 5 years old. However, when one of the medics tried to take the blood sample, it occurred to Naruto that he knows nothing about his abilities. 2 hours ago, a medic in her early 20s was gentle and kind enough, though she was hesitant about Naruto. Currently, she was listening to Naruto's heartbeat. Obviously, Naruto thought, word gets around. I wonder how many people in the village know what happened. Will I still be able to work at the wood mill? No need to worry about that anymore. Naruto still had a hard time adjusting to his new gift. It tended to pop up without warning and say its piece. You are destined for greater things. Far greater things. But this Naruto still was not used to communicating just with his mind. The medic opened her eyes and took off her stethoscope. Something wrong, Naruto? A quizzical look on her face. Naruto, embarrassed, scratched his head.
No, no im just.
Naruto tried his best to genuinely smile. Just a little tired. The medic took Naruto at his word and smiled. I understand. You have had a trying night. She seemed cheerful enough, which put Naruto at ease. Don't worry about it. Just the dreaded blood test and you're done. What? The darkness did not sound the least bit pleased. He sounded more deadpan. Monotone even. Naruto had to remember to think instead of speak. What's wrong? The darkness was becoming adamant about the situation at hand. It's just a blood test. A simple needle which will sting, but that's it. The darkness was not reassured. Stop her, Naruto. Don't let her draw your blood. Naruto started to feel the darkness claw at the back of his mind, like a raven scratching on the walls. Look, it's okay, just calm down. Naruto started to feel his heart race. Thankfully, the female medic was no longer listening with the stethoscope. Naruto saw her on the bench at the back of the room, putting a needle together and trying to find an arm strap. Once found, she smiled and walked towards Naruto. It seemed, almost in slow motion. Stop her, Naruto. No blood tests. And oh. The pain was getting worse, the darkness was growing stronger, or desperate. What the hell is your problem? Naruto's head was starting to ache. Not painfully, but it was throbbing, like he was working on a really hot day. Do you want me to look crazy in front of a doctor? Stop it. Stop her, Naruto. Although the medic was unaware, Naruto could see the lights above her starting to flicker. One by one they were going out. The darkness was trying to breaking free. Do it or I will. Naruto felt the arm strap tighten around his left arm. Don't worry, Naruto. It will be over quickly. The medic still had that sweet smile. Naruto had to stop it now, but how? Naruto muttered. The medic looked up. She pulled the needle with a blood vial attached to it. What is it, dear? Could we do this another time? The medic cocked her head to her side, as if wondering what brought on that question. The needle still hovered around the arm. Sorry, Naruto, but I was ordered to take a sample immediately. What is wrong with these lights? Must be a power surge. Naruto saw what she was talking about. The flickering lights were becoming more obvious, and the lights in the corners of the room had already gone out. The medic focused again. Okay, here we go. Wait. Naruto could feel the needle just touch the skin and the darkness having enough sitting on the sidelines. My turn. Beneath the flickering lights and the darkened corners, demonic eyes, blood red this time, glowed within the silent darkness. Naruto felt something like cold steel run down his spine and up his left arm. Whatever it was, it revealed itself past Naruto's sleeve. A pulsing black wave grew quickly along its arms, stopping the needle dead in its tracks. The wave contorted and solidified, turning into blackened armor. It was pulsating and moving, like that of a living creature, but it had the texture of cool metal. Oh crap! Naruto braced himself for the horror. The medic looked up. Shocked was an understatement. Oh my god! What is that, RG? A massive clawed hand reached from the ceiling and hurled her across the room, and she landed unpleasantly on the bench. Although it was a nasty beating, the woman, despite being a medic, was also a ninja. She immediately dropped off the bench and landed in a crouching position, instantly aware of her surroundings, and the look on her face was nothing short of horror. Picture this scene. A boy, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 12-year-old, sitting on a hospital bed, dressed in white shirt and slacks, with almost necrotic-looking skin along his left arm. The lights overheard flickering at such intensity that some of the light bulbs actually blew up with the sounds of crackling electricity, and in between the intermittent lights, things can be seen surrounding the small boy. 20 monsters, most of them human-sized while only 5 were smaller, about the size of a child. The big ones looked sleek, almost like panthers. Their face looks twisted, like someone took a razor and shaved the nose, eyebrows, jawline, and ears back to the barest possible minimum. The small ones, crouching on all 4 limbs, smiled toothy smiles and had ears that looked like they came from a bat. All their eyes were glowing red. This is bad. The medic reached for something above her head, the emergency panic button, normally used in emergencies. I would think this qualifies. The monsters, almost like they were telepathic, moved so fast that by the time she realized she was trapped, they had already grappled her arms and legs and felt a vice-like grip around her throat. One of the small monsters leered so close that she could smell its breath. It was enough to make her sick. "No more tests, okie dokie?" Its voice was foreign, as if grinding some across gravel, yet squeaky like someone who was laughing too hard. "If you lay so much as a finger on the boss, I would remove your eyes, slap a saddle on your husband and ride him all the way to the finish line. Then I'll play Dance Dance Revolution all over your 9-year-old son."
No.
"Not Shiro, not Jean," the medic pleaded. "How the hell do they know my family? Take me instead." "Well," one of the bigger monsters spoke, its far voice deeper, almost like it came from an echo chamber. It talked coyly. "This was only a warning, but who are we to turn down a free meal?" The other monsters seemed to agree. Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of eating you." "Hey, I did not get my cutlery." "Where's the hot sauce?" "I want the leg. I want the leg." "Oh, woo, fine. I want the oysters." "You mean the kidney?" "Yeah. A hospital? You think I could get some morphine? I got a fever. I need more cowbell." "Meh, chow time." "Stop!" Naruto cried. The darklings, as if on command, froze, and although Naruto could not see it, it was obvious to the medic that the darklings were displeased. "Leave her alone." "But boss," she dashed. "Now!" Naruto was furious yet at the same time terrified. What the hell would the village do if they saw this? "They would bow down to your greatness, that or die horribly. Either way, we win." The darkness was matter of fact about this, as if devouring a medic was natural. Naruto took a deep breath and kept a barely steady voice. "Let her go." The darklings got the hint and backed away. One of the darklings mumbled to itself. "Killjoy, why must you kill our fun?" The medic could feel the hands give a tight squeeze and relinquish their grasp on her. The sudden rush of air into her lungs made her cough. "Leave," Naruto said quietly. "They won't hurt you." The medic did not need to be told twice and immediately bolted for the door handle. "You lucky bitch." She froze and did a half-turn and her body shivered. One of the tall monsters leered right to her face. Its mouth open and drool seeped out of his jowls, its long tongue in the open just dancing around her ear. Its voice was barely above a whisper. "You might have the boss fooled, but we're on to you, and the moment the boss loses his interest in your well-being, you're gone and your family too." The medic shuddered, and tears were welling up in her eyes. The monster retracted its tongue back into its mouth and smiled a deformed smile, sharp teeth shining. The medic did not move a muscle. "Yes. You can get the fuck out of our sight." The medic, like a racer at a triathlon, opened the door and ran faster than she ever did in her entire life. Naruto stared on in shock. The darklings all chuckled to themselves. Like this was the most fun they had in years. One of the big darklings looked at Naruto, gave a thumbs up. "Come on, boys. Let's get out of here, our job here is done. The boss needs his rest." They slowly dissolved into the walls like ghosts, like what they did at Naruto's house. The lights stopped their erratic flickering and returned to normal, minus the light bulbs that were blown. Naruto sat on the bench totally alone in the middle of a stunned silence. It happened so fast that it was still difficult to comprehend what happened. "Was that really necessary?" Naruto said aloud. Right now he did not care whether he came off as a crazy person. Yes, the darkness was quiet ever since. October 10th, 4:02 a.m. Konoha Hospital. No one has shown up ever since that incident. It was obvious that the medic told everyone in the hospital, if not the village. Naruto could see under the door that guards were posted out front his room and have not moved since. Naruto wanted to go home, but he knew they would not allow it, not after what happened. Naruto tried to sleep but found it difficult. He could not let his imagination wander. He could not dream. He was just mulling over his situation. What am I going to do? More importantly, what is the village going to do with me? Will they banish me? Will they study me? Naruto shook his head. Best not to hope for too much, this could go badly. I killed a Chunin, I killed a ninja of Konoha. This is not going to end well. Just thinking about what happened to Mizuki made Naruto nauseated. Naruto took in deep breaths, his eyes boring into the ceiling. A knock on the door broke his train of thought. The door opened and a small but very well-built old man walked through the door, draped in a large robe. The third Hokage. Naruto sat up straight and the third waved him to calm down. I hope I didn't wake you. Nah, I haven't been sleeping that much. The third nodded and smiled. He walked slowly over to Naruto's bed and indicated him just to move over. Scoot over, Naruto. We have to talk a little. Naruto's heart sank, he was dreading this. But not so soon, and certainly not from the old man he had come to admire. The third glanced at the door and then out the window next to the bed. His eyes finally rested on Naruto, whose stare remained at the ground. You know what's out there? The third seemed slightly anxious. Naruto just remained silent. There are 2 ANBU standing outside your door. You probably knew that. What you probably don't know is that there are 4 squads of ANBU hiding in the trees outside your room. Naruto turned around so quickly he could feel his neck crack. He stared out into the open blackness from his window. He could barely make out the trees, much less the people on them. Naruto had no reason to doubt the old man. I can't see anything. The darkness rustled just a little but remained silent. The darkness outside the window started to fade away, as if the shadows were being ripped and pulled out of Naruto's vision. The background became lighter, the trees became clearer, and the ANBU hiding in the trees became visible. The vision was slightly cloudy, but the shape stood out very clearly. The outlines was sharpened to the point where a slight aura hung around each of the ANBU. There were 16 in total, each using a variety of methods to stay hidden. Some had transformed themselves into part of the natural environment, others were hiding behind the trees, some in the trees. Each and every one of them was staring straight at Naruto. An ANBU hiding behind one of the trees started to squirm, like he knew that Naruto could see them. The third focused on Naruto's eyes. Initially they were darting all around in panic, but there was a flash of something, which made the third blink. It's like he saw golden pupils, but they quickly faded. Naruto's eyes narrowed, focused and moved quickly but steadily. 16 times. So, the third thought he can see all of them. Even the ones that are cleverly hidden, he has night vision and some sort of method of seeing past the henge jutsu. Interesting. It's okay, Naruto. Naruto turned to stare at the third. Look, I know this can be a bit scary. The third smiled, which put Naruto at ease, though his eyes occasionally darted to the window. But you frankly got a lot of people worried. I didn't mean to kill Mizuki or hurt those jounin. Though they dash. Naruto started to panic again. He did not want to be punished because of a mistake. How the hell am I going to get out this? The darkness remained quiet, but Naruto could feel it gearing up, swelling up inside Naruto's mind like a water balloon. Relax, Naruto, the third said. You're not in trouble. You in fact helped Konoha. Naruto stared blankly. You see, Mizuki? Naruto flinched slightly. Was actually a traitor? You know that scroll he was carrying? Naruto's eyes widened but nodded. Well, that was something very important he stole from Konoha. He was going to leave with it, but you stopped him. Naruto's eyes were so wide they were comical. The third nearly laughed. Bottom line, Naruto, Konoha owes you a great debt. I'm not in trouble? Naruto sounded relieved. The darkness obviously did not buy it. It remained ready. Bullshit, what about those idiots that came later? That was a good point. What about the 3 that came after? It then occurred to Naruto. Irika? Is he all right? Calm down, Naruto. The third put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Irika is fine. A few scratches and cuts, but all in all nothing permanent and severe. What about that medic? Naruto asked. He seemed more worried about that than the previous attacks. The third guessed that it is because she made no indication of hurting him. The third reflected on the tale by the medic. She was in tears, informing him what happened through sniffles. She was desperate to get home to her husband and child. She had to make sure they were safe. The third sent her home and sent a squad of ANBU to protect her and the family just in case. The third frowned and gave a small grunt. Look, considering the day that we all had, we'll just overlook that, okay?
No harm, no foul.
But I expect you to apologize to her. I will be most upset if you don't. And believe me, I will check up on it. Naruto nodded and took in a deep gulp. He looked very relieved. One more question though. Why did you freak out over a blood test? You have one every year. We were hoping to find out more about your ability, so we could help you. I'll believe that when I stop devouring puppies, you old fossil. Come on Naruto, let me out. We'll turn this old git into a lampshade. Burning rage was boiling. It was obvious the darkness is totally against this. What? No. He has been good to me, to us. Don't hurt him. Wait a minute, he's the third Hokage, what could we do to him? Are you insane? The darkness seemed disappointed but made no effort to argue. The hot rage dissipated almost instantly. Fine, I'm satisfied for now. But no blood tests, no exceptions, otherwise I'll step back into play and chew out everyone who I don't like. Which is everyone. Naruto relaxed a little. Okay, deal. But what do we tell him about freaking out? The darkness mulled it over and came to a conclusion. Tell him you have an avid fear of needles and this night sent you out over the edge. With that, the darkness simply left. Naruto sighed to himself. What am I? Naruto. The third's voice brought him back. Naruto stared at him. The third sat on the bed with a slightly quizzical look on his face. Well, I have always hated needles and this night has been trying as you said. The third narrowed his eyes a little. Naruto felt like he was being unprobed. Well, now that the stress is out of the way, we have good news for a change. The third was cheerful about what was coming up. You are to be enlisted to active field duty as a Konoha shinobi. For the third, it felt like a natural thing to say. For Naruto, it felt like a blow to the chest. Me? A ninja? This was too good to be true. I'm dreaming, Naruto thought. I am in my bed, alone and powerless. This can't be happening. Well, only if you want to and purely on a provisional status. The third was glad that Naruto was enthusiastic about this revelation. You will need to be monitored by your instructor, as you have not attended the academy. The third reached into his robes and pulled out a forehead protector with a blue band around it. The symbol for Konoha cleanly identified in the center. Not to mention, oof. The wind was knocked out of the old man by the hug of a very, very enthusiastic 12-year-old blonde. The third was surprised, but nonetheless it was heartwarming. I promise to work very hard. Naruto was stifling tears of joy. The third chuckled, I know you will. Naruto released the third, who in turn placed the forehead protector in Naruto's shaking hands. It was cradled as one would a national treasure. The third thought it would be best to leave it at that. Naruto was happy. Well, get some rest and get ready for tomorrow. Pick up your equipment and your uniform. The third looked at the clock. The shops will open at about 8 a.m. In meantime, I suggest you get your rest. Naruto nodded, staring at the forehead protector. His forehead protector with awe. Naruto gazed up to stare at the third. You need your ninja form completed? Your photo will be taken in the main administration at 11 a.m. sharp. Got it. Naruto nodded. And just as the third put his hand on the door, oh, Naruto, happy birthday. As Naruto heard the click of the door as the third left, he felt like rubbing it into the darkness. Bet you didn't see that happening. Huh? Naruto could feel the presence in his mind. Strong and dark. Don't get cocky, Naruto. As you will learn, things are not as they seem. The darkness reverted to a more cautionary tone, the mocking and the aggression gone. What do you mean? How do you know? You are my vessel, Naruto, you will see soon enough. Now rest and we'll deal with this. During the day, the darkness groaned and gagged, as if say the word day caused him pain. Naruto laid back on the bed, felt his head sink into the pillow, and as his eyes slowly closed, he thanked his lucky stars for what has happened. And for the first time in a while, he dreamed. He dreamed of a future of limitless possibilities and prospects. Chapter 10. The Day of Light. October 10, 7:14 am. Konoha Hospital Level 4. Naruto slowly blinked himself into consciousness even though the longing for sleep calling for his return. He attempted to rise, but it felt like an anchor was holding him back. After much effort, he finally managed to sit at the side of his bed. Naruto initially did not know where he was, but the events from last night quickly returned to memory. He remembered the pain, he remembered the darklings, Mizuki, the blood test, the third, and the voice in his head. Naruto puzzled over that last memory and thought to himself, "Are you still there? Hello, Naruto." The voice sounded slightly cranky yet cheerful simultaneously. It still sounded inhuman though, which gave Naruto the creeps. "So you're still here, huh?" He slowly lifted himself off the bed and stretched his back and arms from side to side. Naruto could feel the rejuvenating effects of waking up his muscles. Still here? What an ungrateful little worm. The darkness remained slightly passive, yet Naruto could sense its irritation. "You do realize that without me you would still be out there chopping wood." Naruto shrugged off the insult, yet realized that whatever the voice was, it was right. "I suppose. You're welcome." The voice in his head, satisfied in victory, remained silent. Naruto glanced to the foot of his bed and focused his sleepy eyes on a new change of clothes. One of his white shirts with a blue swirl in the center and a pair of plain blue pants, complete with sandals and boxers. Naruto slowly moved into the bathroom, still groggy from the lack of sleep. "Someone got a new change of clothes for me while I was asleep." Naruto removed the medical garments and put on the clothes. As Naruto finally put on his shirt, he felt his stomach growl. A growl of hunger rather than sickness. "I'm going to have to get something to eat while Naruto smiled to himself. "While get my shinobi gear." He looked in the mirror and saw small rings around his eyes from the fatigue. He quickly splashed some water onto his face and slapped himself awake. "All right, let's do this." Naruto walked out of his room and saw an empty hall. No guards, no nurses, no patients. The whole floor was totally devoid of life, yet the surrounding items such as the medical carts, the doors and the empty beds were in such a state of disarray. Like everyone just left and did not bother to pack a thing. That's odd. The corridor was well lit. A mixture of artificial light with natural sun slipping through the open dormitories. As Naruto walked down the corridor, he could feel as if he was being watched, yet no one could be seen. Like a small block of ice was being placed against the back of his neck, with the melted droplets slowly moving down his shoulders. The darkness rustled a little, like a sleeping spider. Naruto was sure that he was being watched. But from where? Then something answered. Not the voice in his head, but rather a feeling. Like a hunch, a gut instinct. Naruto spun around to look behind him. Nothing, but he could swear he could hear something at the other end of the hall near the stairwell. Something whispering, "ANBU? Must be my imagination, surely." This was the last thing he needed. He had to play it cool, like nothing was wrong. Last thing the third needed to find out is that he is paranoid nutjob. Naruto turned and continued to walk down the stairwell, trying to maintain his pace. Although he maintained the appearance of being calm, his mind was churning forth so many questions yet very little answers. Why would ANBU be watching me? Did the third lie? Couldn't be ANBU. Could it? Naruto posed the questions to himself, but now that he has this gift, the darkness, a new guest now resides in his head. This does not bode well. We should run. Naruto blinked, but continued his pace. That sounds out of place. No desire to kill something? Naruto mused, but all he got was a rather shallow, empty response, like a statement of fact. "I am only limited to what you are capable of, a flaw in my perfect armor. What bothers me is that if it is not ANBU, what is it? We are vulnerable in daylight." Naruto was confused by what the darkness was saying. Could be just the nerves, could be nothing? Could be everything, Naruto. Naruto could feel his heart rate quicken and a sweat starting to build despite the rather cool morning. "Get out, Naruto, get into the elevator." Naruto quickened his pace until he reached the elevator, repeatedly tapping the down button as fast as his hand could. The elevator doors opened, revealing it to be empty. Though even if it was full, he would have shoved himself in. An empty elevator was all the more convenient. Get ready for anything. Naruto could feel the darkness gearing up. The elevator lights started to flicker. However, as the elevator doors closed, He half expected something to reach out and grab him like the horror movies he saw when he snuck into the cinema. Naruto thought the feeling of being followed to get stronger, instead it faded away like a magic trick. 1 second it was there, the next it was not. Naruto chuckled to himself. Just being paranoid. See, I told you it was just a feeling, Naruto said out loud. The darkness grumbled and delved back to whence it came, leaving a rather relived Naruto to ponder what to buy from the stores. On the other side of the hospital, 2 masked men slowly emerged within the walls of the stairwell. The cement and brick fell away like water off leaves. Although both dressed in ANBU attire, their masks distinguished them from the rest of the already mysterious organization. Instead of masks with an animal theme, their masks were left purely blank, white faces with 2 slits for their eyes. One was rather tall and had scars running down his arms from injuries long past, while the other was of average height, with a blob of blondish hair running down the sides of his mask, making him look like a doll. Did you see that? The blonde whispered to the other. He knew we were here, like he could sense us. The tall one, obviously the superior, remained quiet, though slightly fazed. He and his comrade were chosen specifically because of their stealth capabilities, and some child with no training whatsoever noticed them within 30 seconds. Unbelievable. Yet undeniable, he thought. Obviously his abilities are more worthwhile than imagined, and more dangerous. What do we do now? The smaller of the duo said. If he is on to us, we won't be able to monitor him effectively, and if he manages to dash. Enough. The superior did not even look at his subordinate. This was an interesting turn of events. It was established last night that he had some form of night vision, to see past illusions and reveal well-hidden ANBU. It was thought that he could only operate during nighttime. Now, Naruto clearly has some ability to sense possible danger during the day, and where that danger is located. Yet it seems this new ability was not readily harnessed. It looked more like an instinct than an actual deduction. Such an ability is not very effective when it comes to combat, but immensely useful in avoiding ambushes. Senpai? The blonde asked for his superior's attention. The tall one looked at him but remained silent. The blonde continued, Shall we continue pursuit? The superior did not even hesitate. No. The tall, imposing superior was cold in his order, as if he did not like it but had no choice but to make it. We report back to the boss. Now. October 10-7:20 am. Konoha Hospital Lobby. The low rumbling of the elevator as it descended was both intimidating and yet at the same time relaxing, like deep breathing. Naruto leaned back against the wall of the elevator and closed his eyes. Naruto could not believe he got worked up over a feeling. Come on Naruto, you are a ninja now, you got to act like one. The elevator quickly counted down until a glowing G was on the top of the display. A mild rumble of the elevator indicated that it has reached its destination. The doors parted to reveal a much more comfortable setting. The ground floor of the hospital, the lobby, was bustling with life. Young and old, parents and children were bustling around the hospital. Some were coming to visit sick relatives. Others were coming in for a checkup or consultation. Naruto saw a mother and daughter having an argument. The daughter was easily no older than 5. But Mom, I don't want to go to the doctor. They give me painful needles. A crying toddler was pulling against her mother's strong grip, yet to no avail. Stop struggling. You are going to the doctor and that is final. The mother, her face red from effort, scolded her with frustration. Should I tell your father how naughty you've been? Like magic words, the child fell silent. Naruto chuckled to himself. Okay, Naruto thought, first get some gear, then get some ramen and then head off to the administration building for my shinobi profile. Naruto nearly bolted for the exit. However, something was nagging at the back of his mind. Something he had to do. But what? Naruto murmured it was important, he knew that much. The third was adamant about it. Why do I have to forget something so important? Naruto turned slightly and glanced at the hospital reception, and he saw a very familiar face. It was at that point Naruto remembered. The nurse. Naruto paled slightly. He was not looking forward to this. He felt embarrassed and very guilty over what happened last night. Come on, just do it. Naruto slowly approached the desk and saw the medic in her early 20s. She was leaning over the desk writing something, most likely file updates, but the look on her face said it all. Her eyes were bloodshot from crying and her skin took a sickly pale color. Naruto felt a wave of guilt engulf him. He had no idea how badly he hurt her. He swallowed it down and continued to approach. He was at the very front of the reception desk and still she did not notice. Naruto was inclined to walk away now when he had the chance, but he felt obligated to do so. A promise made is trust placed, and the last thing Naruto wanted was to have the third think is that he betrayed his trust. Hey, Naruto whispered, yet nonetheless the nurse looked up and it was just as Naruto feared. Her eyes widened and jumped back. Her scream echoed around the lobby, rendering all conversations silent. Naruto did not need to turn around to guess that every single person was staring at him. The nurse reared back to the point where she nearly toppled over a chair, but luckily she nearly stumbled away. Last thing I need, Naruto thought with some relief, is for her to get hurt while I'm apologizing to her. After the nurse stepped further away, she paused. Her eyes filled with a sense of anger and fear. I liked it better when they just ignored me or were apathetic. Naruto was reluctant to actually say anything and just wanted to bolt for the nearest exit. He could feel his heart pounding and his face reddening. Look. Naruto's mouth was dry. It was amazing how quickly the body reacts to stress. I'm sorry for what happened. I didn't mean it. The nurse was not reassured. Tears were welling up in her eyes. I hope, do you know what I went through? The nurse's anger and frustration drowned out Naruto's voice. I just needed to do a checkup. A simple checkup. What do I get? Demons and fucking death threats. I had to rush on home to make sure they were all right. Oh shit, here we go. Naruto thought. I was hoping we could get out of here. The nurse screamed. You freak. The nurse knew that she was wrong the moment she said it. It was like her father used to say, never taunt the thing that can kill you in a heartbeat. Naruto stood frozen where he was, his face slightly pale. The darkness in the back of his head floated gently around his mind, like mist, yet it remained silent. The eyes that were staring at him from around the lobby slowly started to change. Naruto could sense ill will, fear and rage. Leave, Naruto. Just walk away. Naruto slowly turned his eyes, boring into the floor. As he walked out, apart from the tapping of his shoes, not a sound was made as he exited the hospital. The first day of being a ninja is not exactly how I envisioned. October 10th, 7:46 am Konoha. Naruto trudged along. Hands might as well be glued into his pockets. Naruto was not upset but rather worried. Worried how this is going to turn out. As he continued his pace, he noticed that there was a lot less people around than usual. Granted, a lot of the families tended to make sure that they were somewhere else when Naruto was in the area, but even then there was at least a couple of dozen people on the streets. However, it was different this time. It was practically a ghost town. There was hardly anyone on the streets, no families, no street vendors. No one. Naruto counted only 7 people scattered around the street. 7 people. Naruto could care less, but he then noticed what the 7 people were, and they were not ordinary citizens of Konoha. Ninjas? Naruto blinked and focused again to make sure that they were not illusions. They were real all right, and they did not look happy to see Naruto. All of them were in standard Chunin attire. They did not even bother to hide or be covert. They were just standing around in broad daylight, and they were all looking at Naruto, huge frowns pasted across their faces. Hi guys. Naruto tried to put on a smile, but the ninjas remained impassive. What's going on? You. One of them, near a closed stall, obviously the leader, walked slowly towards Naruto and stopped just shy of a couple of meters. We have been ordered to monitor you. Make sure you don't get into trouble. It was obvious that, whoever the hell this guy was, he was not happy with this mission. Less than 8 hours, not even a third of a day has gone by, and I am already making enemies. I am not a genius, but I know when the odds are stacked in my favor. What can I? Oh, for the love of all that is decadent. Shut up. The voice sounded amused, yet grumpy at the same time. You sound like an insecure, whiny bitch. So loud was the voice that Naruto could feel the darkness resonating mildly around his body. It tickled a little. It felt like his teeth were wiggling around in their gums. 1 minute you are happy, the next you are depressed. Naruto wanted to argue, but it was unwise to do so in front of ninjas who were sent to monitor him. Now you are getting paranoid. Naruto could feel himself sink further. Why me? Now you are depressed again. This is turning out to be a liability. I never should have chosen you of all people. 12 years of investing gone down the drain. Naruto slowly started to walk again. He felt himself shrink before the gaze of the Chunin guards. Naruto bore a hole into the ground, putting one foot in front of another, barely knowing which direction he was heading. Just shut up. The voice in his head went silent again. He continued to walk down the main road he could swear was being watched by more than just the 7 Chunin who obviously did not like him, but more. Civilians peeking through curtain windows, small animals hiding under whatever cover they can find, whether it be verandas or bed covers. It seems that what I have done has caused a very great rift in the waters. Everyone is on edge. Naruto was enraged due to the overreaction that was happening around them, all this over some jerk. A jerk who tried to kill me in the first place? He was going to betray them. They should be thanking me. Me. Deep down, a cruel thought surfaced and Naruto could not help but smirk. Maybe the idea of taunting the harmless but monkey of the village is a fun source of amusement, but when people find out he is not so harmless after all, that is when people start to get worried. Could they be hoping that I have forgotten about their treatment? Don't count on it, chumps. Naruto's mind was no longer concentrating on where he was, too busy reveling in a rather twisted fantasy. If he took the time to notice, the 7 Chunin stopped following him. In fact, they started to falter. If Naruto even bothered to turn around, he would notice very worried, perhaps even scared ninjas. What a murderous intent, the lead Chunin thought to himself. I did not sign up for this. One of the men under his command slowly, ever so slowly, reached into his pocket and pulled out a kunai. The leader waved his finger at him, his subordinate very reluctant to relax the grip on his kunai. We are under explicit orders not to hurt him. The leader's voice so soft and quiet it was barely a whisper. No matter what he has done, or who he has done it to. The subordinate nodded but did not relax his guard. With a slight wave of the group leader's finger, the 7 ninjas slowly retracted back further and further until they were nearly 20 meters away. Only then did they follow Naruto's pace, keeping an equal distance from him, his murderous aura still like pinpricks creeping along their stomachs. What a monster. The group leader swore that he would never do something like this ever again. October 10th, 8:04 am, Konoha. How I would love to give that fucking Kiba a beating. They would have to redefine torture when I get my hands on him. What? Naruto stopped in the middle of the road, blinking as if the sun was in his eyes. His mind was slowly and groggy, like awaking from a deep sleep. Why would I do that? Why would I think that? The darkness rustled a little in the back of his mind, and immediately Naruto knew something was wrong, and who the culprit was. You. Naruto was both shocked and angered by the treachery of the darkness. Oops. Looks I have been discovered. The darkness wriggled in delight. It made Naruto dizzy yet slightly euphoric. Don't you do that again. You do not control me. I am a good person. You will not trick me again. Naruto wanted to scream and cry with all his might. It was infuriating to discipline something that is inside his own head and he cannot control it. Control, my dear Naruto? You think I am controlling you? The darkness remained impassive. You are the one who is thinking it. I am just giving you a slight push. You are not a good person, Naruto. Otherwise, I would not have chosen you in the first place. If the darkness had a face, it would be smiling, much to Naruto's chagrin. You are just as rotten as every other meat sack in the world. The only difference is that others become one over the years. You are born one, just like your predecessors. That is not true. Wait, what? Naruto was just about to give the darkness a good form of discipline, but this not the first time the darkness mentioned predecessors. It was time that this was settled. Naruto turned around and to his surprise his guards were well behind him, their faces carved like stone. None of the disdain in their eyes but rather quiet caution. Finally, a chance to breathe. Being able to converse with whatever the hell was in his head is a relief. Just thinking a conversation out is much harder than it sounds, especially when the other conversing partner was in your head. Okay. Naruto kept his walking pace to avoid suspicions and his voice low to avoid any nosy people from listening in. This has gone far enough. What the hell are you? What is the darkness? And who or what are these predecessors? The voice was taken aback surprisingly enough. and remained in mildly stunned silence. What? Don't tell me my predecessors, as you call them, never asked you. Whatever these questions. Actually, they did, thousands of times, Naruto. But you are the first one to ask the question so quickly. Naruto did not miss a beat. Huh. Just over 8 hours. A new record. A new record for what? Naruto nearly shouted his question. He tried to keep it together. A new record for my host to actually ask what I am. You would be surprised how many of your predecessors just took my gifts for face value. The thought of what I was did not cross their minds for days, weeks, and in some cases, months or years. The darkness hacked something awful, like it was coughing fit. Naruto did not know that it was supposed to be laughing. Some don't ask the question at all, too consumed in their own little world and fantasy for power. Whatever. Naruto was not fazed in the slightest. I am not them, and I am asking now. What are you? The darkness seemed to be enjoying the exchange. It was giggling. However, most people would think it was something hacking up phlegm. What I am? That is the ultimate question, Naruto. Answer that, and you will be a legend amongst all your predecessors. Naruto kept a steady pace. He could feel the darkness swirling, kind of like a magician attempting to dazzle the audience. No games. Naruto was not buying this for 1 second. The darkness knew more than it was telling. What are you? The darkness was not even annoyed in the slightest. Well, that depends. The darkness was not willing to give the answers without a little fun. On what? On what I am to whom? To you I am your best friend, your ultimate friend, your only friend, Naruto. I am the thing you prayed to when you were bullied by that rat-faced Kiba. I am the one who heard your wish to be given something resembling a family, and I am the one that heard your daily plea for a great destiny. Something better than being a woodchopper. I am the answer to your prayers. And to someone else? Naruto felt a little uncomfortable about this thing in his head, knowing so much about him. In that case I am something else altogether. But I am not going to answer that question. What about the fact you are a voice in my head? Same reason you have a voice, you are an entity that can communicate. I am the darkness, a supreme being. This voice is simply a way the sentience of that being can communicate with its hosts. Bloodline limits can't talk. Naruto was firm with this statement of fact. The darkness was unperturbed. Well then, by that logic I am not a bloodline limit. The response was timid yet very sly, like it knew something that Naruto did not. Naruto wanted to probe further, but he had a feeling the darkness was not going to be any more precise than he was now. It was time for the next question. What are these predecessors? The darkness would have rolled its eyes if it could.
Smon genius.
Think about it. There have been other people before you who I have lent my power to. Some have achieved greatness and have been rewarded. Some squandered it on pitiful tastes and were punished for it. Whoa, punished. Naruto did not like the sound of that. Not by me, I assure you. I lend power to those I choose, Naruto. Your predecessors were investments just like you, some paid off and some did not. Those that did not found themselves in very unfortunate situations and I was not willing to help. So you are saying that I am your servant? A slave under your control? Naruto did not like the idea of being something puppet. Bullshit, you are inside me. I control you. That is what your predecessor said. And his arrogance got the best of him. I left him and he died because of it. He mistook my power for his. He learned very quickly how wrong he was. You will learn too, Naruto, if you disappoint me. What can you possibly do to me? Naruto sensed that the answer to this question would end the conversation one way or the other. The darkness was reveling in Naruto's ignorance. Well, how about this? I can manipulate your emotions, your eyesight, your hearing, and as I have shown you last night, I can easily break free of your pitiful grasp. You do not control me, my dear puppet. Control you? Naruto paled slightly and felt his stomach turn to jelly. A threat by some non-existent creature that happens to live inside you is unnerving to say the least. Naruto kept on walking, wondering how quickly this gift can turn into a nightmare.
Yo, Naruto.
There is my favorite customer. Naruto stared up and looked around for the source and Naruto sagged his shoulders a little. It was Tsuchi sitting behind the counter of Naruto's favorite eating place. the Ichiraku Ramen Bar. Come on Naruto, I heard the good news. I'll treat you to something. Tucci had a big grin on his face. He has known Naruto for a long time, and apart from the third, the closest thing Naruto has to family. However, Naruto was not in the mood, his stomach nausea at the prospect of being trapped with this thing. Sorry old man, but I am not in the mood. Another time, maybe. Naruto reverted his gaze back to the ground and continued to trudge on. Tucci looked on, curious if he said something to offend him. Chapter 11. A Civil Scrutiny of a New Ninja Part 1. October 10th, 8:12 am. Konoha Tien Supply Store. The Konoha Tien Supply Store was the largest general ninja supply store in Konohagakure. There were other supply shops, but they were restricted to very specific items like chakra blades and specialized sealing scrolls of the sort. Considering that Naruto only found out that he was going to be a ninja less than 6 hours ago, he thought this place would be as good a start as any. Naruto reflected to the past when he saw previous academy graduates walk into this store on his way to work. They looked eager, excited. There was even a pair of twins quite literally doing synchronized dancing on their way inside, their mother a jounin laughing with pride. Naruto, on the other hand, was not all that excited. His mood tarnished by the darkness's rather blunt yet vague explanation of their relationship, what turns out to be a gift that is actually a curse. Naruto came to terms that whatever this darkness is, it was not a bloodline limit, but rather some thing that can easily ruin Naruto's life on a whim. Not that I had a life to begin with. Naruto sulked as he looked through the clothes section of the store. He was gazing at the clothes that came in a very generic set of colors. A lot of it was very basic stuff, mostly green and gray. Naruto almost moved to next row of clothes when he saw something as the very edge of his vision. He walked closer to it and realized it was a set of clothes. A jacket, shirt, and pants. It was a bright orange jumpsuit. Bright orange. This is really cool. The coolest thing I have ever seen, in fact. I think before Naruto had the chance to even finish that thought, the darkness burst through like a battering ram. You so much as think about buying that thing and you will never sleep again. Ah, come on. Naruto cannot believe this. He cannot even pick out his own clothes? Are you arguing with me? The darkness sounded incredulous, like he could not believe an argument was developing over this. Please. It was annoying to have to resort to pleading with a voice in his head, but Naruto thought it was worth a shot. Well, now that you asked nicely, the answer is still a no. The darkness resonated in Naruto's mind, creating a mild headache. What you got there, fella? Naruto darted around to see a very old man stand before him. He was easily in the late 90s, if not older. He wore a bright red cloak which hung loosely around him. Not much. Who are you? Naruto realized he sounded rude, but frankly he was having a dodgy day and the day has barely started. The old man seemed indifferent. Me? I am Saru. I am the owner of this fine establishment. Who are you, young man? Uzumaki Naruto. Saru's eyes opened and regarded Naruto. Naruto expected something stereotypical of the villagers. Telling him to get out of their store, yell at him, call him a freak. That did not happen though. Instead, the old man broke out into a toothy grin. Ah yes. The third mentioned you might be coming in. He said you might need some clothes and equipment. He put a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder and slowly started to guide him through the front. Let's see what we can do for you. Naruto did not bother to resist and followed the old man's guidance. He seemed nice enough. This is going to be interesting. Naruto was not really sure whether to trust the old man's judgment, but it was better than nothing. By the way, boy. Naruto glanced up at the old man, who was peering down at him, nodded to something in Naruto's hand. What you got there? Naruto glanced down. It was the orange jumpsuit. He forgot to put it back on the rack. I was just browsing. Naruto blushed, hoping the explanation was enough. The old man put on a lopsided smile. You were actually considering buying that? The old man nearly burst out laughing. That is a kid's suit. It's for amateurs and morons, not ninjas. Saru grabbed the suit and tossed onto a nearby bench behind him. You are going to get killed if you show up in that suit. It is not even used for looking cool, much less practical use. People will think you are retarded. Can you imagine someone buying that? Yeesh. Why yeah, that would be silly. Naruto tried to chuckle, but his face turned redder than ever. Can't imagine anyone would want to buy that. Naruto hoped his voice did not give way to his embarrassment. Me neither. Saru chuckled to himself. Now, let's get you some clothes. October 10th, 8:30 am, Hokage office. I am telling you, this will never happen. A very angry Inuzuka Tsume was on the verge of getting violent. The third was sitting behind his desk in the Hokage office trying to avoid rolling his eyes. This was not the first complaint he has received. News of Naruto becoming part of the ninja constituency has created a very powerful and mixed reaction. There have been approvals, there have been objections, and in the case of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans there have been more vocal outbursts. The Aburame clan were actually more reasonable than the Inuzuka clan, in that they requested for the sake of efficiency that Naruto is not assigned to missions with members of the Aburame clan. Naruto has a very unpleasant relationship not just with the clan's bugs, but indeed all animals. Naruto's presence will make the bugs sloppy and rebellious, not to mention due to the rather close relationship the bug users have with their internal hives, it affects them physically and mentally as well. Typical Aburame, the third mused, their arguments are practically undebatable. However, reminiscing is for later, now the third to deal with the Inuzuka clan, whose arguments were a lot less structured. What will never happen, Tsume? Naruto. Becoming a ninja requires years of training and effort just to reach Genin. You can't just let someone skip that on a whim. The third grunted but allowed the outburst to continue. Besides that, he's a freak. Our dogs cower at the very sight of him. And that smell. The third narrowed his eyes and listened to Tsume's words. He smells like a rotting carcass in a swamp. Rotting carcass? The third thought about his time with Naruto, and the term rotting carcass nor swamp ever popped up in his mind. The Inuzuka clan has the keenest sense of smell in all of Konoha, perhaps even the ninja world. Who knows what they sense? But they are getting out of line. Get rid of him. We both know you have been faced with this option before. Tsume was very determined about forcing the conversation this direction. The third's stomach sank a little. Someone has been telling tall tales and he had a good idea who did it. Hamaru. Koharu. Are you that dedicated to this child's death?
Hokage-sama.
This is serious. We have to dash. Tsume. Shut up. Tsume was grasping for the kills. The third thought it was time to end this. But dash. Silence. The third leaned back into his chair, his pipe lit and smoking like a chimney. You are right, Tsume. I had an option like what you mentioned on the table and I tossed it out the window. Besides, the third narrowed his eyes, his gaze focused on the head of the Inuzuka clan. I don't think you are here out of the well-being or concern of the village. I don't get it. Tsume stood firm. The third had to give her credit. She was strong-willed if nothing else. I know the fact that practically all the bullying and harassment I have seen inflicted on Naruto has been committed by your clan. The third's eyes were so narrow they might as well be closed. That is preposterous. Tsume's response was too quick, too rehearsed to be a genuine denial. So you are saying the ANBU investigators are wrong? The third smelled a victory, and he did not even have to get into a fight. Tsume knew it as well. Calling ANBU investigators wrong is akin to social suicide. You had to have substantial evidence to stand a chance, and Tsume had nothing. At least nothing that would be held against ANBU scrutiny. I know about the insults, the late-night harassments, the property damage, even the actual physical attacks. Well, Tsume thought about it. That is just some stupid initiation committed by the younger pups of the clan. They will dash. The third had enough. An initiation condoned by the adults. Tsume. The investigation was quite thorough. The third's eyes were fully open. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a lighter, relit the pipe and put it back. Bottom line, I think this complaint stems out of fear. That is ridiculous. Tsume seemed to be gazing off in the distance, stretching her neck. She was obviously not comfortable with this. What makes you think we would be scared of one boy? Because that boy devoured a high-level chunin quite literally, and if it was not for Irika calming Naruto down, you would be sharing the same fate of Mizuki. Tsume stood there in stunned silence. You are the leader of your clan, one of the strongest, and if one boy can take you down, he could easily remove the rest of your clan. Tsume looked as if she had just seen a ghost. The third delivered the metaphorical killing blow. Do you think Naruto has forgotten about the horrible things your clan has done to him? The third saw a slight twitch develop under Tsume's eye. Instantly, the third knew what the problem was. That's what this is about, isn't it? The third regarded a shaking Tsume with a sense of mild concern. The Inuzuka clan is worried that now Naruto can actually fight back. Your clan is the first thing he is going to take care of. Your son in particular. Kiba, isn't it? Tsume was shaking like a leaf. The fatigue in her eyes was visible, and she obviously did not get any sleep since the incident in the hills. Tsume had actually put the whole clan on guard the whole time. Tsume herself made sure that his son and daughter were safe. She was well aware that Kiba tormented Naruto the most. Normally she would be more encouraging. But now that Naruto has changed, something had to be done. Like the third said, it was unlikely that Naruto would forget so many years of torment in less than one night. The Inuzuka clan would be extremely grateful if something could be done. Tsume's voice seemed resigned, no longer grasping for straws, but rather just hoping for a miracle. The third raised an eyebrow in surprise. I did not expect this. The third was just stating facts, but never expected genuine fear. Obviously, this is a pretty serious matter for the Inuzuka clan. I never got this kind of reaction from the Aburame clan, but then again they never actually did anything to Naruto. The third clasped his hands together and thought about a solution. Normally he had the utmost faith in Naruto's integrity, but certain events flowed into his mind. The attack on Irika, a friend, the nurse, the occasional bloodlust, Danzo's interest in these turn of events, Hamaru, Koharu. Could Naruto do what Tsume is scared of? Possibly. Retribution is a natural part of being human. Naruto is no different. Okay. Here is what we will do. The third opened his eyes and stared at Tsume, who was hanging on his every word. The third started to count the solutions with his fingers. I will have a word with Naruto about this problem. He will listen to me. I will also have one of my operatives monitor your clan house on a weekly basis, and I will have someone keep an eye on Naruto. I will make sure that Naruto is not in the same team as your son or any Inuzuka clan member, nor will he be anywhere near the clan houses. Tsume relaxed a little. The third continued. In return, I expect no interference of Naruto's training. Not just from you, but your whole clan. No talking, no bullying, no harassment. For all intensive purposes, he is off limits. Your dogs will know when he is nearby. Tsume squirmed but remained silent. I would expect an official apology from your entire clan, but that would be hoping for too much. Wouldn't it? The third smirked, and Tsume, although tensed up, could not help but smile just a little. An official apology is a very humiliating experience, and for the Inuzuka clan it was even worse. Scrap that. Just leave him alone. Tsume nodded in approval. Also, no more talking about killing, hurting, banishing, or imprisoning Naruto. This is the second time I had to hear it. There will not be a third. Deal? Done. Tsume's eyes narrowed. She was hoping for something a little more permanent, but she knew a good deal when she saw it. She gave a small bow and headed out. The third relaxed in his chair a little. However, he could not help but mull over the situation. I never thought the situation would be so controversial, nor did I think for 1 second Danzo was involved this much. The third bit his lip, trying to make sense out of it. For everyone that publicly disagrees, there is at least a dozen that silently disagrees. The question is, who is against this? October 10th, 10:30 am, Konoha Tien Supply Store. Saru was getting slightly impatient yet very excited at the same time. Naruto was a challenging customer. He needed a very precise set of gear in order to be effective, while at the same time incredibly practical. It seemed that Naruto was getting instructions from someone who was not there. He would look at something, and depending he would either accept it or refuse it. Saru even had to go back and look for the more older gear and clothes. Saru just took whatever he could find and tossed it over the changing stall which Naruto was currently occupying. Hurry, Naruto. We have got to see if this works, and I don't have all day. Saru called. Okay, old man, gimme a minute. Naruto seemed to be struggling with his new clothes. Saru heard the click of the changing room and the door opened. Saru had a good look at him, and he was very impressed. Now that is very interesting. Saru reflected on it with an approving look. Very practical and incredibly old school. I like old school. Naruto stepped out of the change room and looked very much like a heavily armored modern samurai. He had the classic armor that rolled along his upper and lower chest, back, ribs, legs, shoulders, and arms, which was reminiscent of what the first and second Hokage wore to battle. He wore basic long military-grade pants with heavy boots with a metal soles at its base giving a heavy thump with every step made. Instead of an old battle helmet, he had a very wide brim hat called a takohatsugasa which covered his whole body in shadow. It would normally appear goofy, but Naruto pulled it off very well. Finally, he covered himself with a long flowing trench coat that reached down to his shins with two very deep pockets. With exception of the hat, which was made of straw, he was completely dressed in black. "Don't you feel hot in there?" Saru was impressed with the style, but for a novice ninja like Naruto it seemed a little too taxing on the body.
Surprisingly, no.
Naruto seemed very casual. "How do I look?" Saru gestured to the mirror beside him and Naruto stood in front of it. "Cool." Naruto looked himself up and down. "What do you think?" "Nice. Very nice." Naruto told you I would make you look the part. "True, but still that orange uniform looked cool." "Naruto, let us pretend you never said that and move on." "So," Saru sensed his work was complete. "What do you think?" "I'll take it." Naruto's immediate response made Saru chuckle. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small calculator. After pushing a series of buttons, he showed Naruto the result. "It will cost this much." Saru was nonchalant about the number. Naruto's jaw dropped. That was a lot of money, nearly a month's pay. "Yeesh, trying to bankrupt me, old man." Naruto muddled around in his old pair of clothes for his frog wallet. "Hey, your fault you chose the older and rarer items of the store. That trench coat is fireproof, thank you very much." Naruto pulled out all the money in his wallet and handed it over to Saru begrudgingly. Saru seemed very carefree as he walked towards the counter, a very broke Naruto trailing behind him. "Need any weapons? Kunai? Shuriken?" Saru had a big grin plastered on his face. "You cleaned me out, damn it." Naruto was slightly annoyed at the fact that he just lost a huge chunk of his savings. Saru just laughed and after a quiet pause he smiled. "Tell you what, considering you have been an excellent customer." Saru slowly caressed the money in his hand, much to Naruto's chagrin. "I'll let you have a free set of kunai and shuriken, and if you want to buy more you can pay me next month." Naruto perked up a little at this bargain. "If that is the case, I'll take you up on that offer, old man." Saru cringed slightly. He came to terms with the fact that he was old, but being called old was still annoying. He reached behind the counter and pulled two boxes, one kunai, one shuriken, and placed them gently on the counter. Both boxes combined were very bulky and quite heavy as well. Naruto would have a bit of a problem carrying it around. Still, it was a nice gesture on the store owner's part. "These will be more than Ino-Naruto could not even finish his sentence without being interrupted. "Get more." "What?" "Get more, Naruto. A lot more. These will last me at least a month, if not a whole year." "I have no doubt, just get more, Naruto." "Where the hell would I put 3 boxes of weapons, much less 2 on my person? How much more are we talking?" "Just let me worry about that. Get at least 4 boxes. God damn it, you are going to bankrupt me. Money is the easiest thing to get now that you have got me to help you." Naruto heaved a huge sigh and stared back at patient Saru. "I'll have at least 4 boxes, please." Saru was taken aback. 4? That is quite a lot. How are you going to carry it?" Saru reached inside the counter and pulled 4 boxes. The 6 in total would not be carried. Not even in Naruto's dreams. "Great job, you idiot. What am I going to do with all these?" "Open them up and put the kunai and shuriken into your pockets." "What?" "Just do it." Naruto was a quick learner, and it was just better to do what the voice in his head said, no matter how ill-advised or crazy that sounds. Naruto opened the first box on the counter. Kunai. He grabbed a handful by the grips and put it into his pockets. Even though it was a big trench coat had hug pockets, it was easily filled. "Great, now what? Where am I going to put the rest? Up my ass?" "Hardly. Just shut up and watch." Although Naruto could not see it, he could feel something rather cold spreading around his coat pocket, and then all of a sudden, the weight in his pocket was gone. Naruto peeked inside to see the pocket was completely empty. No kunai in sight. How did you do that? Darkness is now our domain. You can hide anything you want for safekeeping in the dark, no matter how big or cumbersome, much better than a scroll or backpack. Naruto's face sported a wide smile that stretched from ear to ear. He grabbed another handful and continued to place both kunai and shuriken in his coat. Again it disappeared. In less than a few minutes he emptied all 6 boxes. How? How the hell did you do that? Saru was staring the whole time Naruto pulled his magic trick. He still could not believe it. I did not put seals inside the trench coat, nor the pants. How did you do that? Well, Naruto was careful with his words. The old man was nice and he did not want the darkness to do something unpleasant. You know how I was not a ninja yesterday, but I am today. Yes. This is one of the reasons why. Naruto gestured at the empty boxes before him. Saru narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Naruto, I don't understand. What do you mean? Careful, Naruto, careful. Naruto could hear the darkness squirming, and that is when he realized that Saru's shadow on the back wall behind him was morphing. The shadow made no sound as it took shape and looked like a gaping hole in the wall, and a pair of blood-red eyes morphed in the middle of the darkness. Hey look, old man. Thanks for all your help, but I got to head off. Don't want to keep the third waiting. See ya. Without another word, Naruto took off. Don't worry, I'll pay you back later. Saru tried to call Naruto back, but he was gone. He just stood there behind his counter wondering what made Naruto worry. He looked behind him only so see his shadow on the empty wall. Naruto is a very curious person. October 10-11:15 am. Inazuka Main Clan House. The Inazuka Clan House is a rather spacious venue unlike other clan houses. Most of the Inazuka clan houses are wide open spaces filled with green fields. Normally in the morning the younger generation would play and learn with their new pups, and in the afternoon the more seasoned members would go out hunting. However, on this morning in particular there was not a peep. All windows were boarded up and all doors were locked tight. Effectively, the moment Tsum found out what happened in the hills, the entire clan was on lockdown. After Tsum got back from her meeting from the Hokage, she ordered a family meeting. Adult members only. The majority of the Inazuka clan gathered in the main house. They encircled their leader, Inazuka Tsum, waiting to see what is going to happen. How are the dogs doing? Tsum asked quietly. All the dogs were supervised in cages by the more senior family members. One of the clan members piped up. Tsum frowned. Ever since midnight they have been out of control, running all over the place and strangely aggressive. The dogs were snarling, growling, and even trying to bite their human counterparts, even the ones they have been partnered with them for several years. Koromaru? Tsum's voice was barely even a whisper. It pained Tsum to lock up her oldest friend, but by the time she found him, he barely knew who he was, much less her. Stable, but not well. Tsum's daughter, Hannah, spoke. She had no sleep last night. Trying to calm down the dogs was no easy task. He is not eating and is barely able to communicate. He's terrified, mother. Tsum closed her eyes and hoped that it would pass, but it seemed unlikely, at least for a while. All the animals in Konohagakure were acting strangely. The birds were not singing and there was no sign of basic animal life in the nearby woods, as if they left in a hurry. Although the Aburame clan would never admit it, Tsum can only imagine what was happening to their insects. The Inazuka dogs have taken the worst of it though. What do we do, Tsum-sama? We have been ordered to avoid Naruto. I cannot stress this enough to our children not to provoke him. Tsum was troubled, still wondering what the next step would be. We are to just let him be. The Hokage will deal with him. The rest of the clan did not seem to be pleased with this. Most of them voted to banishing or even killing Naruto. Most people would have thought this as a little extreme, but the Inazuka clan knew that he was not human, not with that stench hanging over him. I know the Aburame clan can sense it too. Tsum thought, how can they be placid in this? The third is a fool. One of the Inazuka clan, Inazuka Chitsu, roughly 20 years of age, was less than pleased with the third's decision. Watch your tongue, you idiot. Tsum was incensed. Otherwise I will send you back to the academy, so help me. The third is the third and you will not question his decisions. However, Chitsu is right. Tsum thought. Each step sounded like a child stamping across the room. Sure, he gave us some room to breathe, but that is only a stopgap. The third is as stubborn as hell, and there is no doubt some of his decisions are based on his close friendship with that thing.
Sume-sama.
Chitsu spoke up, standing his ground. I think I speak for everyone when I say this. The children are getting nervous, and frankly some us are as well, me included. I know that, but we can't let this get to us. We are the goddamn Inuzuka clan, and we will not be scared into submission by some wretched freak. The rest of the clan stared at Tsum with resolve. She was right, there was many of them and only one Naruto. Bottom line, something like Naruto cannot be controlled and will not fit in no matter how much the third wants to. Naruto will screw up. When he does, we will make our move then. Why can't make a move now? The only clan turned to the sole voice of objection. He was standing in the middle of the doorway of the clan meeting room. Tsum sighed when she saw who it was. Kiba, her son. Kiba seemed initially quiet at first. He was only 12 years old but very bold. Like his mother. Kiba. Tsum sighed. Why are you here? Get ready for assignment today. This is ridiculous. Why don't you do what you have to do now? Why wait? You have got the Aburame clan on our side, right? Kiba said out loud. Because, pup? Tsum narrowed her eyes. What we will have to do is kill Naruto. You want that? Kiba seemed to pause and his ears perked up. You understand, Kiba? We will most likely have to kill him. The third does not want that. He thinks that we are just afraid of him, and you know what? He is right. The whole clan turned their eyes to the clan leader in shock. This does not sound like the bold leader of the Inuzuka clan. We are afraid, Tsum said, glancing at her family. And if we aren't, we should be. He is just a little brat dash. Whatever Chitsu was going to say was immediately cut off. You were not there, Chitsu, Tsum screeched. You were not there. You did not see him. You have no idea what he is capable of. He nearly ripped my goddamn head off. She pointed at the scars along the side of her cheek. The whole clan remained silent. And if wasn't for that naive twit, Irika, I would be dead. Tsum emphasized every word with caution. Naruto is a threat not only to us but all of Konoha. We know this even if everyone else doesn't. His murderous rage is foul, and now that he can fight back, it is only a matter of time before he comes for us. We can hold him off, Hana said with determination, even though deep down she knew it was foolhardy. Tsum is one of the strongest clan members, even without Koromaru. If she can be taken down, so can everyone else, and judging from what she has told them, strength in numbers is not much of an advantage. No, we can't, daughter. Tsum stared at the floor, wondering how to solve this puzzle. We have to find out what he is capable of before he makes a move on our children. She glared at Kiba, who had a worried frown upon his face. I will not let you hurt my son, Naruto. Tsum was not going to stand by for whatever Naruto was to make his move. You won't get to Kiba or any other of the Inuzuka children. So we have to put some recon on him? Who is willing to do that? Chirped one of the clan members. Don't worry, that is already taken care of. How? Tsum could not be bothered answering puerile questions. She shoved her way past the clan members and left for the town. There was much work to be done. Kiba? Kiba looked at her mother tentatively. Get to school for teams. Bring Akamaru. He is in the pen. Kiba asked slightly forlorn. Then let him out. He needs you now more than ever. Tsum turned to the rest of the clan. That goes for the rest of you. Our partners are in trouble, we have to help them through this. Each of the clan members nodded in approval but did not move. Tsum regarded the clan. Her clan with a sense of pride and concern. This meeting is adjourned. Chapter 12. A Civil Scrutiny Part 2. The third regarded Naruto's photo very carefully. A simple young man with a broad smile across his face. The third smirked at the boy's obvious excitement. The joys of being young, I suppose. He looked up from the photo to see the boy sitting opposite from him in his ninja gear, which turned more than a few eyes his way as he traveled to the main office. I am not surprised, though. His gear is extremely old-fashioned. I have not seen something like that in about 30 years. Surprised they still make it. Naruto, your gear. I am not denying that it is definitely classy, but isn't that a little obsolete? The third smiled. Well, it is comfortable, not to mention it will protect me. A lot more than the modern-day stuff. Naruto chuckled while scratching the back of his head. True, true. But didn't you consider the aspect of weight and fatigue? The third smiled, even if he had to make a serious point of being a practical. You are going to get very tired and you will not be able to move as fast. A ninja has to move fast and light, and you won't be able to do that in your current gear. Naruto had to admit that the third does have a point. His current clothes would naturally slow someone down, and it was certainly heavy. But not to him. Naruto could not explain it, but it felt just as light as basic clothes, and it was not hot as one might expect. He actually felt stronger than usual. He had no doubt that it had to do with the darkness, but how or why is a different story. The voice in his head was reluctant to give out any details. Naruto, it is probably better just to get new gear. The third seemed adamant. Well, can we just see how I do with this? At least for a while? Naruto tried to put on his best smile possible, but it just made him look nervous. The third chuckled to himself. Well, I suppose we could dash. The third's eyes quickly dashed to the door, to see it burst open and a small figure dashing towards the third at an astonishing rate. Fight me, old man. This time I'll get you. The figure called out. It sounded like a child's voice. Despite the speed of the figure, Naruto could see something in its hand. Shuriken. An assassin? Naruto tried to reach for the intruder, but it was too fast. Naruto in the end did not have to. It tripped over and fell. Ow! Not again. The outcries were the only source of sound in the room, which was completely warped in stunned silence and disbelief. Naruto finally saw the sprawled-out figure on the floor. It was a boy, younger than Naruto. He wore a yellow shirt with the Konoha symbol in red, gray shorts, a long blue scarf that reached to the floor, a gray helmet that had an orange frowny face on the right side, a red circle on the left side, and had a hole at the top for his hair to stick out of. He looks ridiculous, and the third is complaining about my outfit? That hurt. What is this? A trap? The boy quickly stood up and looked around, desperately trying to figure out the source of his fall, not realizing that it was his own scarf tied itself around his leg. Was it you? Naruto realized that the kid was pointing a finger straight at Naruto. What? Naruto could not comprehend what kind of logic this kid was using to believe that Naruto, who was 5 meters away, was responsible for causing some kid tripping on his own scarf. It was you, wasn't it? The kid was having a tantrum, creating loud thumping steps as he marched in front of Naruto, who sat stunned on his seat. The third did a rather comical facepalm. Naruto cocked his head slightly. That wasn't dash. Naruto was interrupted as the kid lunged forward. His left hand curled up into a fist, and it was aimed directly for Naruto's head. Naruto felt the darkness uncoil in the back of his mind. My fault. Naruto could not explain it, but the next thing he knew, he was standing upright, caught the fist with his left hand, and his right was firmly placed on the kid's throat, the child standing on his toes. Holy crap. Naruto was amazed that he caught the would-be attack dead in his tracks. I did not even have time to react. How did I do that? If Naruto was surprised, then the child was absolutely aghast with disbelief, his eyes wider than plates. The third was not shocked, but rather pleasantly surprised. So, the third mused, automatic muscle defense. Normally, you have to train for years to get that level. Naruto reached it in one night. It is not as refined as Rock Lee or Miyato Guy and would certainly not hold up against a better attack, but still interesting. The third turned his attention to the door as heard footstep approaching at a hurried rate. The Konohamaru is here, then Ebisu is not far behind. Got to give Konohamaru this. He certainly knows how to give someone the slip. Sure enough, a tall dark-haired man appeared in the doorway. His eyes were covered by sunglasses. He wore his forehead protector like a bandana and wore a completely dark blue ninja uniform. There was a look of relief on his face. But once he realized that his prize student was in Naruto's grasp, he flipped. What the hell do you think you're doing? Ebisu cried. Naruto looked up at the new arrival with mild curiosity. Let him go. Now. Ebisu looked like he was about to have a heart attack. Ebisu really needs to learn to calm down. The third side, he will be dead by 30 if he keeps up like this. Don't you know who that is? That is the third's grandson, Konohamaru. Ebisu was adamant, shaking his hands up and down like a bird. Naruto stared at the boy, Konohamaru with fresh eyes and strangely disappointment. The third's grandson. Naruto was silently staring at Konohamaru up and down, taking in his appearance again. Naruto looked up again at the third, who was silently monitoring the events unfolding. There is a resemblance, no doubt about that. Intelligence must skip a generation in the Sarutobi family. Konohamaru mistook Naruto's lack of action for hesitance. So, Konohamaru smirked, he just like all the others. Now that he knows who I am, he will treat me with kid gloves. What are you going to do now, a tough guy? Hit me? Konohamaru felt secure, he knew this boy would not do anything. Naruto narrowed his eyes in disgust. Kill him, Naruto. The darkness was relishing the prospect to devouring a child. It has not done so in nearly 20 years. No. Yes. Don't tell me you're not considering it. Just shut up and let me handle this. Naruto fell back to reality and the situation at hand. Come on? Or are you afraid? You won't be able to take me on anyway. Konohamaru was still boasting, not realizing Naruto was not really listening or caring. I am not one to judge Konohamaru. With one sentence Konohamaru was rendered silent. I do this not because I like you but rather because I like your grandfather. With that Naruto simply released his grip and Konohamaru plopped back the ground. You are just like the rest. Too much of a wuss. Konohamaru seemed more upset than cocky, much to Naruto's surprise. Maybe, but let me tell you something. Your grandfather is, for a lack of a better term, my hero. He looked up at the third and smiled a genuine smile. The third returned it. It sickens me that someone like you, Naruto looked down as the attentive Konohamaru, can be related to him. You render such a great man's legacy invalid simply by breathing, much less your actions. If you are the next generation of ninja, then I fear for Konohagakure's future. Konohamaru recoiled back as if he was stung, tears starting to well up in his eyes. No one has ever hit him before, but no one has ever said something as cold. Ebisu nearly fainted from such insolence, and the third's jaw might as well have dropped to the floor. Why you can't say that to me? I am the next Hokage. That's set in stone? Konohamaru nodded with confidence. Naruto was losing his patience. Then behave like one. Naruto's eyes narrowed so that Konohamaru was the only thing he saw in his field of vision. Naruto had feeling of animosity for this child before him, desecrating the legacy of a great man by acting like an idiot and spouting nonsense like becoming the Hokage. If you want to be a kid, then be one. If you want to be a ninja, then be one. You cannot do both at the same time. Naruto sat back in his chair and stared straight into Konohamaru's flinching eyes. A brief flash of gold skimmed Naruto's irises. Konohamaru blinked in surprise. What scary eyes! Konohamaru nearly took a step back. They looked so angry. I myself just became one, but even I know the difference in abilities between you and him. Naruto pointed his finger to the third. You don't look noble, you look retarded. Konohamaru, with the last jibe, simply sobbed. Naruto flinched just a little. Depressing memories of him crying alone on his bed were flooding his mind. But he has grown used to such misery. It was time that this kid did too. Konohamaru, without another word, simply walked away, tears streaming down his face.
Konohamaru-sama.
Ebisu crouched down to try and see eye to eye. Konohamaru simply walked out the door, his footstep echoing into the distance. Why, you little freak of nature? Ebisu reared and started to quickly walk towards Naruto. Naruto seemed to realize the danger and rear back. Wait! Ebisu. Ebisu stopped dead in his tracks and turned to the source of the voice. The third Hokage. I'll deal with this, you go look for Konohamaru.
Okay, Hokage-sama.
Ebisu seemed unwilling to follow with his orders, but he accepted them nonetheless. With one last look of pure venom reeled at Naruto, Ebisu left quietly, closing the door behind him. The third pulled out his pipe, and with a snap of his fingers the pipe lit. He puffed quietly without saying a word, just staring at Naruto. Every passing second made Naruto feel as if he was before an inquisition, and what he said sounded increasingly stupid. That was... The third quietly muttered. It seemed as if he was not directing the question at Naruto, but to someone else. A little harsh, don't you think, Naruto? Great job, you idiot, Naruto thought to himself. You just pissed the greatest opportunity of your life down the drain. Naruto concluded it could not possibly get any worse. Maybe he will go back to chopping wood. He was used to it already. What the hell?
No.
Naruto's tone was resolute in his decision. The third seemed unfazed. Why? Because being a ninja is not some child's game. He is young Naruto, he can be pardoned, yes? The third was trying to steer this down the right path, but Naruto was not going to have it. He wants to play, let him play. Being a child and a ninja are two separate things that cannot mix, they have to be separated. While he is being a ninja, he should leave that stuff at the door. What makes you think you are qualified to say that? There was little harm with what he was trying to do. The smoke from the third's pipe was being emitted at a faster pace. Naruto flinched at the question. Sure, he was not qualified, but still. Maybe not now, but being a ninja, there is life and death in the balance. Yes, life and death. Let us go ask Mizuki, he'll tell the truth. Ha ha ha. Too true, but there is nothing wrong doing it here. The third gestured to his surroundings. Here, there may not be much of a problem, but he will be carrying that ethos into a conflict. Naruto felt as if he is on a roll. He is going to pick on someone who is out of his league. He will be the first one to go down. You mean agents, someone like you? The third's glare was unwavering. Naruto flinched again. The third is asking some rather harsh questions. Someone like you. Naruto pointed at the third, and the third raised an eyebrow. The third cocked his head to the side. Something in Naruto's voice seemed off. The third was a master of diplomacy. He knew there was another angle. What is the real issue you have with my grandson, Naruto? He is ungrateful, treating his abilities like a child's toy. The third stared at the boy with narrowed eyes. He should be grateful because he has the chance to be something. He has the chance to not to die alone and forgotten. He has a choice, unlike some people. Naruto reflected. He noticed that the third's smoke started to engulf the desk. Naruto, I can appreciate your position and your point of view, but that part of your life is over now. You have a chance to do something now. It is not appropriate to judge the boy, especially when you hardly know him. The darkness started to stir a little. A low growl sounded from the depths of Naruto's mind. He hardly knows me, yet he nearly attacked me. If he tried that yesterday, it would have connected, and it would have hurt. That is enough, Naruto. The third knows when it is time to stop arguing a point and just pull rank. Yes, I know what he did was wrong, but next time just take it easy, okay? The third smiled. Naruto would have returned it if he knew he was disingenuous. On a separate note, the third shifted slightly in his seat. We need to have a little talk about what has been going on with the Inuzuka clan members. Oh shit. Now what? Naruto took in a deep breath. Okay, what did they say this time? I did not do anything. Look, whatever is happening between you and the clan has got to stop. Naruto launched into his defense. I have not done anything. They are the ones who started. Besides, how the hell could I fight them when I have no abilities? The word is had, not have. The third narrowed his eyes. He chewed on the end of his pipe. You previously had no abilities, but you do have abilities? Understand? Naruto had no clue what the third was getting at. He nodded all the same. I am not defending the Inuzuka for their actions, but now that you have new life, there will be a new slate, okay? No grudges and no revenge. You leave them alone, they leave you alone. Got it? So that is what this is about. Naruto frowned. I did not actually consider revenge. Liar, liar, liar. The darkness was like a nagging child. No, it's the truth, it never actually slipped my mind. Naruto. Got it? The third repeated. The more Naruto thought about it, the more the concept of paying back those pricks in the Inuzuka clan seemed appealing. The late-night vandalism, the constant jibes, the rabid dogs, Kiba's attacks at every turn, all of that repaid with interest. It nearly brought a smirk to Naruto's face. Still, it probably would not work. I still have no idea of my limitations. That is an easy question. You have none. Naruto? Hello? The third raised his tone of voice. Naruto regarded the condition that was put before him. Only for the old man do I do this. The darkness did little to hide his displeasure. Boring little shit. Naruto sighed. Okay, as long as they hold up their end of the deal, fine. Naruto folded his arms and gave a slight pout. They will. The third relaxed back into his chair. He was almost certain that he got a very aggressive vibe coming from Naruto a second ago. Nice to see Naruto is being sensible about this. Well, that is that, I suppose. The third picked up Naruto's form and looked at it. I suppose you better get down to the academy as soon as possible. You will be assigned to a team. Great. Not great. Who the hell are they going to partner me with? Who will be the senior? I am not a genius, but I know that the parents of the village would not want me hanging around with their children. The third must be empathic, because he knew exactly the answer to the question in Naruto's mind. Relax, Naruto, you will do just fine. Good opportunity to make friends. Okay? Truthfully, the third ever since he left the hospital last night had been finding a team to put him on. Most of the parents' objections to Naruto kept ruining his attempts to get all the teams together. Okay. Naruto slowly got up and walked to the door. He seemed a little more relaxed. Thanks for everything, old man. A mischievous smirk crept across his face as he quickly shut the door. Old man. The third hated being called that. The Aburame clan was located very close to the village center, contrary to popular belief. Most people thought they lived in the houses on the outskirts of town, but that is just a fallacy to further add to the rumor as to why they are so creepy. The overly proud Hyuga clan is the only clan that takes any steps to isolate itself from everyone else. After all, the so-called nobles don't like to associate with the common rabble. There were 4 wide entrances with the kanji Aburame clan, in plain letters at the top of every gate. Their housing is reminiscent of a beehive. Organic-looking, very close quarters and tight living spaces. Hanging by every roof is a massive hive filled with insects from every corner of the globe. The smell of fresh and sweet earth filled the senses of pedestrians who passed by the gates. Anyone who glanced inside the clan area would notice a strange and almost foreboding absence of clan members walking the streets, a behavioral quirk inherent to the Aburame clan. Doing things because they can is not Aburame quality. At the very center of the clan area was a big blockhouse, simply labeled as Main Clan House. It was noticeably taller and larger than the other houses, but that was the only thing that distinguished it from its smaller counterparts. It is uncommon for the Aburame to be invited as a guest into someone else's home, and rare for the Aburame to receive guests. Normally, it would be appropriate to actually be invited into the homes. However, the Aburame were not known for their creature comforts, as such the main clan house doubled as a meeting area and a guest reception. Inazukatsum is the first guest they have had in their main clan house for nearly 3 months. Normally, the Aburame would go all out to try and make their guest feel comfortable. But she was not an ordinary guest, and her visit was certainly not social. Aburame clan head, Abruame Shibi, along with several other high-ranking members of the Abruame clan, sat in on the meeting, wearing near-identical clothes, glasses, and hairstyles. They were indulging Tsum's conjecture. What the fuck do you mean you don't care? Shibi silently thanked his cousin, Mac Ito, for making the walls so thick otherwise the people on the street would hear Tsum's outrage. We have told you before. Shibi was casual in his response. We have no interest in getting involved in the Uzumaki affair. Rather, we are trying to distance ourselves from it. That is absurd. Shibi, goddamn it, why are you complacent in this? You know what he is just as well as I do. Tsum was less than thrilled when she realized the Aburame clan, the only other animal user in Konoha, was unwilling to start up a coalition to get rid of Naruto.
Incorrect, Sume-sama.
One of the other clan leaders, Aburame Rashan, spoke up. Rashan was a newer leader and more open to unconventional styles of logic. We have no idea what the Uzumaki child is, and neither do you. Cut the crap, Rashan. We know that the whole Aburame clan avoids Naruto like the plague. True, Shibi commented. We are compelled to avoid any contact with the Uzumaki child, directly or indirectly. However, we harbor no ill will towards him. He has of yet been neither unwilling nor unable to cause any problems for us, whether it be functionality or practically. On that note, a female voice spoke, a slender young woman. Even if he does cause problems, we would request an audience with the third Hokage-sama like we did this morning. Tsum was about to seem but held back. Wait, you met with the third this morning? Yes, explained Shibi. The death of Mizuki-san caused quite a stir in the village. It was a situation which was impossible to quarantine, especially to us. At approximately 12 a.m., all the insects became unpredictable and unresponsive. It took us 3.5 hours to regain control. Rashawn's tone was almost grim, as if he was remembering something unpleasant. So, Sum found this news interesting. It seems that the Aburaim were affected by that kids. Whatever the hell it was, unusual for Aburaim to have a hint of emotion. It must have been a total mess. Apart from the incident last night, we have had no issues since then. Shibi was still monotone with his explanation. However, Tsum knew he was weighing his options. We therefore see no need to join this coalition you expressed. We are sorry. His tone indicated to Tsum that he did not care. Tsum disregarded it. Aburaim are famous for seeming indifferent when they are far from it. You may not have issues now, but you will in the future. Something like Naruto cannot be controlled or contained. He is just a child, no older than my son. Shibi shifted slightly in his seat, and Tsum's eyes narrowed. To a layman, they would dismiss it, but for an Aburaim clan member that was a huge giveaway. This was starting to make them uncomfortable. You, me, and everyone in this room knows that Naruto is anything but a child. You are both correct and incorrect, Rashawn spoke up. We have ascertained that our insects are reacting not to Naruto but something inside him. What is the difference? Whatever his bloodline limit is, it's nothing but bad news. Sum realized something was wrong the moment she said it. The Aburaim clan leaders started to look at each other. Shibi even raised an eyebrow. Bloodline limit? Shibi spoke. There was actual surprise in his voice. Sum braced herself for what was coming. You think this is some sort of bloodline limit, Sum-sama? What else could it be? The Aburaim obviously knew something that the Inuzuka clan did not, and Sum needed to know if she was going to orchestrate a defense. The Uzumaki child, like the Inuzuka clan, the Aburaim clan, and the Kyubi Jinchuriki, is not one whole entity, but rather a mix of two separate identities. One is Naruto, the other is unknown. 2 identities? Sum cocked her head slightly to the side in confusion. Correct. We have preformed some experiments and looked over some research. Shibi referred to a small set of tightly wrapped document tucked under his arm. We have concluded that the insects in our collective are reacting to the unknown entity that exists inside Naruto. An unknown entity? Well, that friggin' helps. Sum rolled her eyes. It's not like you to play games, Shibi. Spit it out. We cannot spit it out, Sum-sama. This is because we have not ascertained what the unknown entity is. Sum could not help but guess that Shibi was narrowing his eyes. We were actually hoping you knew what the unknown entity is and would explain it to us. Sums was surprised. So, this is why they have been silent up until now? They thought I was coming to tell them what Naruto was. Obviously, you do not know. Shibi sighed under his robe. He was fatigued from the night before, as was everyone else from the Aburaim clan. Even the children were restless in trying to keep their newly established hives in check. Well then, Sum bit her lip. If you know more than we do, it would be greatly appreciated if you would hand over the information to Dash.
No.
Shibi did not even hesitate in his response. Sum was starting to get annoyed as to how many people were interrupting her today. What do you mean no? Shibi, give us a break here. We will not give you a break here. The Inuzuka clan's dislike of the Uzumaki child is obvious to all citizens of Konoha. We have no doubt that you would use the information we have discovered for your own purposes and the Uzumaki child's end. Even if you claim contrary to this, we will not take the risk. Shibi straightened his back, making him a little taller in height. The third Hokage left instructions not to interfere with the Uzumaki child's growth, and we will obey those instructions. But Dash, to hand over the information to you would constitute a violation of his instructions, and we shall be held accountable for your actions. Sum had enough of being lectured to about her intentions. Fools all of you. With a click of her shoes, she marched out of the meeting area. Her hand rested on the door when Shibi spoke. However, we shall confirm one aspect of the unknown entity's characteristics. Sum did a half-turn to look at the Aburaim. Shibi continued with a quiet, cautious tone. Whatever assumptions you have of the Uzumaki child, this is fact. He is a host to this entity that is not identifiable or related to any historic, genetic, physical, mental, or spiritual records we have researched and cataloged, and our catalogs are quite thorough. So what you are saying is that he is an unnatural freak of nature and the farthest thing from human. Tell me something I don't know, Zoom murmured. If you want to put it in such blatant words. Correct. Shibi left with the rest of the Aburame leaders through a side door. You are capable of showing yourself out, Sum-sama. It was not a question, and with that they left. Sum gritted her teeth, the grinding of bone against bone. God damn it. Now what? She slammed the door behind her. Fucking Aburame. Fence sitters, the lot of them. Sum walked down the isolated street pondering what to do now. She has made contact not just with the Aburame, but the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. They all turned her down or were just as clueless as she was. Sum knew better than contacting the Hyuga clan. They would just make a mess of it. Still, it does not matter. I have my own investigation occurring in the background. I will see what my agent gives me tonight. Until then, I will try to get through to Kuramaru. Sum closed her eyes and prayed for the day to hurry along. Naruto had never been inside the ninja academy before. He never felt comfortable even setting foot in the playground. Ignore the fact that he was shoved off by the bigger kids, claiming that he did not belong. But I belong here now, don't I? You have always belonged here, Naruto. Oh yes, Naruto. That was not a question. Yes, it was. Not a question to you. The darkness curled around Naruto's mind, making his spine shiver. Be nice, Naruto. Be nice. Let's move. Naruto set foot inside the academy hall, and it was not as interesting as he expected it to be. The entire interior was constructed from timber. There were no drapes hung up or weapons lying around. It just looked like a regular school. Naruto was expecting something more flashy. All the classroom doors were closed, and there were numbers on the doors, and suddenly it occurred to Naruto. Damn it, I forgot to ask the old man which room it was. Naruto slowly walked down the hall, briefly glancing into every classroom. Most of them were empty, and the ones that were not were filled with students much younger than himself. Where is it? The third is going to be ticked if I miss the team assignment. Hey, Naruto. Naruto turned around to see a boy around his age with a spiky hair, wearing a fishnet undershirt and a short jacket with his forehead protector worn around his left arm, along with Nara clan symbol on both of its sleeves and grayish-brown pants. Shikamaru? Nara Shikamaru? Naruto barely remembered who he was. He is a good friend of Akimichi Chuji, and they have played a couple of times when they were younger, but that was about it. Very strange guy, always bored. Nothing excites him. I heard that you are joining us today. Shikamaru walked along with his usual slouch in his step. How did you know that? Are you kidding? News of your induction into the ninja system has spread like wildfire. You even skipped all the ninja training that we had to do. You bastard. Shikamaru seemed anything but upset. He actually seemed interested. I heard you stopped our teacher Mizuki. That was amazing. Yeah. Naruto was not sure how much he was told, but the fact that Mizuki was left in pieces when he last saw him seems to have been contained. At least for now. Hey, Shikamaru, where are you? Hey, Naruto. Long time no see. Naruto glanced behind Shikamaru to see Chuji rounding the corner, a packet of barbecue chips in his hands.
Chuji.
Naruto had always liked Chuji. He was a jolly guy and was not afraid to share his food, except the last piece for some reason. Naruto hung out with him quite a lot in his free time. So you here for the induction? Chujo had a wide grin on his face. Naruto held up the smile as long as he could. Geez, does everyone know? I thought this was a secret or something. Yeah, actually, do you know where it is? I think I am late. Naruto was eager to change the subject. Not really, the meeting got pushed back by 10 minutes. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. He could not afford to screw this up. Great, where is it? Just over there. Shikamaru pointed to a door at the end of the hall. Nice. As they walked to the end of the hall, Chuji seemed to be enjoying his one of many snacks, but Shikamaru was glancing at Naruto every now and then. What is the problem? Naruto did not like being looked at like a museum exhibit. Nothing, it's just, what happened out there? Shikamaru's head was cocked slightly. Whether it was due to curiosity or his posture, Naruto could not tell. Chuji's ears pricked up, though he maintained his steady eating pace. Out where? Naruto knew damn well what he was talking about. But on the off chance, you know what I mean, your place in the hills. Damn. Well, at least the details are still fuzzy. Tell them Naruto, tell them Mizuki was delicious. Tell them that they are next. Tell them that you can squash them like a bug. Tell Chuage that he is so fat that if he jumps for joy he will get stuck. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. The stress of having something in his head that he cannot control is starting to take its toll. Naruto, Shikamaru probed. Naruto stopped and focused on the matter at hand. Oh yeah. Naruto wondered how to phrase his next sentence. Some unexpected circumstances occurred. Like, Shikamaru raised an eyebrow.
Naruto smilet keshire kat green.
You're going to have to find out, won't you? The darkness seemed pleased with the cryptic response. Ha 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 ha. Nice Naruto, very nice indeed. Shikamaru's eyes drooped slightly. Chuji finished his pack of chips and reached into his pocket to pull out another. This time it was herb-flavored chips. How troublesome. He sighed. Naruto laughed. All three of them stood out front of the door. Naruto was waiting for one of his companions to move first. After you. Chuji seemed relatively excited, unlike his counterpart. Naruto gulped as he slowly put his hand on the handle. He could feel his pulse skyrocketing. Here we go. With a quick yank, he opened the classroom door. Chapter 13, A Civil Scrutiny Part 3. Oh, the entire classroom was filled with students, the students who graduated a few days earlier. They were scattered throughout the room, huddled in small groups. What team do you think we'll end up in? Said a boy taller than Naruto, with both arms wrapped in green cloth. I have no idea, but I would not mind being partnered with Ino. She's pretty. A smaller boy blushed. Maybe, but I would not mind being on the Uchiha's team, even though he might outshine us by a mile. The other boys around him laughed in agreement. It seemed that similar conversations were developing around the room. What was going to happen? Who were their teammates going to be? Who was their sensei? Yet, despite the casual air the students presented, there was a sense of tension throughout the class. Hey, come on Naruto, better take a seat, Shikamaru said. His eyes were beginning to droop. He started with Chuji in step. Come on Naruto, we'll share some chips. Like magic words, all conversations were ground to a halt. Everyone in the room turned to stare at the new ninja graduate. Even the Uchiha, who sat silently brooding in corner, opened his eyes to observe Naruto. Well, shit. It seems we're famous. Indeed we are, and rightly so. The darkness swirled and scampered in excitement. It was having more fun than Naruto was. Try and keep it cool, do not cause trouble. Naruto wiped the sweat from his palms and slowly began to walk towards an empty seat. 2 seats away from where Uchiha Sasuke was sitting. His eyes still fixed on Naruto, with a keen interest. As he walked past, Naruto could hear a mixture of conversations, and immediately Naruto understood his celebrity. Is that the guy? Naruto? Never heard of him, have you? I heard this guy prevented the scroll of seals from being stolen. Really? Isn't just an ordinary guy? Not a ninja? That is what I heard. That thing last night. Apparently he has some rare bloodline limit. What? Yeah, Mizuki was the thief, I'm telling you. Naruto actually defeated him. No way. I was told he killed him. My father saw the incident where he lived. It was a war zone. Naruto blocked the noise and just sat in his seat quietly, even though he could feel the eyes boring into him from every direction. The conversations continued for several minutes. I heard he skipped the graduate exam. What? Why that little? Who the hell does he think he is? Is he planning on going to war in that getup? Looks like a friggin' samurai. Yeah, apparently he was sworn right in after he prevented the scrolls from being taken. Unbelievable. Naruto heaved a sigh and closed his eyes. It seems the topic of how Naruto came to be what he is now as opposed to last night was the only conversation for what seemed an eternity. Yeah, this is going by swell. So it seems that Mom was right. Akamaru? Naruto snapped open his eyes, though honestly it was unnecessary. It was kind of obvious as who it was. The freak finally steps into the light. Naruto saw Kiba stand in front of his desk, his small white dog sitting on top of his head. It is small? Naruto regarded. There were very few occasions he had seen Kiba's companion Akamaru. Normally it flees when Naruto approaches it. Never thought I would see it this up close. It looks so timid, unlike its master. What are you doing here, freak? Aren't you supposed to be chopping wood? Kiba chuckled at his own joke, despite its obvious lack of humor. Akamaru did not move. It looked like it was clinging onto Kiba's hood for dear life. Frightened. Of me? Naruto always knew that the Inuzuka clan dogs never liked him, but to see one react in his presence was a little unnerving to say the least. What do you want, Kiba? I want you to stay out of my way. You may have conned the rest of the village, even the Sandiame, but we're on to you. Who is we? Your clan? I was told that we have truce. Naruto was confused. The third would not lie. That may be true for now. Kiba gave a low growl and slowly moved towards the table to whisper something. But once we get proof, we'll deal with you then. Whatever you say, Kiba, leave me alone. Naruto's indifference seemed to have struck a nerve. Are you dense? Kiba's voice broke the room, drawing eyes from everyone. Playing dumb won't help you. I know what you are. So does the Aburame clan. Isn't that right, Shino? A tall genin on the other side of the classroom answered Kiba's boast. He had dark bushy brown hair, pale skin sporting dark sunglasses and a sea-green jacket with a high upturned collar. Please, Kiba, don't put me in the middle of your conflicts. Shino resumed. Whatever it was he was doing, Kiba gave wry smirk. Whatever. Kiba started to leave to desk, a sense of pride in his voice. The Inuzuka clan will be watching you, Naruto. Everyone was staring at the situation with anticipation. It was like they were hoping a fight would break out. Kiba walked away with a slight spry in their step towards Shino. Keep cool, Naruto. Don't react, it will only work in their favor. This is just delicious. The darkness was starting to relish this. It made Naruto sick to his stomach. Kiba's hatred is delicious. Why are you so amused by this? You don't get the irony? Typical. What irony? The darkness spoke like a game show host, speaking with a sense of authority reminiscent of an entertainer. The dog lover, Kiba came down here to flex his muscles, to show that the Inuzuka clan has the balls to argue, to scare us, but it backfired. How has it backfired? It sure made me nervous. Naruto felt slightly dazed. The darkness swarmed his senses, and in the blackness of it all, Naruto was shown images. Images of dogs being decapitated and their blood being fed to their puppies, burning down the kennels with fire so hot that Naruto could feel it, some being eviscerated and having her hung from the tallest tower in Konoha using her entrails as rope, and Kiba being pounded into the dust and having the whole clan, men, women, and children, rounded up and being raped by creatures abominable until there was nothing left but red ooze. The only argument that Kiba has put forward is that we should kill his clan. Naruto paled. He pulled the brim of his hat down further to hide his face, doing the best he can to not throw up. The primary meeting room is the only room in the main Konohagakure administration building that is capable of supporting a vast group of people outside a main clan house. Normally, it is reserved for welcoming delegates. However, every now and then it is used for internal matters such as organizing Chunin exams or in this case a sensei congregation. All the Jounins who are to take charge of a 3-man genin team were required to meet with the Hokage to finalize the genin placements. Normally, it is a technicality as the teams were completed weeks ago. However, this was a special case as anyone could imagine. It took several hours, but I finally managed to get the team lists together. Again, the third has been working on where to put Naruto ever since it was determined he was to be a ninja. However, it seemed every time he thought he solved the problem, some parent or sensei would come in and launch the most colorful objections. The third had to change the list a total of 15 times. However, in this instance, he received no complaints, much to his relief. It was practically the last team available. It is nice to see a big turnout. Yet, I am not surprised. The third gazed at all the Jounins in the room. It was noticeably bigger in number than previous years. Even Jounins that were not assigned genin were there. Again, the reason was obvious. They were more attentive than before as well. Asuma was not mulling over his next cigarette, and even Kakashi was not reading one of his perverted books. Despite his attempts to suppress the news about the events that occurred on Naruto's property and the demise of Mizuki, he had little time to work with. It was inevitable that the rest of the village would pick up. Then again, A boy that technically should not be alive suddenly manifesting abilities like being able to summon monsters from nothing and tearing a high-level chunin into pieces is not something that happens every day. That group seems a little unbalanced. Naruto will only end up being a burden to the group. A jounin near the back seemed hesitant to speak yet chose to anyway. We will see what we will see. The third was not in the mood to change the schedule again for the 16th time. The third flicked his wrist and a crystal ball manifested with a puff of smoke.
Megane no Jutsu.
A light was dancing inside the crystal and slowly the light was taking shape of the classroom with all the graduate students. I hope Naruto gets along well with the rest of them. The room was relatively quiet except for the occasional voice that rose above a whisper. Naruto tilted his head forward to hide his blushing face. The conversation steered towards more normal topics, but he could still hear the latest Naruto origins theory pop up every now and then. I am telling you he must be some kind of weapon, like the Jinchuriki. Well, considering we don't even know who the Kyuubi is, I suggest you shut up. You ever heard of someone spontaneously gaining powers for no reason? I haven't. The door opened again to reveal two girls. One was Haruno Sakura, who he actually knew, the other was a girl who was unfamiliar, but judging from her long blonde hair and strangely bright blue eyes, she could be a Yamanaka clan member. They were in the middle of a heated argument about coming first in a race. It was made all the more amusing by the fact they were out of breath. It seems I beat you again, Sakura. The blonde girl gulped in the air. Why you wish? I easily beat you, Ino. Sakura stammered. She was in worse shape than Ino, almost on the verge of collapsing. They're enthusiastic. Naruto smirked. They're fucking nut jobs. You might want to stay away from them. The darkness sounded more malicious than serious. Naruto figured it was just an attempt at humor. It needed work. Sakura stopped arguing and shifted her eyes in Naruto's direction. She seemed to have a surprised look on her face. Naruto was nonplussed, well, better than everyone else's reaction, I suppose. As she approached, a broad smile crossed her face. Her pace was rushed. Has she come to say hi? That is nice of her. Maybe this is the chance to ask her out. I mean, I am a ninja, right? Hi Sakura, nice to sao. Naruto's attempt at a greeting cut short by a rather powerful shove from Sakura rendered Naruto on the floor with his head slammed against another desk. Out of the way! Sakura's voice was harsh, only to be countered with opposite in the next sentence. Hello, Sasuke-kun. Can I sit next to you? Between Naruto's rattling skull and dizziness, he found it remarkable how someone can switch personalities so quickly. What an insensitive bitch. Naruto cradled his aching head. He could hear Kiba laughing in the background, which was only amplified worse by a rather smarmy darkness. I would hate to say I told you, but I would be lying. Ha ha ha. I told you so. Ha 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 ha. While Naruto lay there wondering what to do, all the girls were congregating around the desk chattering away. What? Why should you sit to Sasuke-kun? I was here first. No, I was. Then why didn't you sit next to him? This is unfair. I want to sit next to him. They were starting to shove each other. The Uchiha seemed annoyed, as if the prospect of being desired was burden. From memory, the girls have always been like that around Sasuke ever since he entered the academy. I don't blame him if girls were like that around me all the time. Like that is going to happen. I would be unwilling to go anywhere near them either after a while. The third looked over the situation, yet he was not the only one. All the other jounins were observing intently. Some were just looking at the students assigned to them, but most were looking at the situation that was developing around Naruto. So that is Naruto-kun? A woman with penetrating red eyes, curious about this new recruit. Yeah, Kurenai-san, that's him all right. Asuma could not wait any longer, lit a cigarette, smoke circling him with every puff. What do you know about him, Hokage-sama? Kurenai asked with interest. There is a lot of rumor as to who he is. The third continued to stare the boy in the crystal ball. Surprisingly, there is not much to say. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Today is his 12th birthday. His mother died in childbirth and his father is unaccounted for. He is a good boy. Uzumaki. Wait, isn't that the name of the main clan in Uzushiogakure? But that means dash. Yes, he is probably the last of his clan. The entire room went so quiet if someone dropped a pin it would ring as loud as a bell. But that could mean dash. That is enough, Kurinai-san. The third made it sound final, so Kurinai just shut up. 00000000000000000000000. I don't care if you got here first. I made the first move, so I get to sit next to him. Sakura sounded triumphant about her argument. However, as she prepared to sit down, she felt a very strong hand grip her shoulder. What do you want? Sakura was ready fight tooth and nail for the opportunity to sit next to Sasuke, only to face not any of the girls, but Uzumaki Naruto. His wide brim had held loosely in his other hand. Oh, it's you. Sakura seemed jaded and some would say dismissive. What do you want? An apology for one. Naruto's tone was a little flaky, as if he was not sure how to do this. What? An apology. Shoving someone out of their seat is extremely rude, not to mention painful. All the girls were silenced by this. Some were a little nervous. Not many people would notice, but a few started to shirk away to distance themselves from Naruto. You're annoying. Get your hands off me. Sakura slapped Naruto's hand off her shoulder and returned to get to the seat next to Sasuke. You know, I actually pegged you as nice. How wrong was I? Sakura froze and everyone, Ino and even Sasuke, stared at the rather bold Naruto. Chuji actually woke Shikamaru from a rather pleasant slumber to watch. What was that? Sakura turned and glared at Naruto. Naruto's voice was flat and even, obviously he was too pissed off to actually care if what he was doing was right. You heard me. I thought you were nice. You're not. Naruto's bore into Sakura with renewed determination. What is to stop me from pummeling you, Naruto? What is with that ridiculous samurai outfit? The same thing that stopped Mizuki from trying to kill me. Naruto was unsure as to whether he should have said that, good or bad. It had a unique effect. Everyone stopped to look at a very tense face-off between Sakura and the new graduate. Despite Sakura's aggression, she was at least aware of something that was mentioned by her father about a boy defeating Mizuki. Only now did she realize that the boy was Naruto. By the by, Naruto continued, this ridiculous samurai outfit is my shinobi gear. Sakura stared at Naruto wide-eyed. Naruto is now a ninja? A genin? Sakura almost expected the entire class to laugh like it was some big joke, but no one did. I don't believe it. I really don't care what you believe. I just want you to apologize for booting me into a desk. Fine. I am sorry, alright? Sakura seemed more interested in sitting next to Sasuke rather than dealing with the situation at hand. Naruto was tempted to push it further but decided against it. Not as sincere as I was hoping for, but I'll take what I can get. Naruto took his original seat, which was right next to the seat Sakura was sitting. You're not going to move? Sakura seemed surprised. Normally someone would move away after a confrontation like that. Why should I move because of an argument that you started? Naruto did not even look at her. He just faced forward, both hands fiddling with his hat on top of his on the table. Sakura turned a darker shade of red. Not from embarrassment, but anger. Whatever harsh retort Sakura was cooking was immediately cut short by the sound of the door opening. Iruka walked in with his head up high. The scratches caused from the incident the night before have been bandaged, and he seemed to have a freshly made uniform on. Not surprising, as the one he wore last night was hanging by the seams. All right, everyone. Take your seats. Take your seats. All the students shuffled along like sheep trying to find a space. Once everyone was settled, Iruka surveyed the students with a sense of pride. He smiled when his eyes met Naruto's. Welcome, everyone. Glad you are all here. Iruka pulled out a small list from behind him. I will now read the teams you will be put in. Team 1. Chapter 14, A Civil Scrutiny Part 4. Back in the Hokage's office, nearly everyone in the meeting room blanched when Naruto made his reference to Mizuki. The third actually nodded to several of the Jounins to make a move to the academy in case things turned ugly. It seems that there has been a slight personality change in Naruto. He is more aggressive. Could the power have gone to his head? It did not matter, as the situation diffused by itself, which the third took in with a sigh of relief. Everyone in the meeting room was still staring at the crystal ball showing the events that were unfolding before them. Once a list was called, the The students either left the classroom or one of the jounins dashed off to go collect their new charges. Although most of them were nonchalant, there was a lot of focus on Naruto. Apparently the issue about who he was and where he was from caught not only the interest for the students but the senseis as well. They were trying to pry for the third's attention as he was the only one who has known Naruto since he was a child. Hokage-sama, can you tell us anything about Naruto? I promise you this. I know just as much as you do. Perhaps even less so. The third has in fact done a decent amount of research, specifically Naruto's only known family. His mother Uzumaki Kushima was a known member of Uzushiogakure and a powerful ninja with outstanding talents. Although both villages were on good terms, ever since the destruction of Uzushiogakure there had been relatively little contact or knowledge of the Uzumaki clan, who have been practically wiped out. The father, on the other hand, the third has been searching through documents, ledgers, even making contact with a few sources from other villages. Nothing. Not a damn thing. The third remembered conversations with Kushima, and when the topic of the father came up, she always started to stammer and desperately changed the subject. Obviously, whoever the father was, it was someone whom she would rather forget. With the destruction of Uzushiogakure and the interest of someone like Danzo, I have no choice but to investigate. Danzo knows something, but how do I get it? He won't just give it to me. I recommend that we send a scouting party to search any records in Uzushiogakure. One of the newer jounins, a man named Jerkin, called out from the back. They must have some details. Everyone perked up their ears. The third himself narrowed his eyes. We cannot do that, Jerkin-san, Kakashi said, his tone very serious, so unlike the monotone, nonchalant ninja we know. Why not, Kakashi-senpai? The jounin seemed adamant, obviously unaware of the history and taboo of Uzushiogakure. Practically everyone who ventures there never comes back. They succumb to some sort of sickness and die. Uzushiogakure has been a forbidden zone devoid of all life for nearly 12.5 years. Kakashi was quiet, his head tilted down in respect of the dead. I can't believe it, a jounin next to Jerkin whispered as quietly as he could. Though with a room filled with ninjas with fine-tuned senses, he might as well have spoken aloud. Believe it? Kakashi shot back. My partner, Rin, is dead because of that fiasco. This rendered the entire room silent. Saratobi Asuma recalled the unfortunate story. An entire civilization was wiped out in a day. Those that survived or took appropriate safety measures such as biohazard suits either disappeared or committed suicide. It is like the entire village went insane. To date, we still don't know what caused it. The third nodded and filled in the rest of the details. How come we have never heard of this? A few of the new jounin started to speak out. A fourth ninja war nearly developed because of it, yet no one claimed responsibility. No one was willing to fight over this. Small scouts from all nations were privately searching the area only to die or find just the dead scattered throughout the small island. The third continued to stare at Naruto as he recounted the tale. Animals, plants, and human life, all gone, left where they lay, unburied and unmourned. It was decided that the entire island would be sealed off. Whatever happened would not be discovered until better safety measures are in place. Until then, it remains under the carefully watch of Konoha. However, nearly 13 years have passed and we are none the wiser. That is why it is not safe to go there, Jerkin-san. Kakashi fumbled with his novel. He remembered quite clearly being ordered to go to that place a little over 12 years ago, and it was a day that he would not forget. Jerkin blanched and shirked back into the small group of ninja, mumbling something like an apology. The third bit his lip as they all continued to watch the spectacle. Team 7. Irika continued to rattle off the list: Uzumaki Naruto, Hanero Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. What? Naruto whispered. I am with Sakura? Oh dear. Naruto kept an open mind, but Sakura was more obvious about her objections. She practically slammed her head on the desk. However, almost immediately, she changed her attitude and gave a rather smug smile to Ino, who sat in the row behind them. Did they have a bet or something? Naruto pondered. Team 8. Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino. Naruto raised an eyebrow. A Hyuga? A very rare sight. I have only heard rumors about them. But to actually see one, tales of the Hyuga being the great and noble clan of Konoha were legendary. But naturally, like most clans in the village, they were not that fond of Naruto. Supposedly, it's because their technique was useless on him. The apparent lack of anything resembling a chakra network made Naruto look like a dank, empty shell. Naruto looked around the room, and only after carefully searching did he actually notice a small girl hiding in the back row. She had dark blue hair, fair skin, and of course the classical white eyes, the trademark of the Hyuga clan. Her hair was in a Heimcut style, with chin-length strands framing her face. She wore a cream-colored hooded jacket with a fire symbol on the upper right and left sleeves, and navy blue pants. She had an awful slouch and seemed to have a soft frown on her face like she was upset or nervous. She was very pretty though despite that. Hinata seems like a very nice person. I wonder if she is going to be okay with an asshole like Kiba. Naruto was worried about her. Although he was thrilled he was nowhere near that Inuzuka thug, he could not help but think that Hinata would suffer. Maybe the Aburame is there to keep the peace. Too bad. I think she and I would have got along well. Don't go feeling pity for that weak piece of cattle, Naruto. That will be your end. Hey, there is nothing wrong with having simple concern. Yes, there is, Naruto. What is your problem? You got multiple personalities or something? It had been less than 1 day since he got the darkness, and already this gift was already becoming more of a detriment than a benefit every passing minute, forgetting the fact that he cannot directly control the darkness unless it wanted him to. Have you got all day? I can list them out either alphabetically or chronologically. Naruto shook his head and the darkness chuckled to himself. Iruka read on. Team 9, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji. Damn it, I wish I could have partnered with Chuji. Oh well. Naruto sighed. He got along well with the Akimichi clan, they were always good to him, and the Nara clan were decent too. The Yamanaka clan took a very indifferent point of view of Naruto, mostly just ignoring him, which was in itself infuriating. Are there any questions? As soon as Iruka was comfortable with the ensuing silence, he moved on. That is the official genin list. Your jounin will come and collect you. Good luck, everyone. 0000000000000000000. It had been nearly 1 hour since Iruka-sensei had left. Within half an hour, almost all the genin had been picked up by their respective jounin. The only people remaining were the recently formed Team 7. I must admit we are not exactly getting along. Naruto noticed that Uchiha Sasuke had barely said 2 grunts the entire time. But that of course did not stop Hanuro Sakura from trying to, for lack of a better word, woo the silent genin. In this entire process of waiting, Naruto was starting to go mad from anticipation. Where the hell is our jounin? He could be dead. How does that help us? Naruto was growing irritated with the darkness's rather useless and unhelpful comments. You? Not much. I'll just find it hilarious. Yeah, I get it, you are a sadistic evil freak. No need to prove it. Naruto was starting to grow restless from waiting, and his teammates were not helping. Sakura was starting to jump from one foot to another. Sasuke was harder to read, but by the look of his bone-white knuckles he was getting flustered. Alright, am I the only one who thinks this is stupid? Sakura's neck snapped to face Naruto. Sasuke's face was like stone. We have waited well over an hour. Sakura narrowed her eyes and seemed to be contemplating an answer. True. Sakura was inclined to agree, even though it was obvious that she didn't like Naruto interrupting her rather futile attempts to get Sasuke to go on a date with her. The Uchiha remained silent. Who is our jounin? Does anyone know? Naruto was genuinely expecting an answer only to receive an uncomfortable silence. Wait, you guys do not know who is assigned to you? Of course we don't, you idiot. Why the hell would you assume something like that? We did not even know who we were going to be teamed up with until Iruka told us. The tension of waiting was starting to anger Sakura, or she was being herself. Naruto could barely tell the difference. Yeesh, Naruto backed away. Sorry, just a question. I swear I don't know why we were partnered with you. Sakura may be tens, but that is no excuse for being rude. The anger that manifested in Naruto was normally held back by the fear of reprisal. Every time Naruto wanted to act his frustrations against the bully Kiba, he was automatically put in his place either by a punch to face or a scratch to the chest. Normally, Naruto had to just stand there and take it as if nothing had happened. What is wrong with the lights? Sakura stared at the ceiling lights as they flickered in rapid succession, the electrical wiring groaning from some unknown pressure. While Sakura was wondering if there was an electrical surge, Sasuke paid very close attention to both blonde in the black trench coat and the very angry look and clenched fists. Although the Uchiha did not know how it happened, he knew that the electrical surge was not a coincidence. Naruto's eyes darted from Sakura to Sasuke, and upon his realization that he was being scrutinized, he loosened up his fists, and as quickly as the lights started they quickly resumed to normal. Yo guys! What is going on? Sakura turned to see a very tall fit-looking ninja with spiky white hair. He wore a basic Konoha ninja uniform with a chunin vest. He had a mask covering the lower half of his face, and his forehead proctor, or Hitai 8, was oddly placed covering up his left eye. Who are you? Sasuke's eyes glared at their obviously late jounin. Sakura was stunned as she did not hear him come in, her attention still focused at the now still ceiling lights. Naruto scratched his head, trying to find a way to change the subject. He glanced at the newcomer. Are you our sensei? Yeah. Sorry about that. Follow me to the roof, we'll talk there. The newly formed Team 7 slowly moved up the stairs. However, Naruto noted that Sakura and Sasuke were keeping their distance from Naruto, staying as close to the sensei as possible. This new team of ours does not seem to like me too much. Naruto could not figure out a way to deal with the newly formed Team 7, but he knew he would be damned if he was going back to chopping wood. The rooftop was a training ground like the rest of the academy. It was a place for solitude and concentration on techniques without unnecessary distraction. 2 rows of trees line up in parallel with the Konoha monument in the area, giving the place a very zen feeling. Normally, the place was bustling with students training. However, in this case there were only 3 genin and 1 jounin. The 3 genin were sitting on the stairs with their jounin leaning against the railing in a nonchalant fashion. Naruto sat on the left of the small meeting, Sasuke sat in the middle, and Sakura sat on the right. The far right. The distance that separated Naruto and Sakura was not lost on Sasuke or their jounin. So, Kakashi thought Sakura and Naruto are not on good terms already. This is going to be tougher than I thought. Well, since we're all here, I think it is best that you all introduce yourselves. Introduce ourselves? Naruto was unaware of what team formations did upon being assigned. However, it sounded like standard procedure. Tell us your name, your ambitions, what you like and what you hate. Stuff like that. Sensei? Sakura had a very nervous look. Her eyes darted from the jounin to Sasuke. Shouldn't you tell us who you are? Me? The jounin looked mildly surprised. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I have no intention of telling you about what I like and dislike. As to ambitions, I have lots of hobbies. So all we have learned is his name. Fantastic. Sakura's whisper was directed more to Sasuke than Naruto, but the new genin nodded his head all the same. Now it's your turn. You first. Kakashi nodded towards Sakura, which seemed to brighten her mood. I'm Hanuro Sakura. Well, the person I like is... Sakura's face turned a bright shade of red. Her green eyes continuously darted towards Sasuke and back down to the floor. And my hobby is... Well, my dream is to... Sakura proceeded to let out a squeal of delight at the obvious thought of being Sasuke's girlfriend. Naruto just rolled his eyes while Sasuke just remained stoic. Figures that my host would be stuck with the weirdos. If the darkness was a person, it would have either rolled its eyes or done a facepalm. Naruto shirked the snide thought away. And what do you hate? Naruto annoys me. Sakura's voice was gruff and venomous. Well, that settles that. Sakura has to go. Making it look like an accident is best. If she appears to have been murdered or just disappears, they will blame you. We are not going to kill her. I just need to ask for a transfer. Naruto could hardly say he was shocked, but he expected a little more subtly. Whatever. Just don't come crying to me when she becomes a liability. Kakashi's right eye, the only part of his face left bare, displayed no emotion about what he just heard apart from a quick glance to Naruto. Not really enough detail, Sakura. Care to try again? Wait, hot. Sakura seemed slightly incensed. What about you? You did not really give us much to go on either, Kakashi-sensei. You'll get to know me along the way. Judging from the eye smile that Kakashi had, it was safe to assume that he was smirking under his mask. Besides Sakura, who is in charge of this team? Sakura's face flushed a very deep shade of red, and her eyes darted to the floor. You, Sakura mumbled. Exactly, Kakashi said. His voice was very level and relaxed. So how about you try again before I pull rank? Cool. Okay. I like very cool drinks and the outdoors. I really hate it when… Sakura gently rubbed her forehead. When people call me Forehead-chan. And when it comes to ambitions and dreams, the familiar blush returned to Sakura's cheeks. I wish to defeat and surpass Yamanaka Ino in all aspects. Much better. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Kakashi seemed more satisfied with her latest answer. Kakashi's eyes shifted to Sasuke. Your turn. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. The stoic ninja seemed to consider what he was going to say very carefully. Kakashi could see that he was running over what he was going to say repeatedly. I don't like many things, but I do have a fondness for meat dishes. I like… Check that. I need to get stronger and learn new techniques. Anything that can be taught or learned to help me achieve my goal. What is your goal? Kakashi tried to make it light-hearted, but he knew what Sasuke was going to say. Maybe I should not have asked. The death of the man who murdered my family, and the revival of my clan. Sasuke's eyes glowed with a grim determination. I will go anywhere, do anything, and make promises to anyone that can help me achieve that. Sasuke's vow rendered the entire group silent. I hate to break it to you, Naruto, but I think that you might just be replaced by the emo guy as my favorite. Shut up, geez. For a statue, he sure is intense. Naruto could feel a chill crawl up his spine. Kakashi-sensei closed his eyes, and when he reopened it, Naruto could swear there was some sort of somber expression on his face. Kakashi's eyes finally turned to the last member of Team 7. Well, it's your turn. Naruto could not help but feel that Kakashi's whole spiel of being more detailed in their introductions was just a smokescreen. The real purpose was for Naruto to loosen his tongue. Whatever you do, Naruto, do not tell them about us. The darkness pounded on Naruto's skull like a drunkard. Why? You seem more than comfortable exposing yourself. That is when people are not looking for us. Your sensei is fishing for answers. Remember, loose lips sink ships. Naruto mulled it over a few seconds before coming up with something to say. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am sort of new to this whole ninja thing. I'll say, you didn't even have to take the basic ninja exam. Naruto's patience with Sakura was all but spent. Hey, Naruto snapped. Why don't you go to Dash? Sakura, be quiet. Everyone gets a turn. Their new leader quickly resolved the deadlock. Naruto, please continue. Ugh, let's get this over with. Naruto hurried as much as he could through his introduction. I like ramen, different kinds and flavors. What I hate, I really don't like the waiting period between cooking and eating ramen. I used to hate my old job, but that is no longer an issue. Who I hate, on the other hand. A brief image of Kiba crossed his mind. That's another story. As for ambitions, well, I would prefer not to go back to what I was. And what were you before? Kakashi asked. A woodchopper and target for the more radical elements in the village. Naruto realized it was kind of cliché to say something like that, but if his teammates are beating around the bush, then so will he. Kakashi, on the other hand, tensed a little. He was obviously expecting something a little more revealing. Well, that was good, Naruto. Kakashi seemed rather indifferent, however the slight narrowing of eye was sort of giveaway. Well, team, I have to say you are easily the most complex group of personalities I have encountered. But unfortunately, it's not over yet. What do you mean? Sakura queried. I mean survival training. Survival training? Naruto was incredulous. What is survival training? A test to see how well you cope under pressure and how well you can survive in combat. Wait, a test? Combat? What is this, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura seemed genuinely upset at this revelation. I thought we did not have any more tests. You thought wrong. Those tests were just to determine whether or not you have the potential as genin. The real tests begin now, with a fail rate of 66%. That sounds made up. By the time he realized it, Naruto had already blurted out what he thought. All three of his colleagues gave a stare that made Naruto wish he could shrink to the size of an atom and be whisked away. Sorry. Really, Naruto, how long have you been? And I put this in the vaguest terms, a ninja? A day. Less than a day, actually. You should learn to respect your superiors. Now, you may have been given a free pass up to this stage, but you will receive no lenience from me. Got that? Kakashi resumed his speech. As I was saying, this little test is to determine how you survive in combat situations. What is the criterion for this test? Sasuke's demanding tone sounded. Straight down to business. Naruto did his best to mask his smirk. We can discuss that tomorrow. Meet me at 6 o'clock in Training Ground 3, and don't eat anything. You will throw up if you do. Kakashi brushed some dirt off his pant leg. Dismissed. Without a word, the Uchiha got up and left, his hands in his pockets, and the pink-haired girl swooning after him like lost puppy. Naruto could not help but huff as he saw the scene before him. However, now was the time to ask Kakashi about the transfer. He approached the Jounin, who currently surveying the view with a bored expression. What's up, Naruto? Kakashi-sensei, is it possible to get a transfer to another team? With that, Kakashi slowly turned to face the boy before him, his eyes narrowed. Why? Their sensei's voice was as calm as silk. Naruto could hardly believe that a Jounin of Konoha could be as dense as Kakashi let on. Pretending to be stupid is a powerful weapon, and a great way to drop the guard of those around you. Well, it is apparent that Sakura does not care for me, my feelings, or my position on this team, and I am pretty sure Sasuke is indifferent. Neither want me on this team, and I can assure you the feeling is mutual. A transfer seems like the easiest method to resolve this problem. Kakashi regarded the blonde with careful observation as opposed to the slightly droopy eye he has been carrying since they first met. Naruto could not make heads or tails of what he was thinking. Naruto, let me be frank. Kakashi leaned against the rail, his arms folded. Your sudden leap into the ninja world has caused quite a stir in Konoha. You are, for lack of a better term, the flavor of the month. But let me finish. Kakashi's voice took a more stern tone. I know it is difficult to understand, especially considering this is not your fault. In the end, you are not like everyone else. You are not an average person, and whatever you were previously, you are certainly not helpless. Kakashi's eye narrowed. I read the report and saw the aftermath. I know what happened to Mizuki. That was not my fault. Naruto did not need his sensei to be added to the list of people that are against Naruto. That was I said I know that was not your fault, Naruto. Believe me, I know. He lies. Don't listen to him. Naruto shook out the voice that whispered to him. However, not everyone has kept an open mind. A lot of people are sacred of you. That is the sorry truth. But nonetheless, it is the truth. Kakashi placed a hand on the blonde's shoulder. Parents do not want you to be partnered with their children, nor do they want you taught in the academy. This was the only place we could fit you. Naruto tilted his head downwards in disappointment. What have I gotten myself into? You can call me a liar if you want. I would be more than happy to let you take this up with the third. I promise I won't hold any grudge. Bottom line, you have only one place left to go, and that is back to what you did before you became a genin. Kakashi did not have to elaborate. He knew exactly what that meant. Chopping wood and having no future. Naruto mulled it over, realizing that he had no choice at all. As Sakura pointed out, you did not even have to take the entrance exam. But we know that taking down Mizuki is no small feat. If anything, you should be a chunin. Kakashi gave a little chuckle. So don't sell yourself short. You have unlimited potential. For once, I agree. Besides, part of being a genin is learning about trusting and working with other people, especially people you don't like them, so how about you give this another shot before you start thinking about leaving the team? Okay. Although he could not explain it, he felt a little more comfortable around the strange Jounin. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget 6 a.m. Training Ground 3. 00000000000000000000000. Well, that was relatively painless. Naruto walked down the dimly lit stairwell. I'll say, Naruto spun around to see Frutz staring at him with a bemused look on his face sitting on the guardrail. A couple of darklings manifested next to the stairs above and below their current level. What are you doing here? I thought you couldn't manifest during the day. We cannot manifest in light, especially natural and strong bright light. But a dimly lit stairwell. Frutz gestured at their surroundings. We can handle. Someone could see you if they walk in, the game is up. Frutz waved a hand. Nobody is going to come in, boss, relax. Naruto paused as he reflected on today's events. So what do I do now? Naruto queried. Now? Frutz's toothy smile stretched quite literally from ear to ear. Well, you're the boss. What do you want to do? I don't know anything about being a ninja, unless that amounted to me chopping wood. Naruto mumbled to himself. I am not so sure about this team though, you? Frutz shrugged in a nonchalant manner. We are only sure about what you are sure about, boss. Naruto frowned at the little darkling's response. So what do you think I should do? We will do what you want us to do, boss. Frutz was picking at his teeth like he was searching for something. You're not being very helpful. If someone got in your way, we would gladly turn him into a goon kebab for you, boss. But the big decisions are up to you. I have been moved up the chain in one day when it takes most kids at least 5 years training. By qualified professionals, no less. Bottom line, I cannot just rely on you guys the whole time, especially in the day.
No offense.
Frutz just nodded in understanding. I need a crash course in being a ninja. Not bad, boss. One of the darklings called out. And this survival training that Kakashi-sensei was talking about, something does not add up. I admit I have never heard of a test like this before. So what are you going to do? Inside Naruto's mind, a whole series of questions and answers were zooming around his mind. Boys, we are going to the library. Time to hit the books. Chapter 15, The Studying, Training, and Fighting Center. The Konoha Public Records Center is the primary research and record-holding facility in the village and one of the more renowned libraries in the Fire Country. However, due to the nature of the village and the contents of the library, it has a certain exclusivity about it. In order to get in, you are required to be a practicing shinobi from Konoha, or alternatively, if you are from a foreign ninja, you must have an authorized signature from the Hokage's office. Borrowing was strictly forbidden unless you happen to be Konoha shinobi of a minimum rank of chunin. Getting in and getting out of the Konoha Public Records Center is a tedious process, getting tagged, logged, and searched. Consequently, once you get in, a whole world of knowledge awaits: medical research, art, novels, case law, and indeed histories of famous battles stretching back as far the beginnings of the 5 great nations and beyond. However, it contains more than just books and research. It is a library in a village filled with ninja after all. It also held techniques that have been recorded since the foundation of the village, specialized books on tactics, blueprints of sealing techniques, and also kept the Shodai Hokage Scroll of Seals, one of the more rare artifacts in the labyrinth. But when Uzumaki Naruto walked in, he was not looking for techniques, but rather information, specifically past tests and exams, and more importantly, a profile on his new sensei, Hatake Kakashi. Naruto was quite content with just studying the main lobby. However, he received nothing but strange looks, stares of curiosity from people who wondered how a civilian got into the library. Others were stares of concern, no doubt from those who have heard of the incident in the hills near his house. After ordering a private room, Naruto gathered up scrolls, books, and other tomes by the armful into his little private study. After dumping about 20 books unceremoniously on the floor, he got to work, but not before he turned out the lights. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could clearly make out several darklings manifesting out the shadows. So, boss, what is this all of? One darkling found a book tossed at its head.
Sorry.
Naruto said sheepishly. We need to get this done. Get what done? Another darkling questioned as it picked up a nearby book. Make paper aeroplanes?
No.
Naruto sat down at the desk in the center of the study. We need to know what kind of test Kakashi-sensei is going to give us, and I have to find out before tomorrow. And I need your dash. Wait. You want us to study? Seriously? The darklings stared at each other in dismay. Hey, when was the last time we read anything? Well, there was that cookbook 20 years ago. We were trying to find a way to perfectly cook some moron's liver. Ah, aw man, those were good times. Listen guys, enough of this. Naruto broke what would have been an inevitable chain of prattle and insults which probably would have resulted in Naruto being kicked out of the center. Fine. Fine, no need to be uptight about it, boss. Frutz manifested behind the small convoy of darklings, automatically taking the reins. All right boys, you heard the boss. Grab a book and get to reading. 0000000000000000000000000. Hey Dren, what does the Mullah Oblongata mean? A darkling named Zran asked, staring at the page before it, brow furrowed in such a way that reminded Naruto of folds in a blanket. A rather small darkling reminiscent of the stereotypical smart guy, complete with bottle-thick glasses and pens in his breast pocket, approached Zran and stared at the word that Zran was querying. The word is medulla oblongata, and it is the primal center of the back cortex. Dren said with a slight smug tone. However, Zran seemed more confused than before the explanation. It is that bit near the spinal cord. Dren sighed. You know, the one that tastes strangely like shish kebab. Ah, of course. What are you reading? Naruto stared up from the book titled Academy Initiation Standard Level 1. It is called Basic Anatomy Test Academy Entrant. A rather large darkling huddled itself in the corner of the study, searching through the Jounin list, which contained the name and basic details of all Jounin operating in Konohagakure. The darkling reached the height of the ceiling and with hands so big that it had difficulty holding its research in its fingers, much less its hands. Well, I have plowed through this book twice and there is no mention of this Hatake Kakashi. What? Zran was incredulous. Walked up to the giant darkling, snatching the book from its gigantic grasp. Gimme that, you must have missed it. Hey Zran, don't give me your crap, the giant darkling protested as Zran quickly scrolled through every page. See, here it is. Ha, I can understand why you missed it, it is barely 2 lines long. Zran said. It just says he passed the Genin exam a little under 14 years ago. After that, it is just blank. Nothing after Genin, huh? Everyone turned to the recent darkling that slithered from who knows where. Naruto remembered him from last night, the blue-eyed darkling Goldbrick. I remember something similar in Iwakagure. That usually means Anbu grabbed him. I agree, Dren said as he readjusted his glasses. It is a default tack dash. Shut up, nerd. Goldbrick spat. Naruto sighed in disappointment. How was he going to find out about the test if he knows nothing about his sensei? Does it have his teacher? The one that looked after him while he was Genin? Naruto queried. It does actually. Zran peered back into the book. It was, whoa, a real big shot. But that is bloody favoritism. Who? What is wrong? Check this, boss, and you are not going to believe it, but he was taught by his own father Hatake Sakumo aka White Fang, but you would better know him as the fucking Yondaime Hokage. Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise. The Yondaime could cut through hundreds of opponents to get to one target. The man who was willing to sacrifice the mission for his men and the person who single-handedly took down the Kyuubi no Yoko, although admittedly at the cost of his own life. His father was the Hokage and his sensei, huh? I did not see the resemblance. But then again, with that mask covering his face, he could be related to anyone. Oh please, I suppose if the man's father had a reputation like that, I would be ashamed if I could never live up to it. Frutz chuckled. At least we are getting somewhere. What does the book say about the Yondaime? Goldbrick slowly slithered around the room, doing the snake equivalent of pacing. Born whenever, blah blah blah, victory at the Devil's Bridge, blah blah yada yada yada. Oh wait, trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage. Wait, the old man's name is Hiruzen? Well, you learn something new every day. Naruto had never thought to ask the name of the man who had looked after him most of his life. He could not help but feel ashamed at his ignorance. Focus, boss. What have we got here? Here we go. Zran rattled off quotations in the book in a dull tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen was trained by the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages, respectively, well known for Who the Fuck Cares and, the Sandaime has made several contributions to education. In particular, he created the Bell test. With that, Zran closed the book and threw it to the ground in victory while delivering a pelvic thrust into the air while grunting. That is a good point, but what would guarantee that he would use that test? Nothing, Dren mused. But then again, what would guarantee he would not use that test? Besides, this Kakashi strikes me as unimaginative. He would not think too hard about coming up with something original. No, it is the bell test. Point. Naruto sighed with relief. They finally made headway. So does anyone have any idea about this bell test? The Darklings quickly flicked through the books on the table and floor, checking the book titles and indexes. Each one gave a negative shake of the head. Not here. Well, there may be a spare book on training techniques that I missed. I'll find it. Do that, boss. We'll wait right here. Frutz smiled in a rather creepy fashion. Naruto walked to the door, and as he opened, became blinded by the light from the other side of the room. The Darklings quickly ducked behind the table or jumped onto the ceiling. Sorry, guys. Oh, and by the by. Naruto trailed off. Yes, boss. Frutz spoke in a soft voice. Thanks for everything. Naruto felt he was going to blush, so he quickly shut the door behind him. As the Darklings settled back into place waiting for their master, Dren gave a foul look to Frutz. Frutz, why did you deceive the boss? You are holding the book right in your hand. Dren pointed accusingly at Frutz's hand, which he put behind his back to shield it from view. Frutz continued picking at his teeth, nodding at a nearby Darkling who immediately ran to the door and peered under it looking for any sign of someone approaching the study. A few of the Darklings here wanted to get some private time from the boss to voice their concerns. Isn't that right, Goldbrick? Fuck yes, I have concerns. Goldbrick steamed. What is wrong with this bratty kid? A few of the Darklings shuffled uncomfortably at the derogatory name calling of their master but remained silent. Oh, don't go pretending that I am the only one worrying here. Naruto has been gifted with the power of the darkness, and what does he squander it on? Fucking books. Goldbrick tapped one of the books on the desk. And more importantly, what is this apprehension to killing? I mean, granted, we are not being forceful in our arguments, but that is because his predecessors did not need much of a shove in that direction. A few of the Darklings scattered around the room nodded in agreement. Even the big one grunted in approval. I don't know about you guys, but I need killing. I friggin' love killing. And as you know, it is what I am good at. Same as all of you, even you Dren, despite the fact you are a nerd. Dren huffed at the jibe, again readjusting his glasses, but did not object to the statement. Need I remind you fellas that killing is why we were made? Zran, how many people did we kill with Naruto's predecessor on the first day? Huh? 167 sound, right? Goldbrick fumed. Yeah. Zran nodded in agreement. And his predecessor's first day was about 82 and the predecessor before that was 90. We get it, we are having a slow day. But be careful, Goldbrick. This conversation is growing into something treasonous. You know what happens to those who stand against the boss. One of the other Darklings chimed in. I am not standing against him. I am, however, wondering where it all went wrong. Goldbrick threw his hands in the air and gestured to our surroundings. We had such a good thing going, and now this idiot comes in and screws it up. That's enough, Goldbrick. All the creatures in the room turned to stare to the objector, the green-eyed Frutz. Anyone else? The boss said thank you. The giant Darkling in the corner piped up. No predecessor has ever said thank you to us. Ever. The Darklings muttered in agreement. The predecessors were all, for lack of better term, mean little shits. Then Naruto comes along with etiquette, manners, and a restraint that the Darklings have never encountered in a darkness inheritor. Frankly, it was unsettling, and who could blame them? Who didn't love maiming little children and killing people in the most casual way possible? Look at us, we sound like whining children, Frutz said. In case you have forgotten, we are Darklings, masters of the shadows and the nightmares of children made manifest. It is not our job to question nor to ponder, but rather to ensure the survival and protection of the darkness inheritor, to help him grow into a being of pure power or whatever he may desire. But what about our strength and power? Dren inquired. Naruto is lacking greatly in his ability to fuel our strength. How can we help him if he cannot help us? Help him. We gain our power through the inheritor's imagination, bloodthirst, and intelligence. So we are not as strong now as we would like. Frutz chuckled to himself. But need we forget that we have always been weak at the start? Frutz surveyed the darklings in the room who hung on his every word. Even Goldbrick was paying attention, albeit reluctantly. Now I do agree with you, Goldbrick, that the boss is indeed an outlier in comparison with his predecessors. However, that is not our concern. Need I remind you that Naruto's authority as the boss is simply without question? The only thing that trumps that is the darkness itself. The darklings were aware of the darkness and its uncompromising principles in regards to carnage. The darkness does not have to, nor does it need to share its plans with us or the boss, and will not interfere unless absolutely necessary. Frutz continued. And while the boss does have authority over his own destiny, the darkness has the power to pull rank if required. So what do we do? Goldbrick queried. Goldbrick, you unpleasant excuse of a gelatinous bucket of sick. Frutz's emerald eyes narrowed on the blue-eyed darkling. We are going to follow the boss's orders and we will protect him to the end. We will continue to do so unless the darkness itself assumes control or a new inheritor comes into power. If any one of you maggots brings up this conversation again, you will be requisitioned back to darkness, so help me. The darklings shuddered. Even Frutz frowned when he said it. Requisition was an unpleasant way of saying you will have to go back to the darkness itself. It was the worst fate imaginable for anything and anyone, and it is the only thing that would effectively kill darklings. The demonic creatures had seen and done horrible things in their existence. They feared nothing and no one, except the very thing that created them, which had seen, done, and created even more horrible things. The darkling near the door broke into a panic. Hey guys, someone is coming. It's the boss. You have to wrap it up, and I mean now. Frutz gave a solid nod. Well, that's it. Now I don't want this issue brought up again. And on a personal note, I have been serving Darkness Inheritors for nearly 6,000 years along with the rest of you, and I must say that I really enjoy the change of pace this boss will offer us. If anything, it is different to what we are used to. As Darklings heard the click of the door knob turning, they quickly huddled around the room to avoid being hit by the light on the outside. Naruto quickly came in and shut the door behind him with a frown on his face. Hey guys, I checked, and we took all the books regarding training and educational methods that have not been checked out. Well, boss, Frutz coughed. This one fell behind the desk and we found it while you were out. Naruto frown lessened as he took the book from the little creature with green eyes. With a brief moment's hesitation, he stared at the cover title, Genin Training Tactics. He flocked through the index and quickly found what he was looking for. Well, what does it say, boss? The Bell test is a teamwork test disguised as a survival training exercise. The nature of the training exercise is left at the managing sensei's discretion. The Bell test is intended to foster a sense of teamwork and camaraderie amongst a genin team, by pitting them against a challenge or common enemy, usually which will be played by the sensei, while at the same time creating internal conflict amongst themselves. In order for the Bell test to function, it requires a minimum of 2 people. However, for maximum effectiveness, there must be a minimum of 3 participants. Whatever the number of participants, the sensei must have an equal number of bells minus a minimum of 1 bell. In order to foster the nature of the internal conflict, the sensei must specify that the failure to obtain a bell will result in a form of consequence. Again, the nature of the consequence is left to the sensei's discretion. However, it is normally a form of humiliation, failure, or physical discomfort, or all of the above. The main principle behind the test is to force genin in working together despite a guarantee of at least one person not succeeding in the mission. If teamwork is used, then the purpose of the Bell test has been satisfied regardless of whether the bells have been retrieved by the sensei. If teamwork is not used, then the purpose of the Bell test is not satisfied and the participants of the exam fail, regardless of whether the bells have been retrieved by the genin. Okay, so this Bell test is an exercise in working together, huh? The sensei is the enemy in this test. One of the darklings jeered. Wait, that means you have to work with the Uchiha? That Sakura girl too? Zran seemed incensed. Hate to break it to you, boss, but it sucks to be you right now. Goldbrick patted Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto frowned deeply. Sasuke is not the kind to neither ask for help nor accept help. Sakura. Maybe if the stars were aligned, and Hokage commanded it. They won't question us if they see this book. Naruto tapped the book in his hands. Us. I can't very well do this by myself. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Hate to break it to you, boss, but this test is going to be done during the day. We can't help you in daylight. But how am I going to do this test without your help? Naruto stared at the Darklings, who seemed as concerned, if not more so, than himself. The Darklings do not like it when their masters are going into a fight alone, especially when their master was just recently crowned. However, they did not have much of a choice. We will back you up if we can. Until then, you are unfortunately going to have to rely on these new teammates of yours. Dren spoke slowly and carefully. It is never easy to answer the ultimate question that had plagued the Darklings for eons. How can they help the boss in daylight? Back to that issue of them believing you. Frutz quickly crawled along the desk and took the book out of Naruto's hands. That will be taken care of. Frutz reached for Naruto's pocket and dropped the book in. Naruto felt a brief weight in his pocket before it promptly vanished to who knows where. Just like the kunai. Isn't this stealing? Right, you are boss, so don't tell anyone. Frutz had a mischievous smile on his face. Now let us get out of her before. I think Dren the nerd is starting to enjoy it here. Hey, shut up, Frutz. Dren snapped. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 caught, but the chunin at the library were none the wiser. He noticed the sky lost its blue hue and took a deep orange color. Dusk. That meant a few hours had slipped by. Wow, time sure has flown. Almost night time. Naruto started the trek back to his place in the hills. As Naruto walked through the village streets, he noticed a strange absence of people. Granted, it was closing time for most businesses, but Konoha had a rather lively nightlife. In fact, he could usually see the bustle of people from his house in the hills. Yet there was not many people out. He turned down one of the streets to see a young couple in their 20s fawning over each other. Must have been their third date. The boyfriend who dressed in chunin attire made eye contact with Naruto, and for a brief second he caught a glimpse of something. It wasn't apprehension, but a flicker of worry, and dare Naruto think it? Fear? That is a surprise. Fear was not something that the villagers felt towards him. Contempt maybe, curiosity also, but not fear. After all, Naruto had no skills and no abilities to speak of. He wasn't a threat, unless you asked the Inuzuka for their opinion. Then the Mizuki fiasco happened and everyone freaks out. Naruto had to go about it practically. The villagers were dickish, but they were not vindictive, nor were they cruel, again except the Inuzuka. Most would just prefer not deal with Naruto. However, there were exceptions to the general populace. The Sandaime, which Naruto now knew as Hiruzen, Irika, Mimiki, and most of the Akimichi clan, were very decent and incredibly nice to him. "Hey Naruto!" Naruto turned and smiled. He saw Irika and Mimiki walking down the opposite end of a side street. Speak of the devil. He felt the darkness grow giddy at the saying but remained silent. Mimiki, Irika. Naruto's smile lessened when he saw the scratches along Irika's face. He wore a new chunin jacket which obviously replaced one, which Naruto clearly remembered was hanging by the seams. "Great seeing you, Naruto," Mimiki chirped. Naruto was surprised to see her out of her medical coat in more social attire. He recently decided that she practically lived in the damn thing. "Nice seeing you, too." It was nice to see Mimiki, but it hurt Naruto to see Irika still suffering from wounds that he inflicted. Although Naruto prayed it would not be so, he would not be surprised if Irika thought less of him. He had been so nice to him. "Well, Naruto, so are you ready?" Irika's smile was free and natural. Naruto's brow furrowed inwards. "Ready? For what?" "Well, I did say to take you out to ramen, and it is your birthday." Naruto blinked in surprise. It was still October 10th. What a day. "But..." "No, but Naruto, it is our treat." Mimiki walked beside Naruto and gently placed her hands on his shoulders and guided him to his most predictably favorite ramen shop, Ichikaru Ramen. Naruto ordered miso ramen and all the trimmings, while Irika and Mimiki had the tonkatsu ramen. It was nice to celebrate the occasion, and Naruto could think of few things better than to celebrate it with Irika and Mimiki. Bring in the Sandaime and it would have been perfect. As Naruto had his ramen, he could not help but steal glances at Irika, the small bandages wrapping the fresh cuts along his face. "Hey Irika, I just wanted to apologize about what happened last night. I hope you dash."
Ai Naruto. Ai infine.
Seriously. Irika gave a reassuring slap on the back. I should be apologizing to you. I should have known that Mizuki was rotten. Irika frowned when he said that. Mizuki was a good friend, but he turned out to be treacherous in the end. He had pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. Or maybe Irika did not want to see what his comrade truly was. The ninja business is a lonely one. Ask any veteran. So how did you and Mimiki meet? Naruto could not recall ever seeing the two together before. He came in with the injuries. I was the one who dressed him up. Mimiki smiled nonchalantly. I never did thank you for that. Irika smiled nervously, letting himself blush a little. Naruto stared between the two and he smirked. He did not have to be smart to know where this was going. So are you going to take her out on a date? Naruto laughed when Irika started to choke on the ramen noodles. It got bad enough that Tucci, the store's owner, had to grab him a glass of water. What? Irika's face was completely red, but whether it was from embarrassment or nearly choking to death, only Irika knew. Naruto could hear Mimiki giggle in the corner. I didn't mean to pry, just asking. You seem to like each other well enough. Right, Mimiki? Naruto received a light smack across the head from Mimiki, whose face was starting to heat up. The only difference was that she maintained enough composure to keep smiling. And you think she is pretty, don't you, Irika? Naruto received a noticeably harder smack across the head from Irika. Naruto, why will you eat your ramen? Irika slowly stirred the bowl with his chopsticks. Tucci couldn't help but snigger as he went into the kitchen, keeping out of his favorite client's attempt at matchmaking. We should do this more often. Mimiki gave Irika a simple pat on the back, all the while giving Naruto a rather bemused smile. Good times. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 seat on the council, and she never liked having to censor herself in front of people who obviously irritated her. She just liked the simple life of being a jounin. Go on missions, complete missions, fight people who need to be fought, go home. However, as the saying goes, when in Konoha, when she was alone from her clan and family, she could not help but feel as if it was a bad idea to take the position of Alpha's proctor. But she was forced into this position, and now she could not back out. Not when the clan need her most. Tsum walked along the dank forest floor well outside the borders of the city. She was running late, and the person who she was meeting was unpredictable enough that it was dangerous to keep him waiting any longer. Tsum wished she could do this in Inuzuka main clan house with Karamaru at her side. But she could not afford to have her companion with her. Not tonight. She went to the designated meeting spot to wait for her contact. As she suspected, he was already there and was getting antsy. Tsum's contact was hiding in the shadows at the base of a tree, crouching on all fours in a manner reminiscent of a canine. Well, I was beginning to think you weren't going to show Tsum-san. Almost tempted to visit you at home. The shadow whispered. His deep voice sounded groggy and sickly. Tsum's face pruned when she smelt strong pepper and coffee emanating from the shadow. You wouldn't get within 100 meters of the main house, and you know it. Maybe. The figure was starting to crawl out of the shadows. Don't. The figure froze. Stay where you are. I don't want to be seen with you. Tsum growled, venom in her voice. Really? Then why did you call me? The figure regressed back into the shadow. I must admit I was surprised when I got your message. Never have I run so fast at someone's beckoning. Figures? But I did not bring you back to reminisce. Tsum reached into her pocket and pulled out a small photograph and tossed it at the creature, afraid to be touched by it. I want you to tail him. A recon mission? The figure picked up the photograph, smelling Tsum's scent on it with a kind of perverted relish. It made the Alpha's proctor skin crawl. Who is the blonde? Uzumaki Naruto. He is a source of concern for our clan. We need him to be watched, but he has allies on the council. So you use someone that cannot be connected to the clan. Gotcha. How do I find him? You can't miss him. Just follow the scent of death. I do miss that smell. The figure pocketed the picture. So what is in this for me? You get to live. Tsum crossed her arms, a toothy snarl on her face. The shadow merely sniggered. I have lived long enough. Now I want more. The figure got up on its legs, straightening up so reveal a humanoid form a good foot taller than Tsum. How is your daughter, Hannah, is it? I hear she is very ripe. Tsum did not even notice the fact she already drew out a kunai when the figure mentioned her only daughter. You will not touch her, scum. If I see you within 10 miles of her, you will be for death. Maybe. The figure did not seem too concerned with the very angry female Inuzuka. But you did not answer my question. How is she? What do you want? Tsum gripped her kunai ever so tightly. Her knuckles turned white. Legacy. Home. Legacy. The figure seemed to be chanting rather than talking. Tsum felt a chill go down her spine. Maybe this was not a good idea. We'll see. Tsum finally pocked the blade in her hand and with another hand, tossed a series of document and travel passports. This will allow you to get through the city without any trouble. That's it? I am surprised, Tsum-san. I thought you would try to kick my ass through this forest first. Rex would be most displeased. A toothy smile gleamed out of the shadows. Is the job of Alpha's proctor wearing you down? Maybe a new Alpha should take up the title. You have no right to say his name. Besides, if I kill you now, the clan will suspect something when they smell your blood on my hands. Tsum forced herself to have grin on her face, but it looked more like extreme discomfort. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go have a shower. It appalls me to be near you even more so than Naruto. Ooh, can I watch? The shadow was giddy and shaking with excitement. You're mad, you know that? Tsum did not even turn around, but she clenched her fist so tight her knuckles turned bone white, and would not let go until she would be well inside the village. So they keep telling me, the figure grumbled. 0000000000000000000000000. Home sweet home, boss. One of the darklings opened the door to Naruto's little shack. Naruto felt very fatigued, but he could feel several claws gently holding him up as he walked through the interior of his house. As Naruto walked through the kitchen to get a glass of water, we quickly noted a very cool breeze flowing behind him from his bedroom. As he glanced behind him, he remembered the events from last night. Ah, damn. The hole that was made by the darklings when they brought him outside. In hindsight, he could not recall why he forgot it until now. A good quarter of the roof was gone and one side of the house was totally blasted out. Damn it, now Naruto had to repair it, and with what has happened, no handyman will accept the job. Ah, boss, relax, relax. One of the darklings gestured to the others who quickly rushed outside. Now don't you go worrying about something as stupid as a missing wall. Have a shower and get ready for bed. We will handle that. Okay. Naruto seemed skeptical, but nonetheless did not argue with his companions. He slowly moved over to the shower. By the time he got dried off and clean, he returned to see a freshly boarded up wall and roof with several darklings putting a fresh coat of paint on the walls. How the darklings turned to stare at a dumbfounded blonde with a slightly agape mouth and eyes as big as dinner plates. Taking a shower and changing took no less than 10 minutes. He knew it, and yet the darklings did at least several hours to a day's worth of work in that time. Tricks of the trade boss. But the darklings dragged their rather stunned master away to the bed. That's impossible. That cannot be. Okay, boss, upsy daisy. Several of the darklings lifted Naruto off the ground and gently placed him under the sheets of his bed. You got a very busy day ahead of you, boss. Naruto could hardly believe it. The darklings barely reached up to his waist, yet they carried him as if he was as light as a feather. Okay. But I have to set my alarm for 5:30 and I have to dash. It's already done, boss. A darkling jeered from the ceiling. Naruto took a moment to stare at the strange creature. It looked like a cross between a normal darkling and a giraffe. If it was earlier, he also may have asked why the darkling on the ceiling looked so weird. However, considering his present company, the darkling's form was the most conservative. Ever so slowly, the darklings started to fade back into the shadows in a similar manner as they appeared. If it was anyone else, the demonic creatures would probably have sent them screaming out the door, but Naruto felt an almost soothing calm around them. On some level, he felt more comfortable around them in one day than 12 years next to the villagers. Been a pretty good day, as Naruto settled his head onto his pillow. You said it, boss. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Danzo was sipping on his jasmine tea while looking over a book that he laid flat on the table. Although Danzo did enjoy a good book at night, this was not a simple story. Rather, this was a prized treasure, one of the few things he had managed to snatch out of Yuzushio before the plague hit. Even more so, because of the fact the book held very highly classified information within its pages. Many good members of Root died to bring it back to their leader. It contained a list of 80 names and ages, and beside it a column of times and a third column with locations. The first column were shinobi of Yuzushio, the seconds were years of service away from their village, and the final column were cities in every location on the continent. There were even village names that Danzo had never even heard of, and he knew quite a few to say the least.
Danzo-sama.
The two with blank masks that he sent to recon Naruto had returned. You're late. Danzo did not even take his eyes off the book. By at least 10 hours. Sorry, sir, but we had to avoid being tracked. Several ANBU were ghosting us. The younger blonde maintained his composure, but his breathing was deeper than usual. He had been running all day. Standard attempt?
No, Danzo-sama.
We crossed paths as they were also monitoring the target. The older one spoke with slight apprehension. He did not want Danzo-sama to be displeased with him. Did you kill any?
No.
Good. Danzo seemed to relax a little. Keep it that way. I would rather you surrendered than get into a fight. If it happens, I will get you out. Spread that to the other operatives. Yes, sir. What is your report? Danzo skimmed an extra page in the book. Unfortunately, sir, we don't have much. The target noticed us. Really? That got Danzo's attention. He closed the book but did not turn to face his guests. How? Some kind of instinctual warning. You must have done something wrong. Danzo mused. What we're using as cover?
Irubans. Kano Jutsu.
The younger blonde replied. How long did he take to notice? Danzo's brow furrowed. That was a very high-level stealth technique. Danzo opened his eye. For a Root operative to go, is not a very good sign. 30 seconds, Danzo-sama. Almost immediately after he left his hospital room. The older one said he did not have to guess that Danzo was angry. He could tell by the way he gripped his cane. Thank you. Danzo relaxed his posture. He bent over to drink some more tea before reopening his book. You're dismissed. The two Root operatives vanished as quickly as they came. They knew a gift from Danzo-sama when they got it. Danzo continued looking through the book. He was currently rereading it again in case he missed something. Danzo closed the book, gazing at his surroundings, partly to think, partly to make sure he was alone. Old habits die hard. The treasure of his collection revealed nothing. There were only two constants that he had established from the book. The first is that all the names of the shinobi were women under the age of 30, and second, none of their missions were over 10 years. Uzumaki Kushima was on the list. She was gone for over 3 years, and the location she was sent to was the land of Earth, yet the book did not specify anything else. Danzo did not know who or what Naruto was, but he had been around long enough to know that Naruto was dangerous and needed to be controlled. And the only way to control him was to find out where he is from. Who is the father? Danzo could not think of anyone that would come to mind. To hell with it, it is now or never. Sai. A young man appeared before him the moment he spoke. Unlike the other Root members, this one had no mask, but his blank expression made up for it. Get a team together, we are going to Yuzushio.